It's a beautiful Friday afternoon, and we're happy to have you with us for a great day of racing on today's edition of America's Day at the Races. In the Aqueduct feature, we'll see the return of Good Governance, a lightly raced 5-year-old now back for his first start of 2020. He's been ultra consistent. Let's see if he can get back to the winner's circle today, as we also have racing from Oaklawn Park. And batting at about 24% together at the meet are trainer Steve Asmussen and jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. They'll team up for Willful Woman in today's feature. Coming out of the Honeybee, broke her maiden very impressively by open lengths a couple starts back. We'll also talk about a big Saturday of racing coming up at Oaklawn Park, and that includes the ageless Whitmore, the Eclipse Award champion, now an 8-year-old, looking for his 4th victory in the Count Fleet on Saturday. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney. As mentioned, it's a great day here in South Ozone Park, where we are based, getting ready for a full card turf racing back in action, and looking forward to all of those exciting stakes races coming up this weekend, and our final day to earn some Kentucky Derby points as well on Saturday's card around the country. As I welcome in New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Andy, thank you for joining us today, as we are looking forward to talking about a lot of fun stuff, of course, leading up to the weekend.
No, I agree. Nice weekend of racing, excellent racing all around. Just when you get back in the turf in New York, it shows how much the racing can improve, both from turf standpoint and dirt standpoint, and there's some nice horses in today's feature.
That is on the turf in the 7th race today here at the Big A. As mentioned, Good Governance will be back on the track. He's part of an entry as well. There are 4 to 5 with Good Governance and Price Talk, both off some layoffs today.
It's interesting, the Connections decided to run Price Talk apparently today and not run him in the tough state tomorrow. You're right about consistency of Good Governance. He's consistently able to run 2 races a year before he goes to the shelf. So the question is, I think the biggest question with him, besides, we know he's good. Yeah. And I think if he runs his race and runs as well as he did in both his 2 starts last year, this is his return race at Belmont, where it was nothing more than a public workout. He got a 98 buyer, the problem, or 96 buyer. The problem is he hasn't been able to stay on the racetrack. So not only do you want to see him run well, but you need this horse to put together a year, because obviously he has the talent to move into the upper echelons of the division, but he has not shown that he's able to stay on the racetrack.
Can imagine how frustrating he's been with a nice win, then a big in-the-money performance in a graded stake race. That's what it's been in both 2019 and 2020. Let's hope that's not the pattern for him this year as we get to see him back. We'll also see a rematch of Winters Back and Emirati. This is 2 back for Winters Back, the last start for Emirati on the Pegasus World Cup undercard in that 5th race in the allowance.
Yeah, I thought Winters Back ran the better race of the 2, and the fact that he has early speed today gives him an edge, in my opinion, over Emirati. A lot of people, I think, will mistakenly focus on the fact that Emirati was caught in traffic a little bit. But the reality was he was saving ground with Ira Ortiz. He got through. And at this point, if you like him, you have to think, well, he's Gin. He's been saving ground. He comes through, and he just didn't finish. Now, sometimes they don't finish as well inside a horse as outside. I just don't think he ran that well, and I thought that Winters Back ran a better race than he did. And the fact that Winters Back is better tactically in today's race, I think it gives him an edge over Emirati.
Has speed. Kendrick Carmouche went down to Florida to ride Winters Back last time out in the Canadian turf, and in that race, 2 back for him. He's part of 3 horses setting a pace early on, but it should be a fun feature this afternoon on the turf. That's always an exciting thing to say here at the Big A, as we'll take a look at what's on tap this afternoon. Today's races, as always, brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm at the Big A. Races 1 through 8 coming up. Races 1 through 9 down in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Fast main track to deal with there at Oaklawn Park. We also want to remind you to get in on all of the action. If you're not already signed up for an Ira Bets account, we hope that you are, but you can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. You can also play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. Maybe have few little side wagers going on as well. A free-to-enter handicapping contest here following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard and earn real prizes. Visit aqueduct.com/showdown to get started. Taking a look now at the opener here at Aqueduct. We're on the main track for this maiden special weight, 6 furlongs here for the 3-year-olds and upward. And Shug McGahee, Jose Ortiz, and Cortland Farm, we recognize these connections all together, but they have a first-time starter here in Absolute Courage, Andy.
$800,000 for this one. It seems like a pretty strong sum, but the Into Mischiefs sell well. You've got a first-time star as well, Supply and Demand from Clarvich Stables, who also has Good Governance later. But you've got 2 that ran, including Dazzle Time the 4 and the 1 Lemon Drop Road, who in my opinion are both very dangerous.
We'll have the opener from the Big A coming up after this quick break and talk about a lot more still to come on today's program. Happy to have you with us. There's a lot of exciting things coming up after this.
This prolific son of AP Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and over 100 stakes horses. Star performers include Eclipse champion West Coast, UAE 2000 Guineas winner Muhib, and Kentucky Oaks hopeful Search Results, plus these recent standouts. In the ring, his yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July Seal each of the past 2 years. Success on the track, success in the ring, flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. We're getting ready for the opener here at Aqueduct, taking a look at the field. This maiden special weight group going 6 furlongs. First-time starter, Absolute Courage, currently the 9-5 favorite. High-priced son of Into Mischief, Shug McGahee, Jose Ortiz, Cortland Farm. They teamed up for a big year with Greatest Honor. Some news we announced yesterday, though, Andy, Greatest Honor to have 60 days off and will not make the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, you're sorry to lose any of the major players to the race, but they'll do the right thing with him, and hopefully he will be back sooner than later. Obviously, he's a talented horse. He did not put it together in the Florida Derby, and the question is whether or not he took a step back, or maybe there was an issue, and that's why Sugar went the sideline. He's got another one for Cortland Farm, 10 for 10, who finished second on Remsen, that had to go to the sidelines earlier this winter. Looking forward to him coming back as well. He's a very good horse.
Since the relatively new partnership of Cortland Farm and Shug McGahee, they've had a lot of success together. Of course, the horse Andy just mentioned in 10 for 10 and Greatest Honor winning the Holy Bull and Fountain of Youth. We'll look forward to seeing both of those horses back sometime soon, as we welcome in now the third member of our team, Richard Migliori, down in the paddock, taking a look at this Shug McGahee runner and the rest of the field. Richie, welcome to the show. What can you tell us here about these maidens?
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. It's a very good-looking group in general, and it's always a fun time of year, you know, kind of the unveiling of some horses. Some horses spent the winter down in South Florida. They bring up that Florida tan with them. The one horse who has been here all winter, Lemon Drop Road for Jimmy Jerkins. This horse been a little bit problematic, has a tendency to want to get out. He's equipped with a Houghton bit or a cage bit, if you will, to give him more control. Jimmy put a blinker on him last time to try to keep him, like an extension blinker on the outside, and he said all it did was make him rank, so that's why he took the blinkers back off and turning him back in distance. He says the horse can run, but he has been a bit difficult. The 3-horse Absolute Courage, good-looking horse, obviously, son of Into Mischief, really built like an Into Mischief, looks so much Into Mischief, stamps his foals. Also looks like a horse that probably is going to be better for a race, and Shug McGahee is a trainer that gets horses ready to run but doesn't crank them up to win. So this guy certainly has a look, can win for sure, but just doesn't look quite as tight or tucked up as you might expect. First time out, the 4 Dazzle Time. Well, he dazzled me. Really love what I'm seeing from the 4 Dazzle Time. You know, his 5th start, certainly from a fitness standpoint, he looks the tightest of anybody in the paddock. Out of the first-time starters on the outside, both sons of Exaggerator, the 5 Supply and Demand just looks fitter to me. Really, really good-looking colt here. Got a lot of flash to him. Looks like he should be fast. Spoke with Jorge Abreu, his trainer, who unveiled the first-timer that won nicely on the turf yesterday. Says he likes him. Said wouldn't be surprised if he won. And then the 6 over Exaggerate. This is a lot of horse. Big horse, very imposing. Another son of Exaggerator, but a horse that definitely looks like he'll improve with a run. But boy, he does have a look. A lot of size and scope to this guy.
All right, Richie, thank you. 2 sons of Exaggerator on the outside. One of them for Jorge Abreu, who debuted a very impressive turf firster yesterday.
Very impressive. And, you know, you see that Jorge Abreu trains this horse and is owned by Klarovich. Now, obviously, Chad Brown and Klarovich have had enormous success together. Jorge Abreu is the former assistant for Chad Brown. Don't consider it necessarily a negative that Jorge Abreu has this horse. He has Price Talk, who's in the feature today, and he's a horse that's run exceptionally well in all 4 of his starts. Obviously, it's not likely that Jorge Abreu is going to get the very best or the ones they like the most, but it doesn't mean the horses that he haven't been able to run. I have nothing to offer about this horse other than that information, but I think if you like this horse, I wouldn't look and say, oh, Chad Brown doesn't have him. He must stink. That is not necessarily the case.
And we've seen the Abreu barn actually batting about 23% on the year and doing very well with some of those Klarovich runners, as you mentioned. The number 4, Dazzle Time, the most experienced in the field, Richie mentioned, looks that much more fit, having had that experience last time out, chased a wire-to-wire winner in 3-2 Zone, who came back to win again.
Yeah, and 3-2 Zone rode the good rail, and he came back with a very impressive win in a subsequent start at a big price. Dazzle Time was off the rail, chasing outside. So I thought he ran extremely well in this race and just believe he's very logically the horse to beat. In all likelihood, he'll be favored. I think there will have to be a very strong story on one of the first-time starters in this race for him not to be favored because experience gives him an edge. And I lean to experience. And the other one with experience near outside the 2, Island Man, the long shot, is the 1 Lemon Drop Road, who, in my opinion, is a very interesting player. He ran that against the tough crowded trade in his debut, and he ran okay in there with not the best of trips. Last time out, he was chasing a very hot pace in a race that completely fell apart at the end. The speeds finished absolutely nowhere, so I do give him an excuse for that race. And maybe they felt the blinkers on, maybe made him a little too fresh for that race, like him cutting back in distance. And I think Lemon Drop Road is a major threat to the number 4, Dazzle Time. We'll see about the firsters. They're unknowns.
We saw Kendrick Carmouche get a leg up there on Dazzle Time on his toes for Michelle Nevin. And Lemon Drop Road seems going back to basics, as you said. They started out sprinting without the blinkers. They tried stretching out last time. Back to the basics today. Of course, Crowded Trade, who beat him, was then 2nd in the Gotham and then 3rd this past weekend in the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Crowded Trade. He potentially could take the same route. He's the exact same route the Cloud Computing took to winning it. Or they could cut him back and run him in a race like our Woody Stevens, which is also a prestigious Grade 1. It's a nice dilemma to have.
Here is Lemon Drop Road, 7-2 on this one for Jimmy Jerkins turning back.
Lay 6, taking the blinkers off. I like this horse's chances. Think he'll run very well today.
Big price on the board is the 2 Island Man.
He comes out of a race that Happy Saver, who ended up winning our Jockey Club Gold Cup when he broke his maiden. Happy Saver had his first work today. since running the
I was
Gold
just
Cup.
going to wonder out loud where he's
Saw it
headed
on
next.
Twitter.
So glad to see that he is back on the work tub. Looking forward to seeing him back. But here is that firster we talked about, Absolute Courage.
Yeah, listen, Into Mischief, big purchase price, Shug, no reason this horse can't be a runner.
Next is your favorite 9 to 5 now on Dazzle Time.
Talked about this horse's merits. The last 2 races are fast, good. He ran legitimately well last time. He is the horse to beat.
Kendra Carmusha board on his toes there on the track. And then we have the 2 firsters by Exaggerator, starting with Supply and Demand.
The first of a number of runners for this barn today. This one for Jorge Abreu, $230,000, a lot for an Exaggerator. And you and I were talking off air. Exaggerator's not a sire that's had a lot of success.
No, hasn't
So
really
far.
had a big name runner as of yet. But here is Over Exaggerate on the outside by the same stallion.
Maybe an appropriate name for a son of an Exaggerate. This one cost $47,000. I did not. I don't know if you looked at the sales workout. You usually do. I didn't like the workout. Worked 21 and 4/5 a 2-year-old sale, and to me, they were working this horse awfully hard to try to get a quarter mile in its sales work.
I very much agree. And I think that it's a good example to kind of look at when a horse doesn't go for that much. He's the half to a Grade 1 winner, Great Hunter, who was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Well, when Great Hunter won his Grade 1, he won the Breeders' Futurity on synthetic over Street Sense.
Exactly right. And then you say, okay, so why did he go for such a bargain price? Then you look at the workout and you can kind of see why maybe he didn't go for as much as you might have anticipated.
Right. And, I mean, Great Hunter isn't even the only horse. There were a couple other
No,
foals from the
absolutely.
dam that ran fairly well. So just to expand on what you're saying, I agree. You know, you see the 47,000 and the workouts. You know, obviously there's a third factor that you're more aware of because you're at the sales and you can actually look at a horse and have an opinion on how the horse looks, whereas I count the number of legs, the mane, and the tail.
Those are big pieces of it.
They are to me. You'll see a big purchase price, and you look up the pedigree, and you think, why would anybody pay this price? And then you look at the workout, you say, oh, this horse worked well, and vice versa. In this case, it was the workout that probably kept the price lower.
Well, you can follow along and get all of the stats on today's horses, trainers, and jockeys, and all of the races we'll be showing you with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. Want to make sure you have all of that information, be able to follow along, and place your wagers. Talking about a couple of those firsters, and for more as they're warming up on the track, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, Casey, you know, you always get one impression in the paddock and then another impression on the racetrack. And the 3-horse Absolute Courage, who is taking money, first-time starter, second choice right now on the board at 2-1 for trainer Shug McGahee. Could not hook up with the pony. I guess he's a little bit of a playboy, just a little bit studdish, and they felt that it's just best to leave him on his own. He looks very classy, handling himself extremely well out on the racetrack under Jose Ortiz, but better instead of getting them kind of riled up with the pony and getting started, just better off do it on your own. Getting a little bit aggressive, taking a pretty good hold of the bit, but contained. What a beautiful mover. Got great mechanics. Just really hits the ground. Lovely. What a beautiful way of going. I like this horse. I think he's going to be better for the race, but it wouldn't surprise me if he happened to get up and win, even though I don't think he's nearly 100% fit. And then the 5-horse, the first-time starter, who ultimately he's just won me over. Supply and Demand. He's a horse that looked good in the paddock, looked even better on the racetrack. Loved the way he warmed up. Now the jock's off the 5, but he was by himself. Sometimes they get over there by the Harry yard and they'll spot something and they'll kind of put their toes in the ground or wheel. And as you know, jockeys ride with much shorter stirrups. They don't have the leg aid, if you will. And if a horse does something quick, like a quick move, they'll tend to, be more easily unseated. He's back aboard now, and you see Manny Franco's got his feet out of the stirrups, making sure he's got a good grip and can stay in the middle of them. You never like to see a hiccup like this, but he didn't go anywhere, and he's under control, and I like him. I just love the way he looks, and another horse that's got a great way of going. We'll see how it plans out.
You know, it's funny with horses throwing riders, the warm-ups. I don't know how many people will remember that before, in my opinion, one of the most exciting races I've ever seen, if not the most exciting, Rachel Alexander's Woodward in Saratoga. When they came on the track at Saratoga, Rachel threw Calvin right by the winner's circle as they had come on the track, and Calvin was able to hold on to the reins and get back on. But I've always had this nightmare thought of, gosh, could you imagine if he hadn't and she had run off and we'd all been denied one of the most exciting moments in the history of horse racing.
Was there a big gasp from the crowd?
I was doing the TV show with Jason Blewett, and we were back. Unfortunately, we were in the paddock, so you could hear it. But we were watching a TV. I think there was a big gasp from the two of us because we were so concerned that something would go wrong. Fortunately, it didn't.
Well, back aboard is Manny Franco. They linked back up with the pony. Supply and Demand will be the top pick for Richie. The number 1, Lemon Drop Road. Your pick in here, Andy. As we talked a little bit about this horse, kind of going back to the basics, if you will. And he just seems like this could be a logical spot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are unknowns. Both the 3 and 5 are potentially dangerous first-time starters. And I don't think either the 1 or 4 have shown that much that a solid debut by either one of those or both would beat them. Having said that, I do think Dazzle Time's the horse to beat, but I don't think he's so good that I wouldn't be willing to take a chance. And listen, I'm a guy who's constantly looking for horses to bet against that aren't as good as they look on paper, or to bet on that I think are better than they look. And based on the fact that Lemon Drop Road comes out of what I call a meltdown. You don't see them too often, but a classic meltdown is a race where every horse who's forward, the pace is too contested, collapses and finishes in the back of the pack, and all the horses that are well back. And it's almost like a domino effect where, you know, the accordion effect where the last is first and first is last, because even the 3rd place finisher, I Am the Law, he made a move around the 5/16 to 3/8 pole, made a move in the stretch, and you thought, oh, he's just gin. And it turned out he moved too early into the pace, and he ended up collapsing as the other wave came. We'll see if it plays out that way. I tried a long shot that had run badly in the race. They came back and actually improved significantly, just ultimately wasn't good enough. But Lemon Drop Road showed enough in his debut to suggest that was the legit excuse for last time. And I don't think the Lasix is going to hurt. Maybe the blinkers off. They were worried made him too fresh last time. I'm hoping for the best at a square price.
And now has a couple of races under his belt, is going the mile last time out. You have the top 2 finishers came from last and second to last. Let's see what happens today with this field of 6. We kick off the early pick 5 here as they approach the starting gate. Get ready to load into for the opener here at the Big A. Fast main track we're dealing with. And we have a couple of interesting first-time starters. There's a look at Pablo Morales aboard the number 1, Lemon Drop Road. Seems like everybody is minding their P's and Q's so far behind the starting gate as we get ready to load in. It's always a little bit of an adventure with maidens and first-time starters sometimes, too. I feel like if you see a horse that maybe was acting up a little bit on the track, this is where you hold your breath a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, you never, and the gate is also always a potential problem, right? And you see first-time starters quite often break a little slowly. And we'll see. The money is coming in so strongly, though, right now on the 3 Absolute Courage, that it seems unlikely that this one doesn't run well. Doesn't mean he's going to win, but this is a lot of money, and especially as Richie was pointing out, and I agree with, frequently Shug McGay's horses don't need a race. Easy Goer lost his debut to a horse that about a year and a half later was running in $14,000 claiming races. He ran a good race in losing, but not the kind of races he ran shortly thereafter.
This could be a big stepping stone spot potentially for Absolute Courage, as we've got one more left to load. We'll send it up to track announcer John Embriel with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, Absolute Courage. He's at the back of the pack. Dazzle Time is out for the lead. Right there on the outside is Supply and Demand. As they move up the backstretch, Dazzle Time is the leader. Supply and Demand on the outside runs in second. Lemon Drop Road down at the rail in third. And Absolute Courage is alongside now, advancing up to 4th. Then comes Island Man. Over Exaggerate is the trailer. Dazzle Time at the rail leads by 3/4 of a length. Ran the quarter in 23 and 2. Now Dazzle Time gets clear by 1.25. Supply and Demand running in second. Lemon Drop Road third by a head. Absolute Courage is on the outside. Then it's a break of 4 lengths. Back to Island Man and another 3 to Over Exaggerate. They're all chasing Dazzle Time, who takes the field to the top of the stretch. It is Dazzle Time in front. In behind, Supply and Demand, Lemon Drop Road, and Absolute Courage. The half went in 47 and 3. It is Dazzle Time, challenged here on the outside by Supply and Demand. Lemon Drop Road now moves off the rail into the outside for the final 16th. Supply and Demand is now in front. And the first-time starter is going to take the first on this Friday here at Aqueduct. Supply and Demand the winner. Lemon Drop Road up for second. Dazzle Time faded to third.
First-time starter, Supply and Demand, makes his debut a winning one. He did get a nice trip in here, though, too, Andy.
Well, he ran well. I mean, he stalked and easily beat Dazzle Time, who came completely empty in the stretch. And the thing was, if he didn't have horse, the 1 would have won this race and won easily. And in fact, he probably would have beaten the 5, but the right ride by Manny Franco. You don't open the door and let Pablo Morales out. To my frustration, is I bet the one, but he did the right thing, and because he had horse, he kept him in. I think if the one was able to get through, probably wins this race. But the reality was the 5 had horse and was able to keep him in. It would have been close. I'm not saying he would have won. It would have obviously been close. The 3 Absolute Courage got left in here, and we talked about that being a problem. But I'm going to tell you something. He didn't run very well even after getting left, Keisha.
Never switched leads late either. Take a look at the start here. Keep your eyes on the number 3. It'd be hard to miss him after the break because he's far behind the rest of the field even early on. Jose Ortiz asking him out of the gate, too. That's never a good sign for me when he's really asking like that.
No, I agree. That was a very disappointing effort by him. Now, that's not to say that with the experience, he breaks well in his next start. The money wasn't meaningful, but in today's race, this horse, even with a clean break, I don't think he was going to win. Because at the end of the day, he didn't really run that well. He got himself back in the game, and he just didn't really have any run. That doesn't mean he won't be better in his next start, as often they are with Shug McGay. But the money, he didn't run to it. Supply and Demand took no money. He drifted up, and he won, and won convincingly. Lemon Drop Road ran well, but at the end of the day, he had a little bit of trouble. The other thing was, Lemon Drop Road was also getting a perfect trip when he got into trouble. So even if he had beaten the 5, he might have done it with a dream trip. I don't think it was a bad bet on my part, but just lost the bet.
5-1, though, on Supply and Demand. Top pick by Richard Migliore. Well done, Richie. And the source gets his win at first asking.
Yeah, Casey just had a great look. It really looked sharp, looked fit, and Jorge Abreu won with a first-timer yesterday, first-timer today, a trainer who can prepare them, learned well working for Chad Brown. When we talk about race riding, what went on at the top of the stretch was the definition of race riding. When you have an opportunity to keep a rival and a live rival kind of blocked inside of you without doing anything illegal, that was as clear case of race riding. Manny Franco keeping Lemon Drop Road kind of caught up inside behind the leader, Dazzle Time, and was able to get first run on him. And it would have been a lot closer, though, if Lemon Drop Road would have been able to get a clean run. But that's the art of race riding, and it was executed perfectly.
Richie, I have a question, just interested in your opinion. If the 5 had post, let's say the 4 drew the rail, and the 5 had post 3, and the 1 had post 5, and the 1 was able to stalk, do you think the 1 would have beaten the 5?
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance he would have. I mean, it's all conjecture.
Yep.
I know it would have been much, much closer.
Thanks.
Sometimes those post positions really do make a world of difference, and Richie's right. Smart move by Manny Franco. He did what he had to do to keep a foe inside and keep his horse with a clear racing room. They win the opener. When we come back, though, we'll talk about this weekend's graded stakes action, including the Arkansas Derby, as Bob Baffert looks to remain undefeated with Concert Tour heading to the first Saturday in May.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the 20 cents minimum bet with a 100% net pool payout every day at Aqueduct. The sequence is the last 6 races on the card with a 20% takeout each day at Aqueduct. Win big with 20 cents on the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6, visit nyra.com/Empire 6.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day at the races, Acacia Courtney, Andy Sterling, and Richard Migliori. Happy to have you with us as we wrap up the first race here at the Big A. It went to first-time starter, the number 5, Supply and Demand, who made his debut, a winning one with a smart ride from Manny Franco.
Yeah, and even though the horse I bet on was the victim of it, I like this kind of riding by Manny. I agree, and obviously Richie, who has the best perspective of all, but a lot of what I've learned about riding is from Richie and speaking to him for our long friendship. But this is good race riding, you're not out there to say, oh yeah, let me let you get out. I mean, it's one thing if you have no horse. Yeah. If you have no horse, there's no reason for jockeys to keep horses locked in. But if you've got a horse, you keep them in. You're trying to win the race, and that's just what Manny Franco did. So I thought it was a fun race to watch, and what could be the start of a very big day for Klarovich, who's got a maiden and cousin Andrew later today, and of course the entry with Good Governance.
Good Governance back on the racetrack today, coming up a little bit later on, but starting off with the $12.20 winner for Jorge Abreu. So take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, our America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn Park. It goes as a race number 12 Saturday at Oaklawn. Of course, the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, a mile and an eighth, a shorter field, but you do have a horse looking to remain undefeated in Concert Tour.
And I don't think any of us think the Concert Tour will be anywhere near the even money, probably more like 2 to 5. As you watch the start of this race, I think it's the discussion, because you both have the same situation today. Concert Tour breaking outside, Caddo River breaking towards the inside. Joel Rosario said, if you want to play my game, you're going to have to play it and play it hard. And Florent Giroux, and I don't know necessarily, people blaming Florent Giroux I think would be unfair, because I have to think that Brad Cox was not unhappy with his strategy as well. Let's face it, would you rather be inside of a duel with a horse like Concert Tour hounding you or stalking outside? I would rather be stalking outside. He did that. The horse seems to be a bit of a runoff. It proved completely unsuccessful. Whether or not Caddo River ultimately is as good as Concert Tour and can be effective in front of him, we're going to find that out in the Arkansas Derby, because one thing you know, and Joel Rosario knows, and Bob Baffert knows, they're going with Caddo River in this race. And they're going to stalk. Now, I think if you're Baffert, you think, well, that's not a bad thing for me. I'm in the Derby anyway. If I stalk and can't beat him, we've learned something about him for the Derby if not. But I'm an old guy. I've been around a long time. And I saw Bold Forbes when he beat Honest Pleasure in the Kentucky Derby and upset him. Honest Pleasure was 2 to 5. They took it to each other in the Preakness. It set things up for Elocutionist. Same thing happened when Winning Colors got loose. 49er Woody Stevens said, I'm not letting her get loose this day, and that helped set the race up for the very, very talented runner as well. So sometimes these duels don't work out that way, and if these two end up getting into some kind of headstrong duel, that's the situation that potentially could create some kind of chaos in here. I doubt it happens, but it's not impossible.
No, it's not, as Brad Cox has been on record saying he expects Florent Giroux to be more aggressive with Caddo River, trying to take him back last time, not successful. But Bob Baffert, he certainly knows how to win the Arkansas Derby as he looks for his 4th victory in this race. Of course, had Kentucky Derby winner, Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah, winning the Kentucky Derby out of the Arkansas Derby. But a little bit of an interesting kind of outsider in this race also comes out of the Rebel. That is Get Her Number for Peter Miller and Gary Barber. This one is a Grade 1 winner already. He won the American Pharoah back in September.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair to suggest that the California 2-year-olds last year weren't that strong. Yeah. He did beat Rumbauer in this race, who's no killer, but he's not bad. And last time was his first start off a long layoff. He was 3 wide the whole way around the track. So in my opinion, if you don't like Caddo River, or if you don't like Concert Tour, if like me, you think the Concert Tour is likely to win and don't particularly like Caddo River, I think this is a very, very likely horse to be second in this race, because I'm not a big fan of Hosier, the horse for Bob Baffert, who had a very easy trip in getting second, and I think Get Her Number could take a step forward.
Second off the layoff now, did run that big Grade 1 victory, actually after starting his career on turf, in fact, in his first 2 starts at Del Mar. That is Get Her Number for trainer Peter Miller. Should make for an interesting rendition of the Arkansas Derby, as it's just one of 2 races left on the calendar to get some Kentucky Derby points. Just the Arkansas Derby, which offers 120 up for grabs in the Lexington, both of them tomorrow on the run for the Roses back the first Saturday in May, where it belongs as we take a look at the Kentucky Derby leaderboard. Of course, 2 horses with points already running tomorrow. Proxy in the Lexington Concert Tour and the Arkansas Derby, but Essential Quality on top of the points leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think for Godolphin, Concert Tour is insurance. In case,
Proxy.
God forbid, Proxy, I'm sorry. Something should happen to Essential Quality leading up to the Derby. I think Godolphin would probably run Proxy, assuming he runs fairly well in tomorrow's Lexington. Otherwise, it'll be very interesting to see what they do with Proxy, and that could also be dependent on what happens in the Derby with Essential Quality. Essential Quality wins, they're not going to challenge him with another Godolphin horse with a chance to blow a Triple Crown. If he doesn't run well and they don't want to run back in the Preakness, perhaps Proxy goes in the Preakness, and that may be thinking running him in this race to give him a race to keep him in training. If Essential Quality wins, normally you want to win grade 1s in the dirt. That's what you focus on because that's what you need to do in this country for breeding purposes. Right. But given his pedigree in the half to the very talented Micheline, I wouldn't be shocked to see them, if Essential Quality should win the Derby, reroute to a race like the Pennine Ridge at Belmont as a prep for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby and Saratoga Derbies as well. So they do have options with him.
I was hoping you were going to say that because he has plenty of pedigree to try the turf as well.
Right. I mean, they're not going to give up on dirt with him unless they have other angles. And if Essential Quality does well for them, you're not going to see them reverse field. But I have to think in his case, because the truth of Proxy is he's probably not really good enough to win a Grade 1 in the dirt. And with his pedigree and his accomplishments, if he were able to be successful at either or both the Belmont and Saratoga Derbies, 2 Grade 1s, that would make him sexy enough, and they could stand him anyway. Then that enhances his value. So I don't think it's unlikely that we'll see Proxy on the turf.
Good to be Godolphin with a strong hand, of course, at Keeneland with Proxy and Micheline in back-to-back graded stakes tries. But as part of another big stakes race on the card at Oaklawn Park, we'll see By My Standards back for his first start of 2021 in the Oaklawn Mile.
Taproot, sold for $1.2 million as a yearling at Saratoga. Taproot's victories include the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes! In his first 2 years at stud, he bred over 240 mares. Now his first weanlings have arrived.
In Show Barn, 100,000.
One of the best bred sons of Sires Taproot to ever enter stud. Classic winner and stakes record setter Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vest won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all Drive Happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be Drive Happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Since everyone left last season, we have, throughout all this pandemic, we've been able to open up a fine dining restaurant called The Bugler. It's got a number of different dishes from steaks to pasta to fish. And then we've got a new bar called The First Turn, which is right next to the Bugler, but access is through the casino floor. And that is a kind of it's a lounge environment with an outdoor patio that overlooks the racetrack. And so it's a unique and very wonderful spot to have a nice drink, watch the races. We're finding that's becoming very, very popular with our guests.
About a year ago, Oaklawn opened its 28,000 square foot gaming expansion. This summer will mark the 2-year anniversary of Oaklawn Sportsbook, And this spring, Oaklawn opens the doors to its new 7-story, 200-room hotel and multi-purpose event center that towers over the first turn.
We're going to be very unique. I mean, Oaklawn's going to change dramatically once the hotel opens, and the opportunities for horsemen to come and experience, and quite honestly, not just them, but our fans. Our fans will have a new, unique entertainment option that's not just centered around racing, it's centered around the sport of racing, the entertainment around racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, and we do have racing from Oaklawn Park coming up for you as we get ready to take a look at the opener about 22 minutes away from the first at Oaklawn. 6 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 3 races. A couple of scratches in here, but we do have a heavy favorite in Sugar Love. But pleased to welcome in another member of our team, our Maggie Wolfendale, live with us at Oaklawn for this weekend. And Maggie, it is starting to rain a little bit there at Oaklawn. What can you tell us about some of the weather conditions and how that may affect the track for today's races?
Well, Acacia, it would not be a weekend at Oaklawn for me if it wasn't raining. I feel just at home with the rain coming in here. Was not expected. They did have a seal on the racetrack, on the racing surfaces. So you'll see the outside rail still open and harrow, but they did manage to get a quick seal on the track for what I believe is a passing shower. So we are labeled as fast for today. There are some chances for storms later on today's card, but tomorrow for Arkansas Derby Day, Acacia, it does look to be beautiful. Highs are right around 70 with sunny skies.
Well, that certainly sounds nice as it's a big day of racing. Of course, the Arkansas Derby, but Maggie, on the undercard, so to speak, in the Oaklawn Mile, that is a great field assembled there. We'll see the 2021 return of By My Standards. I know you've gotten a chance to see some of the contenders schooling today as well.
Yeah, I did. I actually saw Rushy schooling in the paddock too. But in regards to By My Standards, Acacia, he is a horse that is coming back for this 5-year-old bow. But despite earning over $1 million last year as a 4-year-old, the Grade 1 was elusive. But he's returning back here to Oaklawn, where one of his 3 Grade 2 victories came in the Oaklawn Handicap. Brett Calhoun, his trainer, has said that a Grade 1 is the goal for this year as a 5-year-old. They're using this Oaklawn Mile just to get things started. He's concerned that the mile distance might be a bit on the short side for him, but there is quite a bit of speed in this Oaklawn Mile, so we'll see how things set up. And Rushy could also benefit from the fact that there is some speed as he comes back now as a 4-year-old, campaigned by the Daniels of Arcadia, California, named after their granddaughter. He's their first graded stakes winner when he took the Pat Day Mile last year. He seems like the one who is geared up for this return effort, Acacia. He was on his toes schooling today. He looks fit, he looks ready, and obviously he's the one proven at the mile distance. But that Oaklawn Mile looks to be a contentious race between those 2 horses coming back. Really looking forward to it, along with the rest of the races on tomorrow's card.
Maggie, thank you so much. We'll be hearing a lot more from Maggie today and tomorrow. Thrilled to have her be our eyes and ears on the ground there at Oaklawn. The Oaklawn Mile, though, as she mentioned, Rushy, By My Standards, horses that were proven last year, getting ready for their 2021 debuts.
And a lot of people might forget that last year's Oaklawn Mile, Tom Statot beat Improbable. And Improbable, of course, the winner of the Whitney as well as other races. So that's a race that can have some be a real harbinger of things to come. Interesting that all By My Standards is going to run there and not go in the $1 million Oaklawn Handicap next week. Feel they want to give him a race before that. But I think you and I and Maggie as well, we're all kind of fans of Rushy, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that one can do for Mike McCarthy, because I think Rushy could be a kind of under-the-radar horse that has a chance to be a player in that division.
Won that Pat Day Mile, finished well behind in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, but freshened up since then, and this does look like this is his game, going that mile distance. As we take a look at what'll be on the card for Saturday at Oaklawn, of course, the Arkansas Derby, the highlight is race 12, but 4 stakes, 2 of them graded, including that Oaklawn Mile. It should be a fun day of racing.
I agree. I mean, the reality is the Arkansas Derby obviously is the big one, and Concert Tour, and he's a huge name in there. But I think the other races are as interesting, if not more interesting races. Frank's Rocket in the Carousel, and she's got challenger outside of her and a couple of real runners. Count Fleet, of course, with Whitmore and his big grudge match with CZ Rocket. I want to say CJ's Rocket. And the Oaklawn Mile, good race as well. A very fun day, and some nice maiden races earlier in the card as well, including I know a lot of people are very excited before the big showdown of the 2-run happies in race number 7.
That's right. Yeah, looking forward to all of that. That's coming up tomorrow at Oaklawn Park. Back here today, though, we have the second race at the Big A almost upon us. It is a mile on the main track here for this $14,000 claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 3 races. Scratch the plain one, so we're left with just the one part of the entry. And currently the favorite, Andy, is the 6, Hara. Can she repeat that race last time out?
Well, that's the million-dollar question so often in horse racing, right? Because if Hara runs back to her last race, she's a cinch to win this race. She was dominant in there and ran a Beyer speed figure of 71, which is likely too fast for anybody in this field. But there's many differences between quality horses and the lower level horses, but the quality horses have a level of consistency that the lower level horses don't often have. And I think it's tougher for them to repeat those performances. So I want to see it to believe it. I prefer the one inside of her, who's also 2-1 right now in Lottie's Mission.
And this one, much the best last time out. Again, 16 non-winners of 2 condition. Now stepping up to the logical next level. Eric Hansel will be aboard once again for trainer Wayne Potts, and she's 3-2 right now on the board. Lottie's Mission for Charlie Baker faced a muddy track last time out.
Yeah, you know, there's a very big difference between Muddy Herald and Muddy Sealed. And I don't want to use any moist in the track as the excuse. She did not run well off the claim for Charlie Baker, who's having a sensational year. I think she'll rebound.
We start off with the 1A Micro Million in the post parade.
In my opinion, she benefited from being on a good rail in her last race, and I didn't like her chances, but she did run well last time.
Here's the 2 Manny Petty stretching out.
Manny Petty is dangerous, seems to be better at a mile, so stretching out helps. Rayhan will claim from Randy Persaud. Rayhan's a more higher percentage trainer, but claiming for Randy Persaud, it's tough to do with success, so we'll see.
Next in the post parade will be the 4 Mebs Webb, who also stretches out.
Yeah, I think Mebs Webb is much better going shorter.
She's the biggest price on the board right now at 13-1 as we look for the 5, Lottie's Mission.
Yeah, I prefer Lottie's Mission in this race, hoping she gets back to her race 2 back. We'll see.
Next is the 6, your favorite, Hara.
Always think of Fernando Hara, the rider, when this horse appears. Her last race sticks out like a sore thumb. If she runs it, she's going to win, but if she runs so many of her other races, she's no factor at all. What do you do with horses like this at a short price?
And last in the post parade will be the 3, Gringotts.
Gringotts is okay. You know, I know she had her big win in a sloppy sealed track, but I don't think her races are that bad. And, you know, the 2 Manny Petty's going to take some money. Well, she finished just 3/4 of a length behind her, 3 races back.
9-2 right now on that one is being by Central Banker and being named Gringotts. Her name always makes me giggle a bit. I think that's very clever. Of course, the Wizarding Bank.
What is it?
No, that's right. You said you've never seen Harry Potter, right?
I've heard of Harry Potter.
You've heard of Harry Potter.
I have an uncle named Harry. Does that close?
No,
I haven't. This is another Harry Potter. You know, if you watch, if you know Harry Potter, you get so many more cultural references. Harry Potter and Game of Thrones.
I've never seen Game of Thrones, yeah, but I'm a nerd for Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. I won't lie.
I like Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings is great. That's the best. Anyway, we're looking at the 5, Lottie's Mission.
Yeah, it's just I liked her race 2 back, where she just toyed with the field. It wasn't a very good field. Nikki Scissors is no superstar, and Mebs Webb, who finished 3rd, as you point out, the rank outsider in this race. She did not run well last time. She was outside, and you were better off in the rail. I know it was extreme rail bias that day, but I think the rail was an advantage. I'm just hoping she can improve off that race, and perhaps the dry track will help her. But she's going to have to bounce back.
There's a look at that number 3, Gringotts, who does get some class relief today. Faced 25,000 non-winners of 3 company last time out and actually dead heated for 3rd. She drops back down to a level where she has been successful at, though, again, in the previous condition, horses that have never won 2 races, then they step up for the next level of never won 3.
Yeah, it's a huge jump. It's how you rarely see, you know, horses, even if you get the better horses, they win a maiden race. Can they win a non-winners of 1, a non-winners of 2? The competition gets so much sterner. And the higher the levels, even though they're non-winners of races, the longer the horses have been in those conditions, but the more talented they are overall. So it's very tough to win those races consecutively.
Trying to get to the next condition today. And speaking about winning races consecutively, the 6, Hara, she broke her maiden through being elevated in a disqualification back in 2019 with previous connections when she was with John Service, was claimed recently for the current barn. Took a big step forward last time, but again, has to face the next level today.
Yeah, the Wayne Potts horses, you know, when he sort of showed up in Saratoga, made kind of a splash. He won a few races, horses ran well. And then there was a big cooling off period for a lot of the Aqueduct meeting. But over the last month to 6 weeks or so, his horses have really come alive. And Hara was one of them. Because, I mean, honestly, you look through Hara's PPs, and as you say, John Service, Linda Rice, there's been some pretty good barns. He just doesn't have any, she doesn't have any particularly good races. And last time, she was dominant. And the track was fair that day, so it's not as though she rode a bias. I have no reason, there was nothing I could find other than her performance to suggest she ran well. She just flat out ran a big race. Now, maybe she's a better horse if she can make the lead. Well, I don't think she's going to make the lead. The horse inside of her race to go in here, there is potentially some other speed, but the reality is, I think if you're Eric Cancel, why wouldn't you go back to what you did last time and be aggressive with her? Mebs Webb is supposed to present a challenge to her, but around here, if one person's aggressive, very often other riders take back. So I think if you're Eric Cancel, you're supposed to think, hey, I won with her on the front last time. Do it again. Let her ride to her strength, because the only difference I can see is she was able to control last time.
Being aggressive, as we often hear Richie talk about, putting yourself into the race early on with that forward position. Let's talk a little bit about the two, Manny Petty, who we just touched on briefly. This one first off the claim now for Ray Handel and stretching back out, which does seem, to be fair, to be her preferred distance.
Right, I agree. And by the way, she is a very generous price
Yes,
at
she is.
7 to 1 in this race. I picked her second and think it's a crazy big price for her. You see a trainer, and I'm not trying to knock Randy Persaud. He wins some races, but he's a low percentage trainer. And I think there's a common wisdom that should be, well, a trainer like Ray Handel, a lot of trainers claim from low percentage trainers, why shouldn't I be able to move the horses up? It doesn't work that way. I used to always think this, but then every time you see it happen, it seems like claiming from trainers who win a low percentage, they don't improve that much. For whatever reason it is, I don't know, or frankly, I don't care. I just know it doesn't work that often. It seems in general, it feels like it should work, and it doesn't.
You know, I've learned something really interesting. I interviewed Saffy Joseph Jr. the other day for a podcast that I do after his big weekend, and he claims a lot of horses with a lot of success. And one thing he said, which I thought was very interesting, is that he said, I'm never looking to claim a horse to move it forward. If you find something, maybe a condition that they're eligible for, you want to try them on turf, try them going long, a change that you can make. He said, maybe you'll have a couple in a handful if you claim 20 horses that'll move forward. I'm looking to find a horse that I can keep the same and continue on with and win races.
And I think a lot of what you see from the successful claiming trainers, and Savvy Joseph has some nice horses now, obviously, and a great performance from Mischievous Alex in our Carter, looking for big things from him going forward. But he's, cut his teeth with claiming horses. I think you claim horses that were really good once, and maybe a CZ Rocket. And you feel like maybe whatever the trainer's doing isn't working, I can get this horse back. I know he's a good horse or she's a good horse somewhere in there. Can I find that? And I think that's what you see good claiming trainers be successful with.
Can you tease out some of that back class as well? We'll see if first off the claim for Manny Petty works out in here today as they load in your favorite Hara, trying to make it 2 in a row. Here's John Embrial with the call.
And they're off. Going for the lead is Gringotts, quickly joined by Mebs Webb and those white blinkers on the outside, Latti's Mizion and Hara. Then it's a break of 2. Back to Manny Petty. Micromillion is the early trailer in 6th. And they make the crossover now from the chute to the main track. And it is Mebs Webb with a narrow lead, challenged on the inside by Gringotts. The favorite Hara is on the far outside. Right alongside is Latti's Mizion. Then it's a break of 4 to a Manny Petty. Micromillion is at the back, opening quarter mile 23 and 4/5 seconds. So it is a 4-way battle up front. Gringotts, Mebs Webb, Hara, and Latti's Mizion. And then 3.5 lengths to Manny Petty and Micromillion. Less than a half mile to the finish now. And it is Mebs Webb right there with Gringotts. 3 wide is Latti's Mizion. 4 wide is Hara. The half went in 47-2. They're midway around the far turn. In between horses, Mebs Webb, Latti's Mizion, Hara on the outside. The 2 gray fillies now gaining ground as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Latti's Mizion and Hara. Mebs Webb, Gringotts down at the rail. 4 of them stacked across the track as they pass the 3/16 pole. And Manny Petty is running in 5th. Now there's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Gringotts down at the rail. Lottie's Mizion in between. Horrors on the outside. Now it's a 3-way battle as they hit the 16th pole. Lottie's Mizion in between. Gringotts battling on down at the rail. Horrors on the outside. The 3 of them come to the wire together, and it may have been Gringotts. But it's a 3-way photo finish. Gringotts, Hara, and Lottie's Mizion.
Well, we had 4 horses just going around the track and 3 of them down to the wire. That's the kind of race it was. As we take a look, and inside Gringotts, it looks like she just held on.
And we talked about it yesterday. It felt like a, no, you win.
Yeah.
No, you win.
Yep.
No, you win. And Gringotts, who, by the way, took a lot of money closing at 3-1, the exact same price as the number 5 in this race, Lottie's Mizion. She just wouldn't be denied for Benji Hernandez just coming back. I mean, at this point, it feels like either Lottie's Mizion is going to take over or the 6 Horror is going to move on the outside. And I think our point before the race about Horror, she doesn't want to pass horses. No. And the next time she runs, put her in the lead. Let her lose, but she's not going by horses because she had absolutely no excuse not to get by. If anything, we've seen outside runners do better than inside runners. I don't think there's a bias, but it hasn't been favoring horses making it with inside position. And at the end of the day, Gringotts wouldn't be denied. And boy, the money was right about her. I mean, she got bet, and she just would not be denied getting the job done. It feels like a 3-5-6 finish. And boy, the board told the story on Manny Petty at 8-1.
Yeah, she was cold on the board. A distant 4th, Manny Petty checks in. Ara at 6-5. She was 4 wide almost the whole race. She didn't clear and send as we anticipated she might.
Right, and at the end of the day, I think that's what they need to do with her going forward, win or lose. And listen, this may not have been the highest quality of group, and on paper it was a tricky race in general to handicap, but they put on as good a show, these horses, as any race you'll see anywhere, anytime.
They certainly did. Gringotts game as can be down inside. Let's see if maybe Andy will read Harry Potter now after this. The opener.
Not highbrow enough for me. It's not pretentious enough for me.
Oh, excuse me. Well, as we turn the page, I should have actually. We go to Oaklawn Park now. We have the opener coming up. 6 furlongs on the main track. Again, this is a $20,000 claiming race, and looking for the 3rd win of their career. We start off the post parade with the 3 Awesome Indra.
Yeah, we've missed She's Fire and Ice. We'll get to her. Awesome Indra seems to be a player in here, but they're all playing 2nd, 3rd, or 4th fiddle to a 1-9 shot.
Every favorite right now on the board is next is the 4 Blinkers.
Off the claim for a trainer who over the last 5 years is 2 for 40 off the claim on dirt.
And she does wear blinkers. That's good to know as she lives up to her name. But as you said, everybody's got to get around the favorite, Sugar Love.
She looked like a layover favorite without the scratches and with the 2 scratches. And I think it was nice to welcome Maggie down to Oaklawn to scratch the 6 down to 4. Sugar Love, honestly, I don't think you and I ever want to run and endorse 1-9 shots, but I don't think she's an underlay.
No, she's not. As we wrap up the post parade, last coming out is the 1 She's Fire and Ice.
Yeah, and we'll get back to She's Fire and Ice, who's going to run in here. And she's also off the claim, though for Federico Villafranco is okay. I guess she's a horse has a chance behind the 5, but it's hard to make a play with anybody.
We'll come back to Oaklawn momentarily, but there is an inquiry and objection on the top 2 finishers in the 2nd race at Aqueduct. Gringotts dead game down on the inside. The 5 Lottie's Mizion in between horses, as it looks like the jockeys will go talk to the stewards now. As we take a look at the head on here, down on the inside is Gringotts. Lottie's Mizion is in the blue cap in between horses.
Right. Now, right there, they sort of tighten up, but nobody did anything dramatic. Benji is hitting left-handed. He is going to come out a little bit. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's interesting. See, I actually think that they won't. I don't believe there's any chance they'll take this horse down. But we had a disputed disqualification here last week when Eric Cancel came out into Manny Franco, when the feeling was that Manny had sort of joined him without making contact. And Eric's horse did bump him a couple times. I'm not going to deny that. But it didn't seem to have affected the order of finish, and I was surprised it came down. In this case, there wasn't any significant contact. But there's no question that the 3 is hurting the 5. And don't forget, the 5 was in front of the 3 when this is taking place. And as the 3 is drifting out and forcing the 5 out of a path and is coming over and forcing the horse out 3 paths, legitimately 3 paths, that's when Gringotts was able to re-get the lead. So I believe with 100% certainty that had the 3 kept a straight path, the 5 would have beaten her. And at the very least, she was prevented from having her best chance to win the race. So to me, this horse should be disqualified. In the past, the stewards have been reticent to take horses down for herding because there isn't significant contact. But there's no question the 5 isn't drifting on her own. The 5 is coming out because the 3 is herding her out there. It didn't affect the 6, but it clearly affected the 5. And remember, the 5 horse, Lottie's Mizion, was ahead of the 3 Gringotts before this herding took place.
And that's the really important piece of it. The rule is looking at, did it affect the ultimate order of finish? And when there is herding like that, you think about it, we talk about it all the time. You're moving quickly on a 1,000-pound animal, especially for the 5, Lottie's Mizion, who's in between horses, just not very tight at that point, but taking the lead, having your momentum stopped, pushed off balance a little bit as you're pushed out a couple of paths, you're moving quickly on a large animal. It's difficult to keep that momentum going, whereas for Gringotts, when she's drifting out, again, Benji Hernandez going left-handed, here too you don't see him make any movement to correct his path either and get back straight either.
Very, very good point there in that sense. And he's hitting left-handed and coming out. And I don't see how you can look at it and say, well, what the 3 didn't affect the 5. Obviously it affected, and not only that, let's be honest, it's a rider's intention to do it. Now, the stewards have allowed riders around here to get away with herding, and a rider's job is to try to win for the bettors, for the owners, for the connections. So I don't blame the rider for doing something that has been allowed here. It's up to the stewards to say, you can't do it, and if you do it, you're getting disqualified and you're getting suspended and fined. So it's really up to them to make the change. And in this case, there's no question to me that the number 3 caused this to happen. I'm looking at Benji Hernandez, who did not look happy. Right there. No. He didn't look happy, and I got a feeling we're going to see a change, and I think that would be the right move by the stewards.
Drifting out on the inside, and especially when you see the photo finish is so tight that the margin of victory was so slim with those 3 horses down to the wire. Again, the 6 Hara not affected to the outside.
And they are in, the 3 is on the line of the 5. The 3 was on the line of the 2. They're going to the gate at Oaklawn. We can't take you away from this DQ. We have to keep a look at this or this potential disqualification. There's a better chance the 5 wins the first race at Oaklawn. There's disqualification, but I think the odds are similar, Acacia.
At Oaklawn Park, they're off and running. Here's Vic Stauffer.
And Ice and Blinkers are close up, and it'll be Awesome Indra to lead up the backstretch. So Awesome Indra has built up a 1.5 length lead on Blinkers between horses and a 3-wide favorite in Sugar Love in the pink. Those 2 have sprinted about 2.5 clear of She's Fire and Ice. That's the 4 of them past the half-mile pole with Awesome Indra, the leader. Awesome Indra is a 1.25 lengths in front of Blinkers in second. Sugar Love is 3 deep in third now and about 2 from the front, and she's 2.5 in front of She's Fire and Ice as they round the far turn. Awesome Indra and Blinkers, who's closer in second. Awesome Indra just a 1/2 length in front of Blinkers in second. She's Fire and Ice is moving nicely at the rail, and Sugar Love will be 4 wide turning into the stretch. Any one of the 4 can do it. She's Fire and Ice moving well at the rail, but meanwhile Sugar Love is charging in the center of the racetrack, and Sugar Love has taken over a short lead. She's Fire and Ice continues to ride that rail, and that puts her in the thick of the battle. She's Fire and Ice, Sugar Love to the outside, and She's Fire and Ice is going to take it. Awesome Indra battles back into second. She's Fire and Ice. She's Fire and Ice won by 2.5. Awesome Indra was second, Sugar Love third, Blinkers fourth.
An upset at Oaklawn Park in the opener. The heavy favorite defeated as She's Fire and Ice gets the win under Ricardo Santana.
Maybe the sealed track and maybe the speed will end up being good down towards the inside, but this was a poor performance by the number 5, Sugar Love, who didn't show up. But credit to She's Fire and Ice coming off the claim for Federico Villafranco.
And our Maggie Wolfendale there live at Oaklawn. Maggie, an upset here in the opener.
Yeah, I'm a little peeved that they wanted to ride rough over at Aqueduct because I want to bring up the point about the 5. The 5 is owned by Flying P Stable, Jay Provenzano, who is a New York native, who has several horses with several different trainers running in New York. There is a bonus offered to horses shipping from Oaklawn to New York. If he really wanted to hang on to this horse, she would not be in this spot. And this was a bit of a dicey spot for this horse to be in. And Good on Ricardo Santana. She's firing nice. Dropped him when he came onto the track. She was breathing fire today, and he worked out the right kind of trip, proving that he deserves to be always one of the leading riders here at Oaklawn.
Ricardo Santana, a win on the card today. Of course, has a big chance in the feature later for trainer Steve Asmussen, who he rides a lot for. Back at Aqueduct, no change as Gringotts will stay up and get her picture taken.
I believe this is a very poor decision by the stewards, and in light of the disqualification they made here a couple of weeks ago, it's absolutely nonsensical. There's no question that Gringotts got an unfair advantage by herding that horse out like that, and in my opinion, and I did not bet a nickel on this race, if you bet the 5, you was robbed.
Now, Gringotts getting the win here. We talk about it a lot with the herding. No actual physical contact needs to be made for herding to impede another runner. But Gringotts, there's the photo, will stay up. Very tight for second there over Lottie's Mizion and Hara. When we come back, we'll talk about the ageless Whitmore, the champ, Eclipse Award winner, Breeders' Cup winner, coming back here to Oaklawn Park and renewing his rivalry with CZ Rocket in the Count Fleet.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Helium.
It's Helium in a huge effort.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires distorted humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the second race at Aqueduct, bit of excitement here down on the inside. The number 3 Gringotts crossed the wire first in the blue cap. Was the 5 Lottie's Mizion. There was an objection and an inquiry on the 3 coming out and hurting the 5 a few paths over. There was no disqualification, no change in the order of finish. So 3, 5, 6 is the official order of finish at Aqueduct. Your favorite on the outside, Hara, not setting the pace alone like she was last time out, and unable to make it 2 wins in a row, as she will have to settle for third. But Benji Hernandez, he gets his picture taken here, gets a high five coming up into the winner's circle. Tight photo finish there, particularly for second, just a little bit of her nose down for Lottie's Mizion to get second place, but $8.90 winner on Gringotts. Filly by Central Banker. Benji Hernandez in the saddle. At Oaklawn, there was an upset there as well. A heavy favorite was taken down. The number 5, Sugar Love, was 1-9. Again, we did have some light showers, some rain there at Oaklawn Park, a sealed track, and on the inside was the number 1, She's Fire and Ice. You heard from Maggie Wolfendale that she actually dropped Ricardo Santana stepping onto the track. She's certainly full of it today and responded to his cues down on the inside there. Poor performance from your favorite on the outside to not get the job done. Bit of an upset with Ricardo Santana aboard She's Fire and Ice for her first start for the new connections. Take a look at the prices. It was 1-3-5, your 1-9 favorite, finishing third, a $16 winner to upset here. She's Fire and Ice. We'll have more live racing from Oaklawn Park still to come when we look ahead to what's coming up tomorrow, though. Of course, the Arkansas Derby, but the Count Fleet, I think, a highlight as well. You'll see the renewed rivalry between CZ Rocket and the ageless Whitmore. Whitmore, kind of a hometown hero at Oaklawn Park as he's taken his connections and fans on quite a journey.
It is Whitmore. Holy mackerel, what a horse.
It's a culmination of things that it's the beginning of the year, the beginning of the campaign, him coming fresh off a layoff. The weather's cold. He really liked cold weather. He's not a fan of hot weather, that kind of stuff.
Here is Whitmore. Yes! Whitmore wins the 44th Count Fleet Sprint Handicap.
The Count Fleet, that's the championship here at Hot Springs. It's a race that means something. We've won it 3 times.
Whitmore has to go, and he did. Wow!
We got beat by the Breeders' Cup champion and Eclipse of winning Matoli when we were the only time we got beat.
And Matoli has now turned away Whitmore.
We would like to win it again if we could. These are all the races that I kind of, if you write it down, you make it happen kind of deal. It was just races that I thought about that I wanted to win. Our barn is Count Fleet. It's funny, we'd never won the Count Fleet before we moved in it. They were toying around with renaming the barn, Whitmore. And I was like, man, Count Fleet was the champion. We need to leave that a great name and a great horse. And I find it, a lot of honor to be in that barn. So we'd like to leave it Count Fleet. One of these days, Whitmore will have a barn or something named after him. And hopefully that the horseman that resides there will have as much respect for him as we do Count Fleet.
The 8-year-old Whitmore back in action. Tomorrow will be racing in the Silks of Bob LaPenta. Of course, he's owned by a partnership there. And what a career he has had. It's fun to see horses like this stay in training, keep winning too, as he had the upset in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And now he has this fun rivalry to follow with CZ Rocket as well.
He's a horse who was on the Triple Crown Trail as a 3-year-old, but very quickly they realized, and he didn't run badly, by the way, in some big races, but they realized this is a horse that's better kept sprinting. They've been sprinting him ever since, and he's just had a fabulous career. And Whitmore's the kind of horse that just makes you love horse racing. A hard-knocking horse, shows up in all the spots, doesn't win a lot of them, but he makes a good account of himself even when he doesn't win, and he's won his share, winning a couple of grade ones, including win over City of Light, who later won the Pegasus, and then, of course, the Breeders' Cup Sprint as well.
And he's spirited, too. You can always see him out on the track as well as we take a look at what's still to come. Of course, Whitmore and CZ Rocket rematching from the Hot Springs before we move ahead, as this is a look at the start of the race. Now, Whitmore broke sharply here. CZ Rocket has shown some versatility, too, of how his running style can be used.
No, and it's a real credit and a weapon for him because there's plenty of speed in the Count Fleet. You've got confirmed speed with no parole, strike power as well, and another speed in that race also. He beat Whitmore at his game. I mean, frankly, you outclose a horse like Whitmore. I don't think Whitmore moved too soon. I just think the other horse ran him down, and these horses have met before. They've run well against each other, and it really adds some intrigue. It's always exciting when Whitmore's back, but the fact that he's got a real rival, it becomes a bit of a grudge match, and I think top horses are great, and we love to see them run, but there's nothing like a rivalry.
They were putting on a big show for us last time in the Hot Springs. I'm sure that field will put on another show for us this weekend in the Count Fleet. As we turn the page now, we go back to New York. Aqueduct racing continues here. We have the third race coming up next. We are on the turf here, the outer turf, 6 furlongs in this New York bred maiden claiming. This is for 3-year-olds and upward, and Scratchley also eligible as a main track only to the outside. Jack's Dream currently 7-2, but we did have that inquiry and objection earlier on, so who better to bring in for some opinions on that final order of finish than a former champion jockey. Richie, what were your thoughts on that inquiry and objection and how the results did stand?
Well, I think you guys made a great point about herding and how it makes a horse have to shift their weight in one direction or another. There doesn't have to be contact for a horse herding another horse to inhibit his forward progress. Think you're walking down a hallway and you're going face to face with somebody and you kind of do that stutter step left, right to get around them. It's a similar situation. Big horse, they're going to have an inclination to step away from the other horse. Even though Trevor McCarthy was trying to hold his line, his horse was stepping away from that horse. They try to avoid contact. They're smart. They're big animals. The biggest thing, though, and listen, it's a tough job being a steward. I wouldn't want to be in that position, is consistency. If that's how you're going to call it like that every day. Make sure that there's kind of a template in place, if you will. Certain protocols. What denotes a foul? What makes a change or a difference in the order of a finish? That's the only thing that anybody can ask for. If it's called like that today, make sure it's called like that tomorrow and every day after that. So me personally, I think I probably would have made a change there, but stewards do have a difficult job. That being said, kind of a interesting looking group of young horses here, New York breds, going onto the turf. The 4-horse Giramonte definitely has a look of a turf horse. Comes from the Jimmy Bond barn. Him and his sons, such a family affair. They do a great job. This horse tried to run on the turf first time. It was rained off. This is their first opportunity. I'm seeing a turf foot. I'm seeing a long slacker pastern. I'm seeing a horse that looks like he's doing well, in good order, and should appreciate getting on the turf. The 5 just in time for wine. I'm never late for that. Certainly Pat Reynolds, first time in his barn. Horse making a real nice impression. Pat does a great job, and just in time for wine has some turf races that are okay. I like the way the horse looks. This horse looks just sharp. The 6-horse Jack's Dream, first-time starter from George Weaver. Talked to the assistant trainer, Blair. Horse got here from Florida a few days ago. He's in good order. He's got that Florida tan going on. And she said, really, he's trained well since he's got here. Everybody gets on him, really likes him. This horse looks like he's well meant today. And the 7 Rogue Leader for Jorge Abreu, who's really doing a great job. Won a race yesterday, won a race today with first-time starters. Rogue Leader gets on the grass. I'm seeing a turf foot, turf angled pastern, and a horse that's dropping from maiden allowance, who didn't run terrible, into this maiden 40 on the turf by Lauban. I think Rogue Leader is going to take a big step forward, guys.
Richie, thank you. Rogue Leader takes that drop in class. Jorge Abreu looking for his second win today on the card. And now it's turf season, so if you have a horse that you think might like the grass, now's your time to try. Now,
Jorge Abreu, who trains the 7, looking for, doesn't have a ton of pedigree, but he has had a lot of success with these kind of moves, so maybe it works. The horse that I don't like that's ultimately likely to be favored is the 11 Me and Sap, who is a heavy favorite in the doubles. I don't see the pedigree for that horse and don't particularly like his chances. I think there's far more interesting horses at better prices.
Believe me, I looked. Well, there's a look at Jorge Abreu, who does have that number 7 trying the grass for the first time. Me and Sap trying the grass for the first time. Bourbon Courage with turf sprints. And Bourbon Courage, of course, we typically see a lot more of them in the Mid-Atlantic. Now, this one's a New York bred. But Bourbon Courage with turf sprints, just 2 for 11, with turf routes 0 for 20. So turf, as far as the stallion goes, not really the numbers there.
And the dam side in Me and Sap, to expand on that, I know she's an Artie Schiller, but she's 0 for 4 on the grass and didn't do any running at all. So this horse probably has to improve. I think not only Just in Time for Wine is dangerous, but so is the 12 Freudian Analyst.
Here's the post parade, starting with the 1 Simba's All Trouble.
Yeah, this one tries the turf for the first time. A 1/2 to 1 to try the turf with no success. The dam did win, or full to a horse to try the turf.
You have seen The Lion King, right?
No.
Oh, boy, Andy. Here's Dream Point.
Tried the turf in the past and did no running.
Next will be the 3 Unlikely.
Another horse who feels like properly named for his chances in this race.
We'll look now at the 4 Giramonte, who Richie had some good comments about trying the grass.
And Tisway, Maggie was on top of Tisway as a good turf sire before anybody was, and is a 1/2 turf horse, so there's more dirt in the family. But they entered for turf for the first time, so I think he's possibly dangerous.
Just in Time for Wine, currently 7-2 favorite.
Yeah, I love the trainer switch to Pat Reynolds for a horse that's always had some ability and never been able to put it together. Perhaps today is the day.
Next, we'll look at the number 6, Jack's Dream, that firster.
George Weaver can always be dangerous, and there is some turf on the dam side, and the dam isn't more than ready, so there is a turf influence.
Called by Painter. Here's the 7 Rogue Leader trying the grass.
Those loud bands seem like they can probably do anything. It's not necessarily a big turf pedigree, but I expect this horse to improve at least a little.
9-2 on the board, as there's the 8 Big Price on Resilient kind of guy.
Yeah, nothing really on the dam side suggests turf, but you do get a turf influence from the sire, Stormy Atlantic.
65-1 Big Price on the board. Here's the 9 Kissin' Mission.
Yeah, this horse would also have to improve first time in the grass, and another one where there really isn't any turf pedigree move up.
Another long shot is the 10 Production Credit.
Is a 1/2 turf winner out of 4 to try it from the dam, would have to improve immeasurably.
Here's that 11 we were discussing, 5-1 Me and Sap.
This one is being bet based on dirt form, and for my money, those are the kind of horses you want to stay away from in these races.
Jose Ortiz aboard as well, and we wrap up the field with the 12 Freudian Analyst.
Don't fall asleep on this horse. I know he's had a lot of chances, but he's run well with some trips and some turf races. At a big price, I would definitely be using him in tries or supers at the very least.
11-1 right now on the board, as this does kick off the Empire 6 as well. Benji Hernandez aboard the 12 Freudian Analyst looks for another win today. Just in Time for Wine, currently the tepid favorite at 7-2. I think that's the kind of race this is. But this horse, I think, makes a lot of sense in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some real speed. The problem I'm concerned is maybe 6 is too short for him. He might be a better horse running on the turf going much longer, but he's had some good races. His form did tail off precipitously last year, but if Pat Reynolds can find the good form he once had, he's been gelded for the first time, I think he could be very, very dangerous.
He comes back as a gelding, as you mentioned. The cheek pieces come off. He used to wear cheek pieces after they took the blinkers off, so all open now for Just in Time for Wine, who turns back in distance. For more, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Just getting back to 5 Just in Time for Wine. I really like what I'm seeing from this horse. And Pat Reynolds, a trainer I had the utmost respect for, had a lot of success with him over the years. And just a guy who's got a really good handle on what the horses need. I'm taken with how well turned out the 5 Just in Time for Wine is. The 6 Jack's Dream, first time starter, left the pony a little bit green, kind of a little bit of a hump in his back, little bucking. The 7 horse Rogue Leader, who ultimately will be my top selection, just really had a turf look to me. I like the way the horse is built for turf. I love the angle of the pastern, love the kind of flatter foot, and Jorge Abreu doing a good job. Rogue Leader will be my top selection. And then the 9 horse Kissin' Mission was really difficult, really hard to handle in the paddock, and he's kind of continued that on the track. He almost ran over the flower pots in the paddock, almost a little bit out of control, and he's kind of continued. He keeps jumping up and down, sideways, really beside himself. Not very positive notes there. Just a horse that really needs to settle. He's kind of coming unglued a little bit, guys.
Richie, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that as Kendrick Carmouche has his hands full there with Kissin' Mission, who tries the turf for the first time, gets the blinkers on. He's linked back up with the pony now, but still acting up a little bit. And that's significant. We talk about how horses are acting up because it expends a lot of energy before they even run the race.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, that's something you're more attuned than I am. I mean, it's hard with the first-time starters and horses you're not experienced with, because I think one of the things that Maggie has brought to the table here, and, you know, you're not here year-round. You're here for part of the year, though you're spending more time with us, but having the ability to see horses in the past. Because, listen, there's some horses that are washed out or backed badly, and they always run well. So if you see them the first time, you go, I don't want to bet that horse. But it turns out that's just the way they are naturally, and you almost wonder if you saw them and they were cool, calm, cool, and collected, maybe they really wouldn't run that day. Horses have their own personalities, as I know you well know.
They absolutely do, and their own quirks as well. I mean, you think back, I always use Shackelford as the example because he was always hot and sweaty out on the racetrack. That was just normal for him, and a lot of his offspring are the same as well. So being able to have those notes, to look back on them, compare and contrast last race versus today, when you see a change, positive or negative, that can really help as far as having a short price or a big price on there. But Me and Sap, excuse me, I'm looking at Kissin' Mission. Me and Snap currently your favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, what I've done for my betting to hope to try to take advantage of that because I can't book me and Sap, is I've keyed the 5 just in time for wine with the 6, 7, and 12. So in general, if I can get the 5 in the exacta with any of those 3 horses, first or second, preferably first, I'll make money. And that's my plan because I'm trying to find a way to take advantage of the fact that there's a horse that's a short price that I don't like. And that doesn't mean the 11 can't win. But for my money, he's being bet because he's running Beyer speed figures and dropping down in races on the dirt that obviously would make him competitive here. And also, Jose Ortiz is riding, which is never a bad thing. But he had Jorge Vargas. It's not as though he had a bad rider. And I think he's being bet for all the wrong reasons because you and I have the same belief. We look at pedigrees. And one of the reasons that maiden turf races can prove lucrative is a horse can be a terrible horse on the dirt and be a stakes horse in the turf and vice versa. And pedigrees play a big role in that. I mean, if you find $50, $60 horses in the course of the year and you're fortunate to find even 2, it's very often going to be a situation like that.
That could really help you out for sure. As we do, of course, have more turf races carded now. We're picking back up steam. It's springtime. You have an opportunity to run on the turf in a maiden race. Point to some turf races further on. This is where trainers figure out where their horses belong. And many of them might have already had an idea that they want to run on the turf if they do have that pedigree or that physicality like Richie was talking about with the slacker pasterns, flatter type of hoof. You like the 12 Freudian analyst a little bit, and we touched on him briefly, but I want to circle back to him as he's a big price and one that you're going to be using in your wagers. And yes, he's had some chances, but you're right with some of the trips that he's had in the past.
And he's consistently running Beyer speed figures in the mid-60s, which probably puts him in the hunt here. He's got to get the right trip. He didn't draw that well on the far outside in here, but his form tailed off a bit at the end of the year, but maybe it did from a long career. I'm not really sure why they chose to run him in the winter, because he's not a horse that's ever been effective on the dirt. And now they're getting back, and at least he's had almost 2 months since his last race. And he's a big price. You know, I think he's a very, very generous price. And the 11 is 2-1 right now. Why?
Yeah.
Because you're hoping the horse can run on the turf and is therefore better than... There's so many variables in here. You want to try to get paid, and I just think betting on a horse like the 11 at 2-1, win or lose, is just not the way to win at the racetrack.
He's the favorite right now. A couple of others still taking some attention, including that first-time starter, Jack's Dream. We heard from Richie a little bit. Green out there on the racetrack. We'll see if he puts everything together as they load into the starting gate for the 3rd race here at the Big A, kicking off today's Empire 6 on the turf here for this maiden claiming race. The New York breds in the spotlight right now. In goes Just in Time for Wine. First time for Pat Reynolds, taking attention as well. A couple left to load. We'll send it up now to track announcer John Imbrial with the call of the 3rd at the Big A.
And Freudian analyst. They're all in line. And they're off. Me and Sap going out for the early lead. Giramonte now moves up along with Just in Time for Wine. So it's 3 of them across the track. Resilient Kind of Guy is on the outside. Rogue Leader advances in between horses. And down at the rail is Unlikely, who is racing in 6th. It's almost 3 lengths. The Freudian Analyst in 7th. Simba's All Trouble is in 8th. Production Credit is next in 9th, followed by Dream Point in 10th. And then we come back to Kissin' Mission, and the trailer is the first-time starter, Jack's Dream, in 12th. Opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 22 seconds. And it is Just in Time for Wine, who has the lead now by a length and a half. Me and Sap on the outside in 2nd. Giramonte down towards the rail in 3rd. And then comes a Rogue Leader and Unlikely. The field is now in the stretch. The half in 44 and 4. Just in Time for Wine. Giramonte moves off the rail now, looks to advance in between horses. Me and Sap is on the outside. Just in Time for Wine. Giramonte, Me and Sap, and then Unlikely and Rogue Leader. They're coming for the finish. It is Giramonte and Just in Time for Wine. Just in Time for Wine just held on. Giramonte was 2nd. Me and Sap finished 3rd.
Just in time for wine, just in time indeed. Holds on inside, wiring the field under Mike Lezzi.
Yep, Mike Lezzi, good job by Mike, being aggressive, asserting himself. Congrats to Pat Reynolds as well. I believe it's Pat Reynolds' 70th birthday today, Anthony
Happy
Stabile
birthday,
said to me.
Pat.
To confirm that, maybe Richie can find out. Giramonte, I mean, poor Trevor McCarthy, you know, who thought he might get put up in the last race, and this is not a foul. He realized there just wasn't room, and he tried to angle out, and he did the right thing riding Giramonte. I think Trevor rides just sensationally, and he had every chance to get up and just couldn't get by him. And then the truth is the 11 didn't run that badly in here. He's a bad bet at 2-1, but he ran fine. I mean, he ran third. He was only beaten about a length and a half, but in the end of the day, there were just better horses at better prices.
We'll bring you prices shortly from Aqueduct, but back at Oaklawn, we have the second race coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track in this $10,000 maiden claiming race, and this is for 3-year-olds and upward. The number 3, Clearly Mad, is currently your favorite, going back to the dirt as we check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. The rain picking back up here again, track labeled wet fast. I have no problems with Clearly Mad, making sense. Looks like he should be A-okay on the main track here, which is sealed, obviously. But let's take a look at some other horses, including number 5, Confess, who does go out for a trainer I admit I'm not totally familiar with, but does hit at a high percentage here at Oaklawn. And first off the claim, yes, it was a slower type of pace, but showed a little bit more speed. The one thing I didn't like watching that last replay is he never came off of his inside lead. He is a 5-year-old maiden still, but I will admit, he probably looked the best of any of these. Really intense, focused, sharp, and keen look to his eye as you see him bouncing out on the track. Great coat to him, dappled head to toe. Just looks like a ready type of horse. So we'll see if he does possess that same kind of speed, as obviously Clearly Mad has a bit of it as well. Number 4, Talk to Each Other, I thought was the complete wild card here in the mix, as he is making a second start, dropping down a bit from that maiden 30. Actually showed some brief speed, and then wasn't really persevered with, and then dropped back through the field and just kind of seemed a bit green, seemed a bit lost. I was very intrigued by this rider change to Ricardo Santana. Big, solid, really well-muscled horse. The one knock, I didn't love the way he first started his warm-up out on track, but Ricardo took him away from the pony, got a big gallop into him, and he looked much better once he got back over to the backside where they break. And then finally, number 8, Majestic Day. He's had his chances as a 5-year-old maiden, making his 20th start here for Ingrid Mason, but at times he's run fast enough speed figures that make him a player. Granted, those were going longer, but I will say physically, he actually does look more like a sprinter as he turns back for his third start here of 2021. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Majestic Day turning back. Got some good comments from Maggie as far as the distance switch with him today. He is 0 for 19, but this is his third start of 2021.
Yeah, I mean, he just had too many chances for me. I know Clearly Mad's had chances, but the thing about the 3 Clearly Mad is only 4 of them have been in the dirt, and they were against much better horses. I think Clearly Mad is the right favorite, win or lose. What about the 5 Confess, second off the claim for Aiden Green, a horse who has speed and probably stalks the 4 Talk to Teacher?
Yeah, I got some good notes from Maggie as well on this one. Aiden Green, the Sparn, batting at about 26%, having a good year for sure. But this one, I agree, has speed. I thought ran fine last time out. And this one, hopefully it can take a step forward. And as far as being a 5-year-old, typically when you see some older horses, you will see more chances. As back at Aqueduct, just to let you know, we do have another inquiry and objection, not on the winner just in time for wine, but on the second and third place finishers.
If they take Trevor McCarthy down for second after not placing him first in the second
Poor
race,
Trevor.
I think Trevor might need a drink.
That was on the 4 Giramonte with Trevor McCarthy aboard, and the 11 Me and Sap with Jose Ortiz. We'll keep you updated on Aqueduct. Meanwhile, back here in Oaklawn in for race 2. Here's Vic Stauffer.
And Majestic Day. They're at the post. They're off. Toil and Trouble broke well, and so did Talk to Each Other, with Clearly Mad away a close third. Then Confess. These four have sprinted clear from Aniara and Samurai Saint. Then Majestic Day, and the trailer is Mystic Pharaoh. It is Talk to Each Other just in front of Toil and Trouble up the backstretch. Talk to Each Other ahead in front. Toil and Trouble is second by 2 lengths to Confess and Clearly Mad at the rail. They're right together, third and fourth, and 2 from the front. Then it's a gap of 6 lengths back to Mystic Pharaoh and Aniara. Another 4 back to Samurai Saint and Majestic Day. 2 by 2, Toil and Trouble gets away at the quarter pole, and he's a half length in front now of Talk to Each Other in second. Clearly Mad is third, and 2 from the front. Gonna angle off the fence. Confess just outside of him. Aniara still has 7 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of Mystic Pharaoh. Toil and Trouble the leader. Toil and Trouble leads Clearly Mad, who now is set down in the center of the racetrack, and here's a new leader, Clearly Mad, to put a neck in front of Toil and Trouble, who battles on at the rail. Clearly Mad, now a half length in front. Toil and Trouble is second. Talk to Each Other third. Clearly Mad, Toil and Trouble, Clearly Mad in front. Clearly Mad won by a neck over Toil and Trouble. Talk to Each Other was third. Aniara finished fourth.
Clearly Mad, the favorite, gets the job done in race 2 at Oaklawn Park, while the one Toil and Trouble ran well on the inside as well.
Yeah, Toil and Trouble was very, very game, turning back, and a horse that McKnight had claimed from Travertino Diodoro, but Clearly Mad wasn't be denied, and getting back to the dirt, the drop-in class obviously helped him out. He had never run at this level on either turf or dirt, particularly on dirt.
Back at what seemed to be the right spot, gelding by Exaggerator. I'm sure didn't mind any moisture in the track either, given his pedigree. Blinkers coming off, and that drop in class, the right move for him in the second at Aqueduct, or excuse me, at Oaklawn, 3-1-4-2. Speaking of Aqueduct, though, no change back here after that inquiry and objection.
Trevor McCarthy will not have to need a drink. Just yet. The day is young. The day is young, though, at the racetrack. A lot of us feel that way at the end of the day.
That's very true. Just in time for wine, $8.40 winner at Oaklawn. We had the favorite getting the job done there, but 5-4-11 in the third at Aqueduct as the final order of finish. We'll give you prices from Oaklawn Park when we come back. We'll also be talking about New York's first turf stake of 2021 coming up this Saturday in the Dangers Hour. A couple of graded stakes winners that will be swearing off in Analyze It and Decorated Invader, both making their first starts of 2021. That'll be a fun race to talk about, and we'll discuss it after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Now 500,000. Well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hofberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, bringing you coverage of Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park at the Big A. Race number 3 is in the books. It did go to the number 5, Just in Time for Wine, who wired the field. However, Andy, there was an inquiry and objection on the 2nd and 3rd place finishers with the 4 Giramonte and the 11 Me and Sap. No order change as far as the finish.
Yeah, this was really nothing watching the head-on, and certainly nothing compared to the second race, but the stewards did the right thing, and they immediately dismissed it. And in fairness to the stewards, they're consistent about hurting. I don't agree with their call in the second race, but we said it before, the whole thing, that they often leave those horses up, so I just happen to disagree with them. In this case, they seem to have made the right call.
Did not affect anything as far as your winner. $8.40 winner for Just in Time for Wine, start number 18. The winning one, his first start for Patrick Reynolds. As back at Oaklawn, we had a formful finish here as far as Clearly Mad, your favorite, getting the job done over Toil and Trouble, who tried to take them wire to wire.
Yeah, and held very gamely. Love those turnbacks, right? Getting it done. And it does seem like inside position with this track sealed has not been a bad thing to have at Oaklawn. I'm not saying it's some sort of bias, but it certainly hasn't been a detriment. Though this horse is well off the inside, but Clearly Mad just wore him down. We said before the race, the right favorite didn't have to win, but did get the job done. Congrats.
3-1-4 at Oaklawn Park. 3-2 favorite gets the win. $5 winner there under Martin Garcia. Those are the prices there from the second at Oaklawn. More still to come from Hot Springs, Arkansas, as well as from the Big A. Turning the page now, we get ready for the 4th race, a mile on the main track here, $35,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. The entry currently 2 to 5, a very short price on the 1 and 1A. I'm sure a lot of the money coming in on Indian Counselor, who had that game victory last time out.
Yeah, no question. This is the one who's favored. They're not betting Social Group. He'd be 5 or 6 to 1 his own. If Indian Counselor runs back to his last race, he's almost a cinch in here. Short price, though.
1 to 5 right now, and that one is we get ready to kick off the late pick 5 from Aqueduct after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Eclipse champion Blame. Among sires with less than 10 crops, he has more Grade 1 winners than any stallion standing under $100,000, including Grade 1 winners Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Singa, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and with yearlings bringing up to $400,000, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Elate is a mare that really probably doesn't need much introduction. She was a multiple Grade 1 winner, earned just a little bit over $2.6 million on the track. It's always exciting to raise one, have it go on, be incredibly successful on the track, and then see them come back as brood mares. She very gracefully transitioned into her next role of being a mother. She was pure grit and class on the track. She has been absolutely classy as a mother. She's taken to her new role very, very easily. She's a fantastic mother. The Elate filly is by Warfront. I would definitely classify this filly as a spitting image of her mother. I remember Elate as a foal, and watching this baby, it's bringing me back a little bit to when Elate was a baby. Spitting image, very classy baby as well. I can tell that she's definitely going to follow in her mother's footsteps. She's classy, she's easy to work with. She so far taken every lesson in stride, has a really great start so far. Elate is a mare that I think for most Claiborne employees really holds a special place in our heart. It's really gratifying to see our horses go on and be successful, but to watch Elate blossom into the just powerhouse that she was on the track. She was classy, she was gritty, she was tough against the boys. She beat the girls, she did it all.
Leaving the others behind, Elate dominates the Beldame.
And then to see her come back and be a mother and just be so natural at it, it's like part two. She'll most likely stay with us and go on and race under Del Schneider Silks, just like her mother did. She'll be here until summer of next year. During that time, we're going to be concerned with her growing, being happy, being healthy, and really developing into the racehorse that we think she can be.
Elate, what a horse she was on the racetrack. Multiple Grade 1 winner. There's a look at her Warfront filly in that feature, and that is exciting. As Andy and you were just kind of reminiscing here about how much we enjoyed her racing career and getting a chance to see her foal now on the racetrack soon.
There's so many things to love about racing. Yeah. But, seeing these horses over the years, and, the first time I went to Claiborne, I'll never forget it. And it's such a great place to go to, and I can't recommend enough people to go there for a tour. But Believe It was still there. Who I had seen beat Alidar in the Remsen. Seeking the Gold in 49er were in adjacent paddocks. Danzig was there. Easy Goer was still alive at that point. It was 1994. And, Elate, seeing her break her maiden here at Aqueduct, and so many of her races in her career, and then her foals, they come out, and it's the continuum of horse racing, right? And the longer you're around, the more opportunity you get to see the foals of broodmares, dams you've seen, as well as the sires as well. And it's just so much fun, and it makes the game so much more enjoyable.
It is, and to see those physical or mental characteristics that they pass on as well, any sort of personality or physical appearance, it's always fun and it's exciting, and a great career Elate did have for trainer Belmont, taking on the boys towards the end of her career as well.
No, Bill never afraid to do that.
Yep.
Claiborne, it's just, to me, Claiborne is just, says horse racing.
Absolutely.
You go to Claiborne Farm, they have the private cemetery, which is like a hall of fame of great horses to go there. And Walker Hancock took me there last time I was there. And I just can't say enough. If you're in Kentucky, go to the farms, visit them. And Claiborne, you can make tours. You don't have to know anybody. You can call them up and make an appointment. And it's just as special a way to spend some time and appreciate these great horses and see them out in the fields. And it's just, I can't say enough how great it is.
The history there as well, the legacy of the operation. Looking forward to seeing that filly down the line by Warfront out of Elate. What a pedigree that is. Now here at Aqueduct, we have the fourth race coming up, 2 to 5 on the entry. Currently, Indian Counselor is the plain one. There's a look at him with that win last time out as we head down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Yeah, before we talk about these horses, Acacia, Andy, in fact, it is Pat Reynolds' birthday today, so nice to see him get a winner on his birthday. And Mike Luzzy contributed a really fine ride. And just a little comment on Mike. Mike's a rider that's been injured pretty badly at times, and as a former rider who had his share of injuries, I got to a point where my body just couldn't take it anymore. So I give Mike a lot of credit that he's still out there competing. It's been over 11 years for me. I just couldn't do it anymore. So I really appreciate and admire what Mike's still able to do and ride at the level he can when he gets live horses to ride. As far as the horses here in the paddock, the entry from Mertcan Kentamasi, they look fantastic. They're just incredible caretakers. Mertcan and his family, they do a great job. These horses look good on paper, but both of them are just really well turned out, and that speaks to their horsemanship. in general. The 4-horse, Tri-St. Lorenzo, could not look any better. He might be just a tick above everybody else from a physical perspective here in the paddock. Now, just because a horse looks fantastic doesn't mean that they're necessarily fast enough to win, but generally the way I look at it is I think they're going to run their A race, give their best effort because of the overall general health I see. And I'm seeing that from Tri-St. Lorenzo. The 6 as well, Tapazierance, making a nice impression. Carl Broberg, the trainer, Heriberto Cedeno, everybody around the racetrack knows him as Ocala. Long-time assistant trainer to P.G. Johnson before embarking on his own training career, is the assistant for Carl Broberg in New York, and he is a tremendous horseman, does a fantastic job. So I'll get a look at these guys warming up before I give you some final comments.
Richie, thank you. Tapazierance, first off, the claim for Carl Broberg and training here, based at Belmont, in fact, on the training track. Finished second last time, took over the lead, and just dueling down to the wire with Royal Suspect.
Yeah, you know, to talk about that race a little bit more, we're talking about Tapazierance. I mean, listen, I think he ran very well last time, and the problem I have a little bit, frankly, and I know Carl Broberg has a lot of success out of town, he's 0 for 9 so far with his claims in New York, I think with 3 or 4 hitting the board, and he's underperformed. Listen, I mean, he's a great claiming trainer, and he has great success. You don't need to make apologies for him, but coming to New York and trying to enter into the claiming game is a challenge, and so far it hasn't worked out. He hasn't had no success at all with his claims, but it hasn't worked out. So I just don't know. I do think that he is the other horse besides the one. He, along with Tri-St. Lorenzo. The 5 is loose in the paddock, Not That Brady?
Yes. So we will have a little bit of a delay there as the 5, Not That Brady, loose in the paddock area.
Yes. The others, though, he was caught, so that's good. If the 1 runs his race that he did last time, and so many other dirt races, listen, the 2 to 5 is ridiculous, but he is extraordinarily hard to beat.
There was the 1, there's Not That Brady. He was caught there by one of our outriders. There he is in the paddock, and it will continue on with the post parade in a moment as we check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, just the 5-horse, Not That Brady, really a handful. It actually got his foot through the reins. They had to unbuckle the reins to get his foot extricated from it, and he's being a real handful right now with the pony. Outrider doing a really good job trying to get a handle on him. So going to keep an eye on him as he gets up onto the racetrack. He'll do a lot better, I think, when he has some more room, but he is really kind of throwing a fit at this moment.
Richie, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. Not That Brady has been apprehended after getting loose in the paddock as he stretches out in distance, though. But other horses out on the track. Let's talk about a couple of others. There goes the 3 Latin Love Bug as we continue on with this post parade.
Yeah, he was in a tougher spot last time. And recently, Latin Love Bug's form recently is actually very good. He's not impossible to get a piece at all.
Here's the 4, Tri-St. Lorenzo with Manny Franco.
Even though he's won on a wet track, he does appear to be better on a dry track.
He had a couple of back-to-back victories back in November, December. Next, we'll go to the number 6, Tapazierance.
Tapazierance in good form, as we said, off the claim for Carl Broberg. We'll see. 2 for 19. He's had his chances. He's one of the horses besides the favorite.
He is 8-1 right now on the board. It's been a little bit of an eventful day here at Aqueduct. Got a loose horse in the paddock, a couple of inquiries.
And some terrific racing yet to come. We've had some fun. Absolutely. I'm excited, having a good time up here with you. I know you're stepping off in a few minutes when Greg Wolf comes up here, but you'll be in the paddock later. And there's a lot to look forward to. As far as the 1 Indian Counselor, just to sort of expound on what we're talking about with him. And you look at his last race, say, well, he only won by a nose. Why is he a heavy favorite? He was claimed. He's moving up a condition. He's moving up in price, which are all fair questions. The horse he beat, Dangerous Edge, came back yesterday and was a decent second with a good trip, but against a solid field, I thought, in yesterday's first race, to a horse Obsessed, who would be a favorite in this race. I don't want to knock Eric Hansel. I think he was concerned that he needed to get his horse into the game. As it turned out, the pace got pretty hot. And he was on top of a pace that was too hot. And the fact that he held on despite that, I think, is a real credit to him, running against his best running style.
Ran well last time out, as you said, up against it. Dangerous Edge came back to run second yesterday with a 71 buyer speed figure. Meanwhile, Not That Brady, we saw still back in the paddock area after horses get loose, will be examined by the attending veterinarian as we check in again with Richie.
Yeah, Acacia, the 5, Not That Brady, will scratch. He did fall over. They're taking the tack off him now as we speak. Benji Hernandez was being taken to first aid. He fell hard on his hip. I did get to speak with him. He was obviously in pain. Going to be evaluated first aid before they make a determination of whether to send him on to the hospital or not. But it is official. The 5, Not That Brady, is scratched.
Okay, Richie, thank you. Scratched there, Not That Brady, as we get ready to kick off the late pick 5. And as always, the safety of horse and rider is first. If something happens before the race, again, attending veterinarians will check out that horse to protect the horse, the rider, and the interests of the betting public as well.
No question about it. And that is something, it's racing, and we all find things to criticize others about. But having said that about NYRA, we will never let a horse. I mean, you see other tracks do it too. If a horse gets loose in the post parade and throws the rider and runs up, we scratch them. It's going to cost us money, but you're protecting the bettors. More foremost, you're protecting the bettors, the horses, the connections. Nobody benefits when a horse is running a race that shouldn't be running. Nobody.
Late scratch there of the 5, Not That Brady. As we go to the other part of the entry, and of course this is a difficult thing with having entries, is Social Group Race just 8 days ago did get a win. Now claimed for Mertcan Cantormasi, though being part of the entry, also 1 to 5 here.
Yeah, now that horse can't win this race on paper and is being carried along. This is not a case where this horse is dragging down the price. I mean, maybe the horse would pay 10 cents more, but they're betting on Indian Counselor, who really did run well last time. And if you look at him, when I was talking about him being in front, well, he's never been in front before. And I don't want to criticize the rider for being aggressive. In this particular case, fortunately, the horse won, but it probably ultimately was the right decision. On the other hand, considering the number of slow paces here, I don't knock Eric Cancel for riding the best horse and saying, I'm not going to get victimized. But he ran a much better race than it looks on paper, and he still ran well enough to beat these horses regardless. We'll see how the pace works out. There isn't a ton of speed, but Liam's Fire is going to go the number 2, you'd have to think. At one time, Not That Brady had speed. Now, he's obviously scratched, so that takes some of the speed potentially out. But he didn't have speed anymore. So I think Indian Counselor will be forward here, but not as aggressive as he was last time.
Got a part of that pace last time out against his typical running style, as Andy mentioned. We're taking a look now at the 2, Liam's Fire. This one, Pablo Morales, going to be aboard. He won 2 starts back and ran 3rd behind Tapazirans last time out.
Yeah, as far as Liam's Fire, just listen, being the controlling speed is never a bad thing, and he potentially is. When he won 2 back in a 4-horse field, he rode the rail, and that was a very odd day because it seemed like the first 3 races there was an extreme rail bias, and then the track seemed to change in the middle of the day. And that can happen. It seemed to happen that day. Now, he came back, and he actually showed his effort was okay because he came back with a similar effort. The problem is, even under relatively optimal circumstances, it just doesn't seem he's clear enough, fast enough to beat Indian Counselor, Tri St. Lorenzo, Latin Lovebug, or Tapazirans. So it's just hard to make a strong case for him, though potentially he could be the controlling speed. He should be the controlling speed.
And he is the longest shot on the board at 18 to 1. You mentioned Latin Lovebug. He's 7 to 2. Now, he did try Stakes Company, obviously significantly tougher last time out.
Yeah, now, those were starter allowance races, and so, but they were solid fields. And Ryan's Cat, who won, is, I mean, he's looking like he could be ready to try legitimate Stakes Company since Rudy Rodriguez claimed him. He's run 2 giant figures and 2 very impressive wins. He didn't run badly in there. It was a tougher field than he's meeting today. My question is he a horse gets better with distance? Well, I guess he's run well enough at a mile in the past to say he has a chance.
Let's see how that stretch out does go today. Meanwhile, Tri St. Lorenzo 7 to 2 on the board. His horses finishing up their warm-ups, and we check in again with Richie.
Yeah, and I kind of qualified what I was saying about Tri St. Lorenzo earlier, is that, you know, just when a horse looks that good, it doesn't mean they're fast enough to win the race, but I believe it indicates that they're going to give a good effort, and maybe their best effort. Well, he continued to impress me, the 4, Tri St. Lorenzo. I loved what I saw in the paddock, and I loved even more what I saw in the racetrack. So ultimately, that's where I landed on the 4, Tri St. Lorenzo. Just couldn't get past what I saw on the racetrack. Just a horse that's really exuding overall good health and great energy. I mean, really great energy. So that's my pick, guys, the 4, Tri St. Lorenzo. I'm going to head to first aid after the running of this race, check on Benji Hernandez, and get a little bit more word on his condition.
Great, Richie. Thank you. Please keep us updated. Of course, thoughts with Benji Hernandez that he will be okay and be able to continue riding this afternoon as well. But safety first and foremost, and he will go to first aid, and I'm certainly thinking about him.
Yeah, I'd appreciate Richie going up to find out about him. And as you said, we all hope that he's okay.
2 to 5 now on the entry as they load in here for the 4th race. We'll send it up now to track announcer John Embrial with the call.
Waiting now for Tri St. Lorenzo and Tapazirance. They're all in. And they're off. Social Group away well. Right alongside is Liam's Fire, and those two are heads apart for the early lead. Tapazirance is on the extreme outside, racing in 3rd as Indian Counselor now moves up. Then it is Latin Lovebug, and trailing the field is Tri St. Lorenzo in 6th. The field moves up the backstretch, and it is Liam's Fire with the lead here, challenged on the inside by Indian Counselor and on the outside by Social Group. The opening quarter went in 23-1. Break of 2, Tapazirance and Latin Lovebug are right together. Tri St. Lorenzo continues to trail. It is Liam's Fire with the lead over the entry of Indian Counselor and Social Group as they head for the half-mile pole. Latin Lovebug and Tapazirance, they're right together 4th and 5th. Tri St. Lorenzo is at the back, the half, 46-4. Liam's Fire takes the field around the far turn. It is Liam's Fire in front, length and a quarter. Indian Counselor, Social Group, they continue to chase 2nd and 3rd. Tapazirance is on the move now on the outside in 4th. Then it is long shot Latin Lovebug and Tri St. Lorenzo. They're at the quarter pole, and it is still Liam's Fire with the lead. Liam's Fire in front. Indian Counselor is in 2nd. Tapazirance is on the outside in 3rd. Social Group has dropped out of it. A furlong to the finish. Here comes Indian Counselor now to grab the lead. Tapazirance up on the outside into 2nd, and Liam's Fire is back running in 3rd. Indian Counselor, Tapazirance, and Indian Counselor. The two of them come to the wire, and it looked like Indian Counselor got it over Tapazirance. Another Friday photo finish.
Another photo finish indeed. Johnny Ice had several of those to try and call today as Indian Counselor. Not the easiest way for a heavy favorite to win like he did, but does get the job done.
Got the job done. He was a little headstrong and aggressive, but I'm not sure why Eric didn't take him outside to begin with when he dropped back into 3rd to get that outside position instead of running in the inside of Liam's Fire. He ended up getting the clear room. He was able to get it done. There's certainly some scary moments as Tapazirance certainly appeared like he was going to go by him, and just might have been Carl Broberg's first win off the claim in New York. He was able to hold that one off and get the victory. He got it done.
Got the job done, and a little bit, as you said, some scary moments there. And you think about it, when a horse is rank and headstrong and fighting with the rider early on, that takes some energy out of them as well that they don't have for the stretch. But he was just good enough to hold on there. As also to note on the number 6, Tapazirance, we're hearing now. Take a look in the red cap as Louis Cardenas does actually drop his whip there in the stretch, so doesn't have that aid either to try and get by that 1-for-1. So that would certainly affect it as well.
Yeah, no question about it. And listen, I've said it all along. I'm very impressed with Louis Cardenas as a rider. Right? This is a 10-pound rider. He's the single most polished 10-pound rider I ever saw, and he's continued on and ridden well. I don't know much longer he has the bug, but when he loses it, he'll still lose the whip when he's a journeyman. I think it happens to journeymen and apprentices alike.
It'll happen. There it is. As don't worry, somebody will go out and pick that up before the next race. But yeah, it happens. It happens. You're riding hard, especially there in tight with another horse. But when you are in tight like that and you do lose that aid, certainly something that could affect it. But the one Indian Counselor at 1-2 gets the job done at Oaklawn Park. The 3rd race coming up next. We're a mile on the main track. This is a $10,000 claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And currently the number 5, Indian Bella, is your heavy favorite.
Yeah, and she looks like she's very much the horse to beat in this race. a little less distance than last time. She was running, and I mean, she's just dropping off the cliff. She's the one to beat. I thought the inside two were the other two, and the public seems to agree.
Jock off the number 1 Fabulous Girl. Looks like she will load without the rider, being a little bit headstrong, balking there behind the gate. And she's already raced 21 times. You'd think that she'd know the score by now as to what happens when you go to load into the starting gate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, once again, if Maggie was there every day, she'd be able to say to us, well, she does
Yes.
it every time. And you know, it's never ceases to impress me with Maggie. All I have to do is mention something about a horse, and either to her or she texts me right away, and she says, oh, that always happens. Or, you know, I say, what was on the show was this horse, I feel like this horse was scratched 3 weeks ago, and within a minute I'm getting a text from her telling me what day and what race and what the circumstances were.
Those notes are incredibly helpful, and yeah, she does a great job in following all of these horses on this circuit year-round. A huge aid for sure as we are getting set here for the 3rd at Oaklawn Park. The 1 Fabulous Girl still giving them some trouble behind the starting gate. She's got a couple of those assistant starters on her to try and get her to load in. Some of the outside horses already in the gate, and the rest circling behind before they do load. And that one horse just giving them a bit more trouble there. So we have a little bit of time, Andy, as she's giving them some trouble. You said the inside two seem to be another couple of horses that could potentially be players in this spot.
Well, you've got Tom Amos off the claim with Big Tiny. He's 9 for 22. He's 9 for 24, stretching out from a sprint to a route off the claim. So it's something he's done well in the past, though he's 0 for 3 at Oaklawn. But Sample says he can do it. And Fabulous Girl is another one stretching out. And you got to think Fabulous Girl is going to try to wire the field. And we've seen so far inside speed work out fairly well. So maybe she can be forward. The problem the Fabulous Girl has is Indian Bella is probably going to be sitting outside of her, and she's going to have to hold that one off and then turn back any closer, like potentially the number 2 Big Tiny.
And she's also giving them a tough time, expending some energy. The short comment does say that she was unruly last time out. Obviously, just watching a replay, you don't see what happened before the race, but she was difficult prior and last time out, so this could be a normal activity for her as she is finally loaded in. There goes Big Tiny, and now we are off and moving now, loading in for the 3rd race at Oaklawn Park, and we'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
Santa Ana wins. They're at the post. They're off. Julie Arkansas and Fabulous Girl are asked for speed. Indian Bella and Big Tiny are close up. And those 4 race out, and Julie Arkansas and Fabulous Girl are match racing away and going very quick. Cassidy Fletcher wants the lead on Julie Arkansas to clear off as Fabulous Girl has to relent and sit second. Indian Bella is 3rd. Then comes Big Tiny Vela Zig into the outside Hush Y'all. At the back of the pack are Santa Ana Wins and Monkey Mind. Julie Arkansas pumped up to the backstretch and opening up. It is Julie Arkansas with a 5-length lead on Fabulous Girl in second. She's 2 lengths in front of Indian Bella in 3rd. Then a lineup of 3. Big Tiny at the rail, Hush Y'all to the outside, and Vela Zig between horses. Then it's another gap of about 6 lengths back to Santa Ana Wins, and Monkey Mind past the half-mile pole. The finish line is the 16th pole, and Julie Arkansas is the leader. Julie Arkansas into the far turn. That lead of 5 is now down to less than 3, as Fabulous Girl and Indian Bella move as a team after her, and we could have a new leader midway on the far turn, and it could be Fabulous Girl, who has moved right alongside and right by Julie in Arkansas. So the new leader is Fabulous Girl, but she's still got work to do as Indian Bella comes to take her on in second. 3 back to Big Tiny and Hush Y'all. Then comes Monkey Mind, top of the stretch. Fabulous Girl cuts the corner and leads. She's got a 2.5 length advantage now from Indian Bella in second. Then Big Tiny and Hush Y'all, but Fabulous Girl is opening up, and she is running away. Fabulous Girl now 6 in front. Going to be close, maybe Hush Y'all for second. Fabulous Girl. Fabulous Girl won by 8. Big Tiny might have got second between horses. Then comes Hush Y'all.
An upset here, the big favorite beaten, but it was a logical runner. Fabulous Girl gave them a tough time loading into the starting gate, but there was no doubt about it. Much the best here.
I guess we know why Indian Bella was dropping second off a layoff. As far as Big Tiny, I'm sorry, Fabulous Girl, The 3, Julie Arkansas, ran off with the apprentice rider. And so they almost rode like she wasn't in there. The 5 wasn't strong enough to even keep up with the 1. And Fabulous Girl just took over. And you could see in the turn that the 5, the rider was pumping away. And the 1, Fabulous Girl, basically, De La Cruz was sitting chilly. So he got the job done. And Tom Amos got it for second with Big Tiny, who clearly wasn't named for Tom.
Ended up second there.
Can't miss an opportunity.
And it just perfect timing. It's time for me to say goodbye. Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. I'll be back in the reporting seat later, actually, but Andy's sticking around too. We've got a lot more racing still to come, and don't worry, we'll have a lot of exciting things still coming up. The Beldame winner, Horologist, coming back for the 2021 debut in the Top Flight Invitational for trainer Bill Mott. That's next on the agenda after this on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
We continue on America's Day at the Races. What's that on the track? We'll tell you in just a moment here. Someone lost their riding crop. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney, still with Andy Serling, and never a good thing to lose the handle during a race in a tight duel.
I tell you, when it's happened to me, it's always been a very hard thing to get over.
You don't have the twirl down, huh? Otherwise, you would have been a jockey.
Yes, exactly. That was all I was lacking. That and coordination and the nerve.
Yeah.
And 100 other things.
Heavy favorite, had to really work in this race, and that whip you saw on the ground, that was from Luis Cardenas on the 6th, dropped it mid-stretch.
Yeah, no, you'll see him drop it in the very late stages, and you see Eric
Trying to
Cancel.
just get lighter, maybe, to win the battle?
Probably not. But of course, Eric Cancel and Louis Cardenas both have the same agent, PJ Campo, and he really does a fabulous job for both of them.
1-2, Indian Counselor gets it done, but that was too close for comfort. Mercan Cantermasi, Krakow Racing. Eric Cancel, $3.10 on a race that kicks off the late Pick 5. Back at Oaklawn, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Fabulous Girl. Walter De La Cruz, William Martin, 7-year-old mare, back to the winner's circle.
And a good ride by De La Cruz, because even though she projected to be the speed, when the 3 Julie Arkansas ran off early, he didn't get in her way, he didn't panic, he just let her go. He understood that this horse was basically running off, so when she, not surprisingly, halfway through the race just stopped, basically he was able to take over as though she wasn't even in the race.
Fabulous Girl, Big Tiny, Hushial, 1, 2, 3 in that third at Oaklawn. We'll get to the fourth coming up in just a moment. We have such a big weekend ahead. Obviously, that Grade 1 final major Derby prep, the Arkansas Derby, coming up on Saturday, which we will bring you with Concert Tour looking to remain undefeated in his 4th overall start. We have some great stakes action out here as well. Decorated Invader back in action, but it's Analyze It, who's had all those foot problems, has had to stop and start continuously over his career, who's a 7-5 morning line favorite.
And it's an interesting storyline with the two, right? You've got the age and the accomplishments and the obvious talent, but the issues with Analyze It. Running against Decorated Invader looks so good, but now he's got to really try to show that he can be the good horse they once hoped he was. Analyze It was very impressive, winning his first race off a near 2-year layoff. He did not run as a 4-year-old after a very good 3rd-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile. Came back, he beat a subpar field. He got a big buyer figure in doing it. I don't know how strong that field was. He tried the big boys in the Shadwell in his next start and wasn't up to it. He's got to get over those foot problems. And I'll tell you what, can he keep being as talented as he gets older?
Yeah, and at some point you got to figure he loses a step. We will see. He's been pretty good when he's been able to run over the course of his career. Of course, he will be taking on Decorated Invader, Christophe Clement says, is at his best at this 1-mile distance.
And there really was nothing Christophe could do last year, because the big races for the 3-year-old colts, they're a 1 1/8, the Bollywood Derby, 1 3/16, the Saratoga Derby, 1 1/4, the Belmont Derby. You kind of have to run in those. Are big purse races. And listen, he was a short price in these races. But all along, Christophe kept saying to me when I talked to him about him, he's a miler. Maybe he can get a little farther, but if he's going to be a top horse, it's probably going to be a mile. Now he has the opportunity to show whether or not he can do that.
And take it for what it's worth. Maybe it's just trainer speak, but Clement said, and you would think that's the case, his comeback race, this is not the ultimate goal. There's some big mile races or close to it over the course of the year coming up. He mentioned the poker, the 4-Star Dave later this year as well.
Woodbine Mile, Shadwell, ultimately the Breeders' Cup Mile. Obviously, you want to be there. Christophe wants to be there. He's never won a Breeders' Cup race, which is incredible when you think about it. A chance for him to make the Hall of Fame this year. We'll see if that happens, and wish him the best of luck. He's a good horse. You want to get him started somewhere. Christophe has always felt when he got a chance as a 4-year-old to focus on the mile races, he'd have his best chance to show what he can do.
Starting point for this campaign for him as a 4-year-old. It comes up tomorrow. We will have live coverage. Earlier on in the card, Top Flight Invitational, Horologist, back in action for Belmont. Multiple graded stakes winner who maybe her finest moment came in New York in the Beldame.
She ran great that day. I mean, she was chasing that very, very talented speed horse.
Latruska, yeah.
Latruska. It felt like she maybe was all done on the turn, and she just flew on by. She really came to hand last summer and into the fall as well. She's going to be a handful. Mrs. Danvers looking to redeem herself and show that she can be a player in this division. And I'll tell you what, this is a division that once again is shaping up to be very strong this year.
Oh my gosh, it is it is going to be a lot of fun. Monomoy Girls, Swiss Skydiver, obviously they're the two big guns. They're on a collision course, maybe a week away.
I hope so. I would love to see the two of them square off. We were talking about earlier, we love to see great horses, but nothing in this game is better than a rivalry.
Yeah. As for Horologist, Leanna Williford, Belmont's New York-based assistant, says as for Horologist, she looks as good or better than she did going into last summer and fall, which is good news.
No, it's great. And Leanna's worked for Bill for over 20 years, and I was teasing her the other day, and I said, you know, Bill Mott's barn has been doing so well in Florida. Now they're coming up north. The pressure's on you. And Leanna said, when I'm around, there's no pressure. And she smiled, but she does an absolutely fabulous job. And I think a lot of people don't realize she was a very successful trainer on her own when she was in Iowa before she came to New York. So she has been a very, very important part of the Bill Mott team for a long time, just in the sidelines. She's never going to get the credit she deserves, at least from the general public, but she deserves a lot of credit.
That is coming up, race 5 tomorrow. That actually kicks off the late pick 5 on the Saturday program. I think we got the heavy chalk out of the way for today. We'll see. 5th race coming up.
Good Governance maybe be a big favorite in today's 8, but it's no in the 7th. Yeah. No layover.
But not 2 to 5.
I'll tell you the race I can't wait for, Greg, is the 6th. That's a really contentious-looking maiden race coming up. Nice horses in there, and this is a contentious turf race, too.
No, I can't wait for the 8th. Mile on the inner turf in this one coming up. 50,000 starter allowance. Chad Brown holds a strong hand in this one as well with Life on Top. Let's check in downstairs for Paddock Report with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It's getting a little bit cloudy, a little blustery here. A little sunshine out earlier, but still no place I'd rather be than the racetrack. Let's start talking first about the 1, Anzio Beach. Interesting, this horse making his first start for Horatio De Paz. Comes from the Christophe Clement barn. Never tried the turf. Now he gets on the turf. And I tell you what, I'm seeing a horse that's certainly built like he should appreciate the turf. Very kind of wide, flatter foot, longer pasterns. You know, a horse that, to me, looks like he should handle the turf very well. It'll be interesting to see what kind of trip he works out from the inside, but I like what I'm seeing from him as far as a physical perspective for turf racing. The 8 horse, Mr. Kringle, coming off a layoff, or you can call him Chris if you like, a little less formal. Mr. Kringle could not look any better off the layoff. Couldn't look fitter. Great coat on him. He's trained here in New York through part of the winter, and he looks like he spent more time in the sunshine of Florida. Really well turned out. But sometimes older horses, even if they're physically in a good place on return, they mentally sometimes need a race to really get focused. But from a physical perspective, love what I'm seeing from him. Life on Top comes from a great barn. Chad Brown does tremendous work. It's interesting. A lot of Chad Browns have very similar physical attributes, and I think it might be part of his training regimen. It kind of streamlines their body, but definitely more of an old-time thoroughbred look. Longer, leaner, certainly lends itself to having good turf horses. This horse ran extremely well in Florida last time. Thought he was a bit unlucky. You know, he might have been best that day. And then the 12 Perceived. Actually came from the Chad Brown barn, made the last 2 starts for Linda Rice. He just looks great. I mean, overall good health. Comes from a good barn, into a good barn. Horse could not look any better. Tough post, though. Got to work out a trip from those outside with not a tremendous amount of run to the first turn, but going to get a look at him up on the racetrack before I give you a few more ideas.
Mig, thanks. 9-1 on Perceived, but the favorite right now, Life on Top for Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz will ride, and he had some trouble in that last trip at Gulfstream.
He basically got blind switched by the winner. Right now, he's second to last. The eventual winner is last, and Irad is waiting patiently. And you're going to see that the rider on the 4 says, okay, he wants to sit around and wait, I'm going to go. And he sends him, and he kind of gets blind switched. Now, to be honest with you, and it's funny, I remember actually talking to Chad Brown after this race. I was just watching it and sort of making comments. And he kind of agreed with me, yeah, it wasn't a perfect scenario, but you could also argue that he was making the last move and he was concerning, and the horse who won the race, maybe he moved prematurely. And, you know, if Life at the Top had won the race, you'd have said, oh, well, sure, he won. That guy moved prematurely, and Irad was patient. So I really think it wasn't an ideal situation, but I don't think he had a major excuse. I picked him. I don't love his chances. I think the race is mostly 11-9, a little bit of 3 and 8, but he's the one to beat.
Yeah, you see, he does have that acceleration when he does finally get in the clear and get going. Here's Anzio Beach, huge long shot from the rail.
Supposed to be the speed in here, a trainer switch ratio to pause. My concern, he has some turf pedigree, is Christophe Clement never tried to run him on the grass. That's a bad sign.
Simply, he comes in off a win from the clouds at Fairgrounds.
My recommendation to trainer Rick Schosberg is turn him back. He is a better sprinter than he is a router.
Shooting the breeze, 7-1 for Danny Gargan.
Finally got that win after having nothing but hanging jobs and not getting the job done. He was wide last time out.
Future victory for Todd Pletcher. He just broke his maiden claiming last out.
Listen, it's Todd Pletcher, but he would really have to improve.
Bad Guy is at 11-1. Nick Juarez, Rudy Rodriguez.
He's a bit of a fringe player. I think he's a little better around those one-turn mile and 7-furlong races at Belmont, but not impossible.
6-year-old who's just 1 for 21 on the turf. There he is, double-digit odds at 10-1. The Sinner is you, 34-1. I thought had an outside look.
The Sinner is you, Greg.
What did
Don't
I do?
say the Sinner is me. The Sinner is you, Greg.
Probably right.
He's fast enough that he shouldn't be 34-1. I don't love his chance, but that's a crazy price.
Yeah, I like the way he looks on the racetrack, too. 22-1, time to testify the 7.
His last turf race was against better horses, and he potentially could be forward with the 1 in here. He's not impossible.
Mr. Kringle taking play, John Terranova. He has a race that's as good or better than anybody in this field.
He does, but he's another horse that fails to get it done in races where he's a short price, but he's not impossible.
Mandate been consistently running decent numbers that are good enough to win here.
It concerns me that he hasn't run since August, and Todd Pletcher could run in Florida and run him, but Todd Pletcher has very good numbers off of 6-month layoffs in turf routes.
Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz for Nice Guy Stables, Life on Top.
He's a logical type in here that ran fine last time. Chocolate Bar would probably be the horse to beat in here, so it's not like he lost to a bad horse.
And 10-1's a big price on Perceived, isn't it?
It isn't, it isn't. I don't like him. If somebody likes him at that price, they should bet him. But I think if you look at his races, the turf races, the figures are very similar to his dirt races. But I think he was carried along because he was running in better fields, and he really didn't do any running. I think he's done more running in his dirt races. If somebody likes him, take the price. I don't happen to be that person.
Let's go back to the Todd Pletcher runner. Mandate, as you mentioned, the layoff. We haven't seen him since August, so he didn't run down in South Florida for Pletcher. He has a win and 2 seconds in his last 3 outings, those last 2 coming at Saratoga.
And he's a classic example of how Todd Pletcher can really improve a horse, because he wasn't bad, but he really improved in his last few starts, especially that race he lost to Bray, and Bray, who beat him 3 back and beat him here. Bray would be a player in this race, a horse that Christophe Clement had, and he was claimed by him. You can see Mike Rapoli Silks. I think Rudy Rodriguez has him, or he did for that race. I think Mandate is absolutely a player in here, and 9-2 is a generous price. I picked the 11 Life on Top. 7-5 is overbet. It's the Chad Brown factor.
As usual.
and I think Chad Brown would say the same thing.
Yeah.
He'd say, I think he can win this race, but I don't know why he's this short a price.
Victim of his own success. As you look at the Todd Pletcher runner, I actually thought Pletcher's winner's back in the 7th. Big chance to win that race today as well. And it's going to be a tough one where Chad Brown has 2 tough runners in that race. In Emirati and Good Governance.
Yeah, I don't like Emirati. I like Good Governance. Obviously, he's a heavy favorite. I thought Emirati. I thought the horse Winner's Back.
Yeah,
I thought he ran better than Emirati did in the last race they ran, and Winner's Back has the benefit of being maybe the speed on the inside in that race. Hey, I agree with you. I think he's very dangerous in there.
We're 2 minutes to post here in a race that kicks off the late Pick 4. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. A couple of things. Horses are leaving the paddock, and I'm always looking at equipment, looking at riders' equipment, and they use different stirrups than they did when I was riding. You know, riders only ride with their toe in the stirrup, kind of avoid trying, get hung up in case there is something that happens. If you lose your balance, you come off. You don't want to be, hung up in the stirrup. So you ride basically perched on your toes, using your leg strength to kind of keep you in place there. But they have a wider platform on the bottom of the stirrups now, much different than when I was riding. Just interesting, the kind of evolution of equipment and how they've tried to make it better and better for the riders. So it's something that caught my eye. I thought was interesting to talk about, and certainly for me to see. Talking about equipment, the one Anzio Beach, he runs with basically a slide bit, a bit that kind of keeps the horse from lugging in or lugging out, kind of slides through, works against sensitive areas, the nerves on the bars of a horse's mouth to give the rider more control. He really got amped up and much more on his toes as he got in the post parade. And I would think Anzio Beach is probably going to show pretty good speed from the rail. It'd be interesting to see how he negotiates the first term, considering the equipment that he has on as far as the bit goes. And the 8, Mr. Kringle, Andy makes a great point. He's a horse that doesn't quite get it done, doesn't quite see it through, but I couldn't get past him physically on the racetrack. I think he looks fantastic coming off the layoff. Really love him from a physical perspective. And at 9-1, well, Mr. Kringle, you could make it Christmas for me today.
How do we respond to that?
There's nothing we can do about Richie. He's just, he's smooth as Velveeta.
Migisms only on America's Day at the Races. So he likes the horse. Look, 9-1. Definitely, we talked about he has races to go back to that are good enough to win in this spot for sure.
Yeah, and the thing about Mr. Kringle is it's one thing to be playing against him when he's a shortish price and say he's a horse doesn't like to win. It's another thing when you're getting 9 or 10-1 on him. So price control is the most important factor. A horse that you would never bet at 2-1, you might make a big bet on at 8-1.
Yeah.
And it's not, you're just trying to figure, like, I would never bet the 11 at 7-5. I'd much rather bet Mandate at 7-2 versus 7-5. There are better value out there. I don't know who they are. It is a concern there's not much pace in here. I'll tell you, if you want a horse that's going to be forward, that's an insane price, why is Time to Testify 38-1 in this race? The last time this horse ran on the turf, he got an 80 buyer. If you look at the field he ran with, the horses he ran with are significantly better than who he's facing today. And that was a race that was pretty much dominated towards the front end, and he was taken back. You have to think they're going to look to be more forward with him today. The one Anzio Beach, if he turns out to be a turf horse, so be it. I doubt he does. I don't love this horse, but he's 40-1. It just seems like there's horses getting lost in this race.
Yeah, he's way too big a price. I thought the 6 is way too big a price, and I thought he made a nice appearance on the track, too. I don't know if he can win, but I maybe could get a piece of it. And what about, we didn't really talk much about Danny Gargan's Shooting the Breeze, the 3 at 7-1.
I put him third. I could have put him on top in this race. He's not a winning type. I thought he got an overly aggressive ride by Luis Saez last time and ended up being wide the whole way around the track. It was a tougher field in general. He's not a winning type, and he beat a weak field first time for Danny Gargan, but I don't disagree. I think his odds are very fair at 6-1 if you like him.
But as we see here all the time, this barn, Chad Brown, when he is especially with an Ortiz brother on board as well, just going to take more money than should. Deserves to be favorite, but likely not 7-5 in here. Is the one to beat, though, however.
As you say, it's the curse of success. It's why trainers like Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, why it's very hard to find statistics where their ROIs are positive. Because they're winning with horses that should pay $8 and they're paying $6.60. They're just underlays, and that's why you try to find opportunities to bet against them, because they're underlays. The difference, though, is that with good trainers is you can have a certain amount of confidence that their horses will show up. That's what separates the top trainers. Their horses will run to their ability with a higher consistency
and
level.
We saw with Jose's brother on board last time in the race at Gulfstream, make that late move, sit, wait, be patient. How far back are we going to see him today?
Well, I think that's a valid question. There isn't a ton of speed. I won't be surprised if he's 6th or 7th early. The job that Jose's got to do, and Richie touched on it with a post position, because they hit the turn. They've got a nice run of the turn. What do they have, about 3/16 of a mile? This race starts right around the 8th pole. So they've got a good run of the turn, but he's got to make sure he gets position, because you don't want to get caught 3 wide in that first turn. That could be doom.
Late pick 4 starts here. Life on top, the 11. The favorite, John Imbrial with the call.
Horse number 12, Perceived. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Anzio Beach. Now moving up is Time to Testify. And on the outside, it is Mandate. Time to Testify will be the early leader. Mandate's running in second. Anzio Beach is down on the inside, next in third. Shooting the Breeze is in fourth. Perceived on the outside runs in fifth. And then it is The Sinner Is You in sixth as they go around the clubhouse turn. Time to Testify steps away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Mandate runs in second. Anzio Beach is down on the inside, and in between horses is Shooting the Breeze. Perceived on the outside in fifth. Mr. Kringle is next in sixth, followed by Bad Guy at the Rail in seventh. In between horses is The Sinner Is You. And then we come back to Life on Top, followed by Future Victory, and the trailer is Simply in 11th. Half mile 1 in 47-2. Time to Testify with the lead by 2 lengths. Mandate is racing in second. Perceived is now on the move on the outside in third. Shooting the breeze. Anzio Beach down at the rail in fifth. Bad Guy is sixth. Then Mr. Kringle in seventh. Life on top with a lot to do, racing in eighth. Then the Sinner is You. Future Victory is down at the rail. Simply is at the back. 3/4 in 11 and 4. It is Time to Testify and Mandate to the front. Time to Testify. Perceived is in third. Shooting the Breeze is in fourth. Then Life on Top and Bad Guy. They're coming for the finish. It is Mandate with the lead, and it will be Mandate coming off the layoff to win here by 3 lengths. And it was close for second among Bad Guy, Time to Testify, and Perceived.
Mandate, Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche with the win at 4-1, and it looks like the 5 Bad Guy gets second at a big price.
What a generous price on this horse. I mean, we talked about it. We can say it after the race. We said it before the race. Not supposed to be such a big discrepancy. And, you know, Life on Top is compromised by his lack of pace, but he didn't even make a significant run the stretch. He was bad. And Mandate got in that good position. He was able to get forward, and it was a very, very good ride by Kendrick Carmouche, getting him in that position and being more forward. We talked about Time to Testify beforehand. He went from 40 to 20. And he should have been. As we said, he was too big a price. He just got nipped, it looks like, by Bad Guy at the last stage, but did finish third as the main speed in there. But it really was a very forward race, if you think about it. And that compromised the number 11. But frankly, Life at Top, he didn't run at all.
4-1 on your winner right there. Mandate 28 to 1 shot. Completes the exact as we head back to Hot Springs. Fourth from Oaklawn, $50,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. Mega Tap getting hammered at the windows right now for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen with his main man Ricardo Santana Jr. on board. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and it's still not clearing up. It's still a little damp out here. Track still labeled as wet fast. And Mega Tap, he's run 3 consecutive seconds, and I have no problem with him. We'll see if he can finally break through here. He does have that nice early speed, but there's 2 first-time starters, actually both of which taking money respectively. We'll start with the one that will break from the inside. That's number 2, Gold Money for trainer Brad Cox, the son of Golden Sense. The dam unraced, the one sibling not much, but the dam herself actually have to a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt and on the synthetic. But being by Golden Sense, this guy looks more than capable of being competitive at the 6 furlong sprint distance. Fit, ready, professional, very quiet in the paddock, came alive out in track, all signs that you want to see. The only drawback for me is wearing blinkers first time out. And Brad Cox is one of those guys where I'm not sold with the blinkers at first asking. So we'll see how he does, but does appear to be ready. As number 4, Are You Happy? A son of Run Happy. Same sort of dam side pedigree as the aforementioned number 2 in here. The dam actually have to a multiple grade 1 winner going long on the dirt. Actually does possess a bit of size, and some of the Run Happies that I've seen are a little bit on the smaller, more compact side of physicality, and this guy a little bit longer, rangier, probably fine at the 6 furlong distance to start. Is wearing blinkers too, plus a shadow roll. A shadow roll is that fleece that you see across his nose. The idea is that it'll make a horse drop their head a bit more because they're trying to look out and down over that piece of material. Another one that's been professional, we'll see. He was at 7-1, now he's jumped back up to 14-1. Obviously, the 3 Mega Tap at 2-5. The 2 for Randy Morse made great impressions on me physically. Number 5, Mega Charlie, first off the claim. Love the way that he moved out here. Applies blinkers, just a short cut. Does come out of a suspect type of field. Looked as though he wanted to lug in that last race, so I'm wondering if the blinkers on will help prevent that and get him to run a bit straighter. As number 6, Tango Charlie, drops out of a maiden special weight. Didn't take much money that day, didn't do much running, but I'm wondering if the blinkers on get him a little bit closer, because he's a very short, compact horse that looks as though he should have a bit of speed based upon his physicality, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 2-5 favorite, Mega Tap, who the first 2 starts of his career ran second, right in the mix on off tracks. Can he break through today with 3 seconds in 3 tries? For Steve Asmussen with Ricardo Santana Jr., heavy favorite with the 3. Here's Vic Stauffer with the 4th from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Tango Charlie and Mega Tap. They're quickest. Mega Charlie away. Next, it's Between Horses and Are You Happy? Then Awesome Launch and Tango Charlie, and the trailer at the back of the pack is Gold Money, and the leader is Tango Charlie. Tango Charlie sprints clear now by 2.5 lengths from Mega Tap and Mega Charlie. They're right together, second and third. Awesome Launch is 3 wide in fourth. Gold Money moves through at the rail, and here's Gold Money and the white and red moving up nicely for Joe Talamo. Gold Money could go from fourth up into second soon. He's on the fence and on the move. So at the top of the stretch, it is Tango Charlie, the leader. He's 2.5 lengths in front of Mega Tap in second. Gold Money is now in third, but Mega Tap is after the front-running Tango Charlie. Tango Charlie leads. Mega Tap is clearly second now. Gold Money's back in third with 4 lengths to make up. Final furlong, Tango Charlie and Mega Tap. It's down to these two, and Mega Tap is coming on with every stride, but he's still a length behind. Tango Charlie leads. Mega Tap trying to push on by. Tango Charlie reaches. Mega Tap second. Tango Charlie, Mega Tap, Tango Charlie. Tango Charlie beat Mega Tap 1.25 lengths. Gold Money was third, and Awesome Launch finished fourth.
Tango Charlie, you kept asking the question, why is the 6th at price on the board? And this horse goes gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, I have no idea why this horse dropping down from maiden special weight to maiden claimer was 20-something to 1 in this field. I know he had to improve, but it's his second start. The trainer has good numbers, maiden special, maiden claimer. And a great job by Torres just putting him on the lead. We've seen Speed do well, and at the end of the day, Mega Tap, I don't think he gets by you and I in a horse suit down the lane, Greg.
4 starts, 4 seconds. It's been a little bit of second-itis for him, a lot of it, actually. Big price goes gate to wire here in the 4th at Oaklawn, Mags.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that looked as though he should be fast. So I said before, going in the gate, he broke well. Christian Torres taking advantage of that. This horse looked phenomenal. I agree with you guys. There's no way he should have been 23 to 1. And I mean, as Andy likes to say, Mega Tap is just the equine version of a chandelier. He does not want to run by any horse whatsoever, even with the blinkers on second time. I mean, I'm obviously not going to tell Steve Asmussen what to do, but I'd be putting a full cup on this horse so he can't see any horses around him, and maybe that does the trick. I don't know, Greg, but a big payout here at 23 to 1 on your winner for Randy Moore's Tango Charlie.
Yeah, how about that? Second time out, he was dropping out of a maiden special weight as well. Blinkers go on for start number 2, and he rolls to victory. 23 to 1 over 3 to 5, over 3 to 1 in that 4th at Oaklawn. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll talk the final stops on the road to the Kentucky Derby at Swift Shirt for Steve Asmussen. 2 sprints and now stretching out in the Grade 3 Lexington next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7 to 1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3 to 5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Program is brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app. You can go to nairabets.com as well. Back in New York, mandate off the bench for Todd Pletcher. 4-year-old debut, a winning one at 4-1 for the new gelding.
Sure feels like the Todd Pletcher barn is firing on all cylinders, winning races here, winning races at Keeneland. Went from being nowhere in the Triple Crown chase to having as many as 4 horses in the Derby, and things are going well. And it's a good time of the year to have things going well.
Yes, it is. Mandate impressive. 3 for 9 now on the grass. Son of Blame. $10.20 after a very short odds-on price to start the late pick 5. You get an upset here with this one for owner Michael Stinson. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the winning ride. Bad Guy in 28-1 in second and 20-1 in third for a pretty big trifecta there. Back at Oaklawn, about 23-1 on a horse that Andy Serling liked. Well done here. Gate to wire on Tango Charlie with the drop in class.
Thanks, and a good job by the rider putting him on the front end. He hadn't shown speed in his debut, but we talk about this, Greg, quite frequently. The old maiden special to maiden claimer dropped down the biggest one in racing. The trainer wins at roughly 25% with the move. Ran better, and at the end of the day, the second place finisher at 3-5. Now 4 for 4 running second. I think this just epitomizes his inability to pass horses.
Exactly there. $104 for a $2 play. $49.40 return.
And the double, the last one, it feels like this horse blew up in odds, right? As they were over-betting the number 3 horse, this horse went up because even the double short the parlay, not dramatically, but parlay's closer to 150 or something. So
let's take a look in the stretch on the 6, and no stick required late.
Yeah, that's 2 6s, as Jody just pointed out. That's a couple of 6s in a row that dropped the whips, right? We saw the one in the third race in this case. And if he had lost, I could have blamed the rider for dropping the whip. Always good to have an excuse.
You didn't need it. Christian Torres able to get that one home. Impressive, that the big number. Next race, this 5th here, 6 furlongs, condition claiming race. 4-year-olds and up who have not won a race since November 9th of last year. And the entry at 9-5. Ramon Vasquez rider change on U-split 10s, who does have the rail.
Yeah, claiming for 7,500, dropping in, turning back and dropping down. We'll see. Overall, the Robertino Diodoro barn is just 17% with a negative ROI, cutting horses back from routes to sprints off the claim like they do with U-split 10s.
It is back on Saturday, cross country pick 5, featuring those racetracks. Starts with the 7th at Aqueduct. You could play it on your Naira Bets app at XCP5. You can get free PPs and more info as well by going to naira.com/cross-country. Part of that sequence, one of the final stops on the Triple Crown Trail. It ends with the Oaklawn Mile, but that Grade 3 Lexington, 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby, the Stone Street Lexington. And some horses who have, to this point, been under the radar, although Proxy early on for Mike Stidham looked like at one point he was going to be a main contender when he was forwardly placed in his races.
Well, he is a good horse, Proxy, and I think if you're Godolphin, he's sort of your insurance policy for essential quality. If unfortunately something should happen to him, they'll go to the Derby. If he wins the Derby, he's not going to challenge him in the Preakness. And I wonder, because he's a half to Michelin, who I think is the morning line favorite in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, they could end up going to turf with Proxy as well. But you know what I like of this Lexington? You look at the field, you feel like there's some nice horses in that race that the second half of the season could really come to life.
Yeah, no question. And he might be one of them here. Son of Tappet, he won back-to-back starts at the Fairgrounds at the end of last year, and he did not disappoint in a couple, even though he didn't win, in the Compton Risen Star with back-to-back seconds.
Yeah, he had a little trouble to start. He's a horse that causes some of his problems to start by breaking a little step slow. He was disappointing last time, and maybe more distance didn't help him. I think that's a concern. What helps him in the Lexington is not only an 1/8 mile less than the Louisiana Derby, there's plenty of speed signed on in this race, Greg, so he's supposed to get a pretty nice trip.
I've been waiting for this horse to run back to his better performances on dirt. They tried him on turf after he broke his maiden, then they tried him on synthetic, and now Hockey Dad going to get another chance back on dirt going longer.
But he's run well enough on the dirt to suggest that he could be talented on the dirt, and I thought he ran very well in the Jeff Ruby Stakes. Now, I know that potentially this race is a cut below the others, but he was the one who made the first move, and the race collapsed in the late stages, yet he hung around. I thought Hockey Dad's race was very good last time, and maybe he's a horse who's just turning the corner at the right time.
And we put together 3 consecutive victories, a couple of them on grass, win sprinting on dirt. We'll see if he can get the job done. Mario Gutierrez has the call. And then you have the horse who is supposed to be the super horse for Bob Baffert, Bezos. He did break his maiden, start number 2. He'd need a big step forward numbers-wise to contend in this spot, but he's lightly raced. This will be start number 3.
Odd that Bob Baffert's doing this just 2 weeks, 15 days after breaking his maiden with the 76 Beyer. He's worked 58 since that race. He seems to be one of the rare Bob Bafferts that's not living up to the hype. And it's incredible how frequently they do.
Yeah,
it's almost shocking that this horse has been as disappointing as he is. Let me ask you a question. What price do you think he should be at here, and what price do you think he will be?
Yeah, he's going to get overbet because of the barn and the name.
Yeah.
He's 8-1 morning line. I think that's fair. I mean, I think there is still upside potential with him. We still don't know. I mean, it's just the third start of his career. He's got a pedigree to love going longer. I think it's a fair price.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is a very, very tough race. I'm going to say this is one of the tougher Lexingtons we've seen. I think the inside 2 are good. I very much respect the Steve Asmussen horse inside of him. Proxy is legitimately good. Hockey Dad is okay. I feel like you're probably right. It'll be 6 to 8 to 1. I'm not sure he's not supposed to be. Put it this way. And it helps to have Bob Baffert. But if he was trained by just your run-of-the-mill good 17% trainer, he could be 20 to 1 in this race or higher, maybe 25 to 1.
But you expect him from this barn. Look, even if Bob Baffert could do what he usually does with it, and he's not the most talented horse that he has, but if he can move forward a little bit,
he's got room, as you say. But one thing about Bob Baffert, I don't think that Bob Baffert, some trainer, has these big explosions. I think his horses show their hands. You know, it's not like you go, I can't believe this Bob Baffert horse moved up 10 lengths. They tip their hand going into the race where they're good. They just run to their talent level with great consistency.
Yeah, and Bezos, in this race, he would need to make, you would think, a big step forward if he's going to win that Grade 3 Lexington. That is part of that cross-country Pick 5. Again, XCP5 in your Naira Bets app. If you're going to play it, it has had incredible returns, as I'm sure we'll show you again tomorrow. I think 67,000 it paid once.
Even when it's paid 3,000, it should have paid about 1,200. Yeah. So the value is there. It's a sensational bet, and it's a fun bet as well.
Cousin Andrew, Chad Brown, looking to do it again with a horse who's going to get a 4th crack at a maiden score after 3 seconds and 3 tries. We'll be back.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Global Campaign is not done. He is resilient on the inside, and he wins the Monmouth Cup.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Gaining late, boat outside. Guitar Tribute who's storming home.
My mama was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20 to 1.
Shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winner. All the world's been waiting on you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, 6th at Aqueduct, approaching the 8-minute mark to post. And this race, at least the board says right now, it goes through this horse here, Cousin Andrew, for trainer Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, 4-year-old son of Into Mischief, who has had 3 starts and has had 3 seconds to this point. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And let's start first with the one-horse continuation. Horse that's run some good races. He's by Munnings. Well, you can see the Munnings influence. He's built like Munnings. He's chestnut, kind of flashy. He adds blinkers from the inside. I would expect him to show maybe a little bit of improved speed. He's got a good intensity about him here in the paddock. And I like what I'm seeing from the one continuation. Dane Kabinski, his trainer, kind of an interesting story, was in the Marine Corps for 2 years before becoming a jockey, then turning to training. And I guess once a Marine, always Marine, Semper Fi. The 2, Cousin Andrew, your favorite. What can you say? He's from Chad Brown's barn. Chad does a great job. He looks fantastic. One of the things that I think is important, Chad Brown's in town. He's here back from Florida and said he's happy to be back in New York. Cousin Andrew certainly looks like a deserving favorite on paper. Can't fault him. Actually like the way he looks in the paddock. The 4 Savoy also looks good returning as a gelding. Maybe carrying a little bit more weight might be better for the run. And the 5 Royal Realm for Jimmy Jerkins, Centennial Farm, adds blinkers. He's by Empire Maker. Definitely think he'll appreciate going the miles, longer, leaner, scopier, with the pedigree. And asked Jimmy about the addition of blinkers. He says, he worked him with the blinkers, really kind of picked his head up, got more focus out of him, and he's kind of a laid-back demeanor, not the kind of horse that should get ranked because of the blinkers, but he thought he worked really well with the blinkers, Greg.
Mig, thank you. Royal Realm, you're looking at 7:01 right now. Blinkers on, getting Lasix for Jimmy Jerkins, son of Empire Maker.
He picked a tough race. I mean, this race, Greg, has it all. You think about it. Cousin Andrew, I know he's been second in 3 races, but he ran very well last time. There's a fast pace in there, and he held on. There's a lot going on. We'll get to it. There's a lot going on.
Real quick, just a reminder there, if you want to get signed up for the Saturday contest, you go to NYRA.com/challenge. You have until today at 5 Eastern time. That's when registration ends. So that's where you want to go, NYRA.com/challenge, to get registered to play $300 buy-in with all kinds of prizes.
And you see Chad Brown talking. Derek Cancel is riding Cousin Andrew. And, of course, Manny Franco is riding Savoy for Peter Brandt. Cousin Andrew was engaged in a furious duel last time out, and we'll show his race 2 back where he finished second. But last time he ran exceptionally well, and Creed, had potential before he got injured, unfortunately, for Saratoga. This is race 2 back when he finished second. I still think, though, when you're talking about a short price, you have to be concerned about a horse, not only the layoff, but a horse has been second 3 times in a row.
In this race, he got shuffled back to last, entering the turn, and then he did make a big stretch run, but he comes up short. He's
good, and Chad Brown has very good numbers. He's 32% overall with 188+ layoffs with dirt routers. He's 5 for 14, 36% with a positive ROI with maidens, so he gets these horses to come back and run well off last. But Savoy, the 3-year-old, he's running for Peter Brandt. This horse ran that killer maiden race first time out with 10 for 10. Speaker's Corner, he was very
second in the Remsen, beat a neck.
Yeah, I mean, Speaker's Corner, who impressed with Bicado River and Greatest Honor when he broke his maiden in a subsequent start. And then maybe didn't handle the slop. He's been gelded. I think he's dangerous near, and he almost fits that stat as well. Not quite as long a layoff. What about Orifice? He lost all chance to start last time. He's run an 80 buyer. He's got ability somewhere. And this is the first time for Shug he's had a chance.
Here's the one. We'll start off with continuation. Blinkers go on Dane Kabisky.
And what's wrong with him? He lost to a horse named Mystic Knight last time for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt that's got stakes in his future.
Yeah, ran a 99 buyer in his next start. That's a serious racehorse. He missed by 2 3/4 lengths to him. 3-2 favorite. Cousin Andrew 1-2 for Chad Brown.
Listen, I think he's in some ways the horse to beat, but it's pretty close. And in a race with so many contenders, he's a bit of an underlay.
You said Orifice?
I think it's Orifice, but it's supposed to be Orifice, but
Jose
it's
Ortiz,
Orifice.
Shug McGahee.
The Dam was a very talented horse that ran against that good Stone Street filly, who I'm drawing a blank on. Mike Dubb had. I think she won her spin away. This horse is good. Something went wrong 2 back, and then coming back in a return race, she lost all chance in the start.
Damn half-sister Kentucky Oaks winner secret status, by the way, is start number 3 for this Chad Brown runner for Peter Brandt. And then here's Royal Realm, Jimmy Jerkins.
And listen, Royal Realm is an interesting horse, could move forward, did have some legitimate trouble last time, was off the rail in a good rail. I think he will run better, but can he run well enough to beat a very deep field?
12-1 on this Son of Golden Sense for Kelly Rubley.
His last race is fast enough to win here. His prior races are not. He is cutting back from a 2-turn mile 16 to a 1-turn mile, if that matters to you.
And a big gate drill bullet work for the 7 coming into this spot, who ran really good against Maiden 40, good enough that they put him into Maiden Special Weight or back into Maiden Special Weight.
Yeah, he's fast enough to be competitive. He's also 0 for 10. He did finish first once and was disqualified. But problem is, he lost his last race at 35 cents the dollar to a horse that would be 5,000 to 1 in this race.
He's 11-1 on the board. This is a big price on the 1. 6-1 on continuation. You talk about the race he's coming out of with Mystic Knight back on January the 30th, and here it is when he wound up second.
There's no shame in this performance. I thought he ran very well. This is a horse that in his debut lost to a monster war stopper who won 2 races for Todd Pletcher this winter, and he has somewhat disappointed since then not getting it done. But this start was his first time as a 4-year-old on the dirt, and he ran very, very well in there. The horse that beat him, I mean, was tremendous last time. And I think, the horse that beat him, Mystic Knight, had more time to the Excelsior last weekend that was won by Modernist. I think he would have been favored, and I think he would have won that race.
The price just keeps going up on him. He's 7-1 now.
They're unloading on the 2 here. I mean, he just went down from 3 to 2 to 4 to 5. I picked Cousin Andrew. This price is too low.
Well, with more on continuation here you're looking at, let's go downstairs to Mig.
Greg, I like continuation and I like the price. He adds blinkers. I grabbed a hold of Mike Luzzy before he got a leg up on continuation and asked him about the blinkers, whose suggestion was it. He said it was my suggestion. Felt like the horse was running a little bit in stops and starts. The idea behind blinkers is to give them some continuity, so continuation. Hopefully the blinkers does just that, and Mike really seemed very high on him. Loved what I saw from him on the racetrack. Continuation will be my top selection, and just like Andy has kind of, something I learned from Andy, looking for value. I think there's the value there for sure. And just a quick update, I forgot to mention the last race. Benji Hernandez, who was unseated in the paddock earlier, was checked out at first aid. I went down to first aid, and he's riding the rest of the day. Huge bruise on his hip, but pound for pound, jockeys, toughest athletes out there.
Yeah, we don't question that. As tough as they come to be in this business and continue to do what they do, every time you get on the back of a horse, you're taking a risk.
Yeah, they're much tougher than I am, that's for sure.
It's close, but a little bit. 6-1 on continuation, 4-5. So all the money again. Chad Brown factor. And look, a horse who's faced some good ones too. Creed was expected to be a very, very good horse, and even they ran a distant second to him. But a long time off now, working on close to a year. Well, first 4-year-old return. You brought this up yesterday with this barn. This barn usually gets them to win when you have 1 or 2 cracks at it. This will now be the 4th chance at it.
No, I don't disagree. I picked him. I thought he'd be about 8-5 to 2-1 in here. I never expected he'd be this price, because I think we should talk about Effiche, the 3. This horse ran an 80 buyer behind Candy Machino. I think was Todd Pletcher down in Florida. Then he comes back a month later. He's 4-5, and something obviously went wrong. He was virtually eased. He comes back 7 months later, 8 months later, over 8 months later. He just got completely eliminated at the break. He lost all chance whatsoever. This is the first race he theoretically has a chance for trainer Shug McGay. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he doesn't look like a 9-1. He's basically the same price that the number 7 Ajhar is in this race. I think he's 3 times as likely to win this race as Ajhar. Listen, I don't think that the 1 is totally impossible in this race as well. I think Savoy could move forward. There's a lot going on in this race.
Well, the 1, forget totally impossible. The 1's a major player, don't you think?
I definitely think he is. He shouldn't be 5-1. And at the end of the day, they're just dramatically overbetting the Chad Brown horse. I'm not saying Cousin Andrew can't win. He's my top pick, but I would never pick him in this race. I would pick the 3 at 9-1 if I could make my picks now. I pick the race 2, 3, 4, 1. And I think
you have another Chad Brown horse who's only a 3-year-old, by the way. Cousin Andrew is a 4-year-old. who's lightly raced. Start number 3 for him. Maybe had that excuse of the slop and that incredibly tough spot he was in. You mentioned 10 for 10.
Yep.
Second in both the Remsen and Nashua.
And
Why
he
not
ran
him?
well, and he ran well in that race. I mean, the contest race. If you watch the replay, he ran very well. So I think Savoy can win. And I don't even think the 5 couldn't move forward. This is a really interesting maiden race. I think it'll turn out that there will be some good horses in this race.
With all that, it is still all the money, even money, on the 2. Cousin Andrew won a 2 for Chad Brown. It's a 6 from Aqueduct. John Imbrial with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. It was a slow beginning for the favorite, Cousin Andrew. He is at the back of the pack. It's Golden Knight who has the early lead. Ajar on the outside runs in second as Continuation advances in between horses along with Orifice. Savoy is running in 5th, followed by Royal Realm, and then Cousin Andrew in 7th. They move up the backstretch. Golden Knight leads here by a half length. Continuation runs in between horses. Orifice's on the outside in 3rd, the quarter 23 and 4. Then it is the gray Ajar, followed by Savoy. Cousin Andrew headstrong there and moving through down at the rail. Cousin Andrew is now in tight down on the inside. The trailer is Royal Realm, who is just 2.5 lengths from the lead, so it is a tight pack going into the far turn. Half mile in 47 and 2. Golden Knight right alongside is Continuation. Orifice is 3 wide. Ajar is 4 wide. And Cousin Andrew is down towards the rail. Savoy is in between horses and moving up. And at the back is Royal Realm. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Here is Continuation. Now to poke ahead in front of Golden Knight. Cousin Andrew at the rail. Then Savoy, Ajar, and Royal Realm. They're moving for the 8th pole. Continuation has the lead, drifting out a bit there in the stretch. Cousin Andrew down at the rail. Then Savoy and Ajar on the outside. Now a 16th to the finish. It is Continuation, Ajar, Savoy. Late run from Royal Realm down on the inside. It is Ajar to win it. Ajar pulls off the upset. Then Continuation and Royal Realm.
Ajar wins this war of attrition 15-1 in the final strides.
Yeah, I didn't like him. He got the job done in his 11th start. Congrats to Pat Quick, who gets him to win a maiden special off the claim. He got the good, clean trip on the outside. It felt like the 5, Royal Realm, was making a winning move. Continuation looked like he was going to be a winner mid-stretch. He kind of did a little dance there. And Cousin Andrew didn't break, and then Derek Ansell made a very ill-advised move to send him the inside. Not really sure. Want to watch the race over again.
Meanwhile, your winner, that yellow cap on the outside, wearing down Continuation, make it 15-1. Luis Cardenas.
Yeah, no, he gets it done. Luis Cardenas, 5 pounds off, win by a head, certainly got to be a contributing factor. Apprentices get a little break in the weights, incentive for owners and trainers to give them an opportunity. The one Continuation drifted out pretty severely in just about the 16th pole, might have interfered a bit with the 4 Savoy. I'll be interested to see if they put up an inquiry. And as far as the 2 Cousin Andrew, he missed the break, and Andy, it appeared to me like he got rank. I'm not 100% sure that Eric Cancel wanted to go to the inside. The horse kind of got to running off with him a little bit and dragged him up into that spot. I got to watch the race again too, but from my vantage point, that's what it looked like there. But winner surprised me and caught me on the money because I really liked Continuation, who did get to wandering around in the stretch.
Yeah, that was not a pretty stretch run from Continuation in here.
Yeah, I understand the 2 got left, and whether or not, I don't want to blame Eric for that. And he did get a little bit bumped by the 1 after the start. I just don't know why you would send him inside like that. That's a bad spot to be in.
15-1 on your winner. Ajar, son of Tappet, in his 11th start, breaks his maiden as we go to Hot Springs. Odds for race 5 in this 6-furlong sprint, still listed as wet fast out at Oaklawn Park, in the entry at 6-5 here.
Yeah, I don't think that they look like some sort of layover in here. I like the 7 and 8, 12, 10, 12, 14, and replete.
Here is U-Split 10's Ramon Vasquez aboard.
Yeah, I thought at his best race, he's the one to beat from the entry. I don't love this particular cutback at a short price.
He gets the rail, and the entry mate right there gets post 4 blinkers on.
Claim for 10,000, drop 625. It's Diodoro. He may win, but his PPs don't scream short price to me other than Diodoro.
Yeah. Here's the 2 recount. Richard Aramia, rider change, 15-time winner.
Yeah, I know, but his form has eluded him as of late, and it feels like he's 9-year-old. His best races are behind him.
Vaquero Flies. He's 2 for 23 lifetime.
Looks a little bit too slow.
Terry Thompson rides. Here's Loudon's Gray at 22-1.
The 7-pound apprentice, we saw 2 races back. A horse ran off for him. He'd have to improve.
Unscathed, we'll see next at 8-1 on the board.
He seems to be a bad omen. It seems to be wet track every time he runs. He tries the dirt for the 3rd time, 5th time, 6th time.
David Cabrera on board. That's an 11-time winner, by the way. Here is the 6, Impressive Student, Asmussen Santana.
Gets back to the dirt where he'd have to find his form of old for Steve Asmussen after being claimed for 5,000.
10, 12, 14 for Robert Klein.
I think this horse is very, very dangerous dropping down in this race. We'll see if he gets some pace, but he's got plenty of race to get back to. I don't know why he's this big a price.
Replete went by 9-1.
I like Replete's chance in this race. I don't love the drop of the claim, but this trainer has been doing very good work, especially off the claim.
And Ghostly Who on the outside for Jason Barkley.
Yeah. Another horse, an ex-Diodoro, but another horse who's dropping and not impossible.
By the way, inquiry objection between the 2nd and 4th place finishers at Aqueduct. We'll get you back to that. It was 7-1-5-4. As we take a look at Ghostly Who. From back on March 11th, 2 starts back when he was 2nd, beat 3 lengths.
I'm trying to find him. He's the horse on the outside, the number 10. The problem is he was claimed out of that race from Robertino Diodoro. No knock on Jason Barkley, but Diodoro's a tough guy to claim from.
He is Jason Barkley, strong trainer though. But yeah, Diodoro, one of the best in the claiming game in the entire country. 9-time winner. He's got, 18 times first or second in his 39 starts. Ghostly Who.
Yeah, I can't take. I mean, listen, he's a big price. I got to get my bet in.
Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the 5th from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Loudon's Gray and Unscathed break well. You split 10s and Mind My Time with recount close up, then 10, 12, 14 in replete. Impressive Student is next, then Ghostly Who, and the early trailer is Vaquero Flies. It's Unscathed up the backstretch. Mind My Time's after him now in 2nd. Unscathed leads by a neck. Mind My Time right alongside in 2nd from Impressive Student 3 deep in 3rd. Then comes You Split 10's recount. Between horses, Loudon's Gray, Replete, and Ghostly Who, 10, 12, 14, all in a mix, and all about 3 from the front. But Vaquero Flies is the trailer, and Unscathed is the tenuous leader from Mind My Time. New leader at the quarter pole. Mind My Time has put his head in front. Unscathed is 2nd. Impressive Student, 3 deep in 3rd, only less than a length from the lead. They run to the top of the stretch. Mind My Time. Unscathed at the rail. Impressive Student. Here's Loudon's Gray rallying in the center of the racetrack with a chance. Many chances. Even You Split 10s could do it. So Unscathed has the lead from Mind My Time. You Split 10s dives to the inside, and he might be the one. Here's You Split 10s to ride the rail and win. You Split 10s beat stablemate Mind My Time. Then Unscathed and Impressive Student close for 5th between Replete and 10, 12, 14.
Shortest way around the racetrack. You Split 10s. That rail opened up. Ramon Vasquez says thank you very much.
And the entry ends up running 1-2 in here, so I guess they were the right price. And it does seem like a recurring theme that horses are running well down towards the inside, Greg.
There's the move. Down to the fence. Vasquez with You Split 10s. And gets by his entry mate. It was had the lead at that point. Entry runs 1-2. And odds on, if you had him here in the 5th at Oaklawn. 5th win for this 6-year-old son of Congrats, who's now a 2-time winner on the off track. We told you the 2nd, 4th place finishers, objection to inquiry is still up at Aqueduct.
Yeah, if we could roll it back a little bit farther, maybe the top of the stretch, because I want to see exactly when the number 1 horse came out, because from that angle I couldn't see if I missed it or if it happened.
And there it is, flashing on the board. It does not involve your winner. It involves your second, fourth place finisher. Continuation, perhaps impeding Savoy in here. And that's what Manny Franco is saying. And we'll get a look at it here in a minute.
Okay, so that's the one with the green blinkers. Behind him with those light and dark blue green, sort of right behind him, that's the number 4. Now, right now, he's outside of him. He comes in, but at this point, he is clear of him. So the question is, did he interfere with him here? I really can't tell from there because you never see the 4 react to it. You know, you don't see the head turn or anything. So at that point, now the question is, did he do it there? Perhaps he did make it tight because he ended up bumping with the eventual winner, who he was forced out into. I don't have a strong opinion about it, but he does feel like he didn't get his chance.
Seems like that second bump.
Yeah.
When there was contact, that's the big issue here.
That's fair.
And they're taking a pretty long look at it right now. Stewards.
It's the 3rd time they've had an inquiry today, and I think they got one of them right.
It is a tough gig to be up there. I think we'd much rather be sitting here because there's always going to be people unhappy one way or the other.
You know, the thing about Twitter is every single disqualification is the worst disqualification of all time. It's amazing how every time there's one. It's really sort of incredible.
And from that vantage point, it's tough to make a definitive call.
Yeah, the question, I think, is whether or not continuation was clear enough. It feels like there was enough at the end that he may come down. I don't have a strong opinion. I haven't looked at it enough, to be honest.
Let's get the rider's perspective here. Mig, your thoughts on what we're seeing?
Well, I mean, continuation was trying to get out, and Mike Leslie did a really good job trying to maintain a straight course and at the same time going forward. It's a shame because if continuation had been able to run straight and Mike could have ridden him more freely, I think he would have hung on. I think, you know, when you watch a rider make an effort, they can't make more of an effort than Mike Leslie did there. I kind of think it was right on the borderline. I wouldn't have a problem with it going either way, but I think, you know, sometimes when the rider makes that kind of effort, the stewards maybe lean in their direction and say, well, the guy did all he could do in that circumstance. Very, very, very difficult situation for sure. But, you know, when I was young, someone told me, Greg, 2 rooms you want to stay out of, the courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. Well, let's add the steward's room to that list.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here, Mig. I think the good thing in Mike Leslie's defense in here is you look to that stretch run, he did go to the right hand and try and correct the horse.
Well, I think that means that there won't be a suspension or a fine. But that doesn't, a horse can commit a foul.
Sure.
And have the rider not be at fault whatsoever. So I think Mike is exonerated. I think no matter what happens here, Mike doesn't get fined, or he shouldn't get fined, he shouldn't get suspended. But that doesn't mean that the number 4 didn't actually commit a foul here. And I think that's really, the one didn't commit a foul. Yeah. They did take him down.
All right, yeah, change made. So Royal Realm moves up in here, 7-5-4-1, your new order of finish. So that's 15-1 over 11-1. If you happen to back into that exacta. That is going to be healthy.
I could not have without an all-by-all.
Yeah, nor could I. Back at Oaklawn, the entry at 4-5. They run 1-2. You split 10s. Good ride here from Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, I agree. Getting down to the inside, and it really seems to be a recurring theme. The inside paths are the best places to be, and I think keep an eye on the horses that were very wide the entire way around.
You split 10s. Robertino Diodoro. A lot of times on this circuit, go with one of the best in the claiming game, and he certainly is. M&M Racing, son of Congrats, wins for the 5th time in his career. Race 6. Let's take a look at the current odds. Started late, pick 5, 3/4 of a mile to 12,000 starter allowance. Jack Van Berg, currently favored, 2 for 25 lifetime.
He is in good form. He won off the claim last time. This is tougher. I like the number 6, Believe in Holidays, off the claim for Carl Broberg. He's turning back from a route to a sprint. How about this stat for Carl Broberg? Over the last 5 years, he is 42 for 141, 30% with a 225 ROI, cutting back from a route to a sprint off the claim. I'm all in on Believe in Holidays.
All right, we'll get back to that race coming up. It's picture time for Ashar, meanwhile, at Aqueduct in race number 6. Louis Cardenas, Patrick Quick, Paradise Farms with a 4-year-old son of Tappet. This horse went for $800,000 when he was at auction.
Well, the connections, fortunately, were able to get him for $40,000, and now they want a maiden special weight. So a great move to claim, and congrats to them.
Yeah, a bit of a bargain price there. 11th timeout, finally breaks his maiden. This late pick 5 shaping up to be nice. 4-1 beating in a favorite with the Todd Pletcher. Now 15-1 beating. Was the Chad Brown odds on in the end?
No, I think it was 7 or 6-5. But regardless, and you started out with a 2-5 shot. But as you say, with these two prices, if you're alive, it doesn't matter what the first one paid. It's going to be good.
And you see again that DQ with the second place finisher placed from second to fourth. 7, 5, 4, 1. New order of finish in the 6th at Aqueduct. Let's take a look at the late pick 5 as we've talked about. So the odds on, you tap it. Is that right?
No, Tapaziris did not win. The first winner was the number 1 in the 4th race. The number 1.
Yeah, we'll
it's
get that
1,
corrected.
9, 7, and the parlay right now is around is over $250. $2 parlay.
Indian Counselor, right?
Indian Counselor, right? Thank you.
7th race, mile to 16th inner turf, allowance optional claimer, and price talk good governance. This looks like a tough entry.
Yeah, I agree, and I think good governance is going to be very tough to beat off the left. But right now, if you look at multi-race bets, there is next to no difference in both the doubles and the pick 3s between the odds and the number 2 winners back and the entry. So that's going to change. The one's going to come up, and the through is going to come down.
I like winners back in this spot. Pletcher, Waterford Stable, and Kendrick Carmouche. We're going to take a break. When we return, Chad Brown trying to get those foot issues squared away with Analyze It and get him back in the winner's circle as he gears up, the 6-year-old, for his 2021 debut in the Dangers Hour.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$450,000. Good advice, $510,000, thank you.
An exciting young stallion, Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, and Richard Migliori. Good to have you with us on this Friday card with live action from Oaklawn and from Aqueduct again coming up this weekend on good Saturday card at Aqueduct. That Dangers Hour with Analyze It back, with Decorated Invader back for Christophe Clement. Let's take a look at Analyze It again, those foot issues which we have talked about quite a bit over the last couple of days. And this horse, when he's ready to run, he's usually very good.
I thought this was just a heartbreaking defeat for him. I mean, he battled it out the whole way, taking on all challengers, putting everyone away, and it wasn't until the very, very late stages that he got run down here. But this was an extremely strong effort by him, and it's not surprising. And I think, you know, Chad Brown would say the same thing about him that Chris Clement said about Decorated Invader. He's really a miler. But the races he had to run in as a 3-year-old, the Secretariat, the Belmont Derby, they're 1.25 mile races. So he ran where the money was and where the prestige was, but the reality is he's a miler. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance as a 4-year-old to run in those mile races. We'll see if hopefully he can keep it together this year and still be as good as he once was.
Delaware horse, I know who's disappointed for Chad Brown. He trains a lot better than he's run. Do you think he can break through tomorrow?
I do. I actually picked him in this race, not because I think he's the likeliest winner, but because I think he's going to be way too big a price. Now, the reality of him is he's very disappointing in our Artie Schiller here. I think it was the Artie Schiller, the stake race last fall. But he still ran well enough that he could compete in here. And I beseech you to watch the replay of his last race at Tampa Bay Downs, because the chart caller completely missed this horse getting in trouble not once, but twice. He had significant trouble. So the reason he ran poorly last time was the trouble he had in. And I just think he's going to be 12-1 in this race and get kind of lost, and he has races good enough to win. I don't think he's the likeliest winner by any stretch.
Yeah, you mentioned the race, that Artie Schiller. That was one of the best races he's ever won in the States. That was at a mile at Aqueduct.
Yeah, so I think he'll be an overlay in this race. And the truth is, I don't trust Analyze It. It's a 6-year-old. I don't even think his win last year at Monmouth was that good. It's a tougher field. And while I do respect Decorated Invader in here, and I believe in Christophe Clement that he'll be a miler, it's not like his performances last year were so strong that I should be scared to take a shot against him, especially with a big price.
All right, we're going to get back to action here. The 7th at Aqueduct is coming up in about 14 minutes on the turf, mile and a 16th. Let's correct that late pick 5 for you. Indian Counselor at odds on. Gutted out the win to start the sequence. And then upsets in the next 2 legs, including a 15-1 shot.
The good news is the parlay is still about $260 for $2. So, you know, even if Good Governance wins this race or the 2 at short prices, I still think you'll be looking at some very good payouts, because the last 2, especially the last winner, is a tough one to get on the ticket.
Speaking of, there is Good Governance. It's going to be his 5-year-old debut. He is lightly raced. He's only made 4 starts. He hasn't raced since July of last year in the Bernard Baruch at Saratoga.
Yeah, this is his race 2 back at Belmont. And obviously an overmatched field, but I mean, this was almost nothing more than a paid public workout. Got a 95 buyer, and you see his explosive turn of foot. The concern with him is, can he stay on the racetrack? Same thing in both his maiden win, and then he goes in the stake and runs a credible race, then he's laid up again. Comes back with a big win, then he runs a solid 3rd in the stake, and then he's laid up again. And this is a horse who took his time getting the races, not because he had serious problems, but because he managed to get himself in trouble and get minor scrapes that kept him off the track. If he can stay sound, he has a chance to be a serious player in the turf division.
You get that one as well, even money. That's price talk for Jorge Abreu, Klarovich runner as well. Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher already has a win on the turf today, and Winner's Back looks like he's primed for a big run this afternoon. He's got tactical speed, if not the one who's going to be in front, and he's got the rail with Kendrick Carmouche.
I agree. A lot of people talked about Emirati because they thought he had a tough trip here. I completely disagree. I thought that Winner's Back, not that he had a bad trip, and he got the clean run outside, but he lost more ground. Emirati, yeah, he was briefly in traffic, but he got the seam to run through, and I mean, it opened up like the Red Sea, and he simply got out-finished in this race. I think Winner's Back with his speed, I don't think it's going to be that strong a pace. I imagine Bodie Cream will probably be fairly close to him early. I think he's okay, and listen, 7-2 Winner's Back's a great play if you like him. And Bodie Cream at 6-1 is a big price. I don't like Emirati at all in this race. I think Good Governance is going to take a lot of beating in here, but he's got to come back and show he's still the horse he once was.
Well, Emirati, there he is. Chad Brown as well. He was off for a long time. October of 2019 to late January this year, he was in that Winner's Back race, as we showed you. He was 3/4 of a length behind him. But, yeah, there's Winner's Back just outgunned him to the finish.
Yeah, I didn't make any excuse for him. Now, one thing, and listen, he's running figures that make him fast enough to compete here. And another thing about him is Chad Brown doesn't run too often on the Gulfstream turf course. The turf course gets very firm quite often. Now you come up to this turf course. I think it's a more favorable course for him. And listen, he ran well in his U.S. debut. He's been a bit of a disappointment. He is a horse that lost at 3-5 at Keeneland before going on a long hiatus. He's another horse that has to show he can stay on the racetrack as well, Greg.
10 minutes away here from the 7th coming up. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Well, guys, I don't have any kind of earth-shattering reporting to do here. The best horses on paper coming from two tremendous barns look the best in the paddock. Winter's Back looks fabulous. Not your typical kind of turf body, a little bit more shorter coupled, not a very tall horse. He looks a little bit more speedy, but obviously handles the grass well, has a great post, love inside posts on the turf, and is very tactical. Should be very forwardly placed, if not dictating the pace under Kendrick Carmouche. So Winter's Back looks terrific. The 1A, Good Governance. Chad Brown, I mean, I sound like a broken record. All of his horses look good. He's just got an incredible feed program, an incredible way of training horses, and I'm just a little bit curious because I do like the 8 Emirati from a physical perspective. Horse that's a little bit more shorter coupled, being by Dubawi, not a, kind of a typical Chad Brown long lean kind of horse. But I'm just curious. I agree with you, Andy, as far as the trip last time. I don't think it, on the turf, that was a difficult trip. But what about the layoff? Don't you think he could take a step forward off of that layoff? Because I'm impressed with him here in the paddock. I'm just curious to get your idea about that.
Well, yes and no. First of all, he's been off 2.5 months since that race, so it's not like it's a prep for this race. The other thing I would say is that Chad Brown has such good numbers off the layoff in general, and even extreme layoffs, that I expect him to run their good races off the layoff. Look at Good Governance, how well he ran off a long layoff. So I think it's very trainer-specific. Listen, Emirati could win this race. I just don't particularly like him in here, and I think he's an underlay. I far prefer Good Governance, the 2, and the 5, and I think the 5 Bodie Cream is an overlay right now at 6-1. I'm not sure why he is this big a price.
Yeah, for Mike Maker, Trevor McCarthy would be aboard the 5 Bodie Cream. You can get signed up, play this race, all the action, all weekend long, all summer long with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com. You can download the app as well. 100% deposit match, as you can see. Up to $200 in your account. Use that promo code for new members, match200. To take advantage, there's a cross-country Pick 5 to get involved in with tomorrow, which you can play through the app. Good time to get started at NairaBets.com or, as mentioned, on the app. 8 minutes away here from the 7th at Aqueduct. I mean, this feels like it could be a minor stake race.
I don't disagree. And I think the connections near quite a few of these horses are very hopeful that they will have stakes horses going forward.
There is Good Governance. Long time off. He won his debut. He won off the bench as well, off about, a 9-month layoff when he won that first allowance condition easily that we showed you. And then he was third, only beat a length and a half against the incredibly talented Some Like It Hot Brown, Mr. Dumas. That was a loaded group he was in that grade 2 Bernard Baruch.
I agree. And, he did not have a perfect trip in that he didn't ever get that easy seam to run through. But the reality is that he saved ground. And if he had really had a lot of horse, I think he could have bursted through. He still got a 98 buyer. Yeah, he was a disappointment because he was a short price. Did he run badly? He ran a race that will likely win this race and probably win it fairly comfortably. Good Governance is an extraordinarily talented horse. He just is his own worst enemy, obviously. For whatever reason, he can't stay on the racetrack, and hopefully he can. Sometimes they get older and they get sound and they can stay. If he can, this is a stakes quality horse. We've already seen it, but he needs to stay sound to show that potential.
Multiple graded stakes placed in his career. Yeah, see if he can get a little momentum, string together a few races, and he could be a really tough customer this year with his 2021 campaign. That 2, who just left your screen, probably the one he's got to beat here in this spot. That's Winner's Back for Pletcher. As you take a look at long shot Malthael for Tom Morley. This horse on his best day, he's not completely out of the mix to get a piece of it.
Maybe a piece. This is a pretty strong group.
He's 20-1, and there's a look at Emirati, I should say, for Chad Brown. The Dubai 6-year-old with Jose Ortiz. And we kick off our post break with price talk. He'll break from post 3, Jorge Abreu.
We haven't even talked about him, and obviously he has to get faster, but going 3 to 4, why can't he? His connections thought about running him tomorrow, and they decided the Dangerous Hour may be too tough, and so they're running as an entry with Good Governance. He can run well.
Well, Good Governance is going to break second to the outside. Manny Franco aboard. He's been off since July.
He needs to get position in this race. That'll be very important. How slow will the pace be? He would prefer some pace, but he's not slow.
Winner's Back. He could be controlling the pace, and he's got the rail with Kendrick Carmouche.
You know what Kendrick's doing. He's going, and he's Good Governance, clearly his chief rival, and he will not be 7-2.
Now warm-up telling the story, too, of his intentions. Acker, Gregory DePrima, big price.
Yeah, he seems like he's not untalented, but he's an awfully tough here.
Bodie Cream, there's the 5, 7-1 for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I think this horse is very dangerous. He was compromised by a slow, moderate pace last time out in that firm turf, and I thought, second to Pixelate. Pixelate will beat him 2 back is okay. This horse is an overlay.
Yeah, he finished ahead of Price Talk at the Giaponti. Meanwhile, Maltheo, the long shot, 23-1 for Tom Morley.
Yeah, listen, he's run some okay races. I thought some of his better races were on the dirt. We'll see.
Danny California getting back on turf for Orlando Nota.
He's a better dirt horse, and he's not good enough in the dirt to win this.
18-1, it would not appear so.
They were hoping for rain.
Rides, you would think. And then Emirati, Chad Brown, 3-1.
Yeah, he's the Chad Brown factor. He's fast enough to be competitive. I prefer others.
5 minutes to post here in this 7th race. We're going to go back to Bodie Cream, who you sound like you're pretty high on here for Mike Maker. Take a look at him in action for Rapoli Stable. 4-year-old son of Bodie Meister. This was back on November the 27th in that Giaponti when he finished ahead of Price Talk.
He did. Now, that was a race where being forward was helpful, but this may be a race where being forward is helpful. And I have to think that Trevor McCarthy and Mike Maker and his connections have the same thoughts that I do. He's been okay being a little bit forward. You don't want the 2 with Kendrick to steal it in the front end, so put yourself right outside of him. And I don't know that he can't compete with that one, and I don't mind taking a much bigger price to find out. Very strange the 2 is this price. A lot of money is going to come in the 2 late.
Yeah, 4-1. Way too big on winner's back. 7-1, meanwhile, Bodie Cream, who we just showed you. Outside, well, you talked about the key players. Obviously, the entry. And you believe it's Good Governance, his race to win, winner's back, and then maybe the 5, Bodie Cream. Obviously, Emirati could win. You're not that high on him, but it's pretty much those 3.
Win. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the question is how you feel about the number 2. And do you feel he's going to be able to control in a very moderate pace? And if, in fact, he does, is that good enough for him to win the race? Those are really the questions, right? I think if you said, if we all know, we know they're going to absolutely run their best race, Good Governance would probably win. He's shown, I think, to be a little bit better. But that's not, he's coming off a layoff. The 2 has a tactical edge on him, winter's back, and I think potentially even Bodie Cream has a tactical edge on him. So that could give him a real chance. Alice, they also are both horses that have more recency.
Everyone's going to have to come chase this guy down right here with more. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I'm seeing a race that really sets up tactically for an advantage for the 2 winters back. And the way he warmed up under Kendrick Carmouche certainly leads you to believe that he's going to allow this horse to take advantage of that inside post, take advantage of his speed and what looks like potentially a pace advantage. And one of the things that Kendrick does so well is he puts a horse on the lead, gets him into a good rhythm, gives him a breather, but at some point he uses the advantage he created by setting a comfortable pace to his advantage and tries to go on. I've never understood riders that put horses on the lead and keep slowing them down until the closers are in close proximity to them. So in its essence, their strategy is to out-kick the kickers. I just never worked for me. I think at some point, if you've gotten it easy, you got to take control of a race, rip it apart, and make everybody else come off the bridle chasing you. And that's one of the reasons why Kendrick Carmouche is so good on the lead. And the way this race projects to set up on paper, and we've seen it a lot. No speed in the race. Turns out a couple guys take a shot. A lot of speed in the race. Everybody comes out looking at each other. So hopefully it goes to the form that at least I'm seeing on paper. And I'm picking the 2 winters back for the way he looks and the advantage I think he has from a pace perspective.
He talks about that a lot on this program, and as Mig says, no one does it better than Kendrick Carmouche at ripping their heart out, just breaking the spirit of those when you're on a horse in front and opening up on a field.
When Richie was riding, nothing made me happier than when I thought there was a sneaky speed in a somewhat paceless race, and Richie was riding that horse, because Richie had that ability to see an opportunity and take full advantage of it.
Making their way onto the turf course, about to load up for the 7th at Aqueduct. The entry still at 4-5. We also have action out at Oaklawn, that 6th race, the start of the late pick 5. We'll get you out there when we're done with this race in a moment. They're in their post parade right now. The favorite in that Oaklawn race is still Jack Van Berg, the 4, and there he is.
Based on doubles, Basic Chance, who went by, is probably going to be favored by post time. I thought Jack Van Berg last time was the time for him, the 4.
Meanwhile, it's still a big price on that 3 basic chance. Yeah, blinkers off. He's 5-1. Here's He's Meant to Be. We're talking Oaklawn, right-hand side of your screen, 6-1.
Trainer is 3 for 42 off the claim on dirt, 1 for 19 in sprints.
Meanwhile, the 6, Believe in Holidays, Carl Broberg.
I'm all in on Believe in Holidays. Carl Broberg cutting back off the claim. Great numbers doing it.
Kitchen Fire, the 7 for John Cox, just claimed speed and backed up last start.
2 things you don't want. The horse and a kitchen fire.
Definitely do not want that. The 8, he's no bull. Robertino Diodoro.
Diodoro off the claim in dirt sprints at Oaklawn, 30% with a 253 ROI.
All right, we'll get you back there for that race in just a little bit. Again, kicks off the late pick 5 in Hot Springs. But here, a race that could very easily be a stakes event here. There's some talent in this group. And I'm sure Chad Brown hoping can keep good governance together, and this can be the start of potentially a big 2021 campaign for the 5-year-old. He is the 1A. He'll break second to the outside. You get Price Talk as well, and then Winner's Back. That 4-1 has come down. He's 5-2 right now from the rail. The Speedster with Kendrick Carmouche. Here is John Imbrial, 7th from Aqueduct.
Waiting for Bodie Cream and Emirati. In the gate. And they're off. It's Bodie Cream who's out well from the inside. Winter's Back. Winter's Back has the lead. Bodie Cream is there, and Good Governance is on the outside in 3rd. Then at the rail, it is Price Talk who is next in 4th. Malfail in between horses, and on the outside is Emirati. And then we come back to Danny California. Trailing the field is Acker in 8th. Winter's Back takes the field into the clubhouse turn. Bodie Cream is on the outside and running in 2nd after a quarter over the firm turf, 24-2. Price Talk down at the rail runs in 3rd. Malfael in between horses, and Good Governance in the clear on the outside, and now moving up from 5th. Farther back, it is Danny California, Emirati, and trailing the field is Acker. The field races up the backstretch. Winter's Back leads 3/4 of a length. Bodie Cream runs in 2nd. The entry mates are right together, 3rd and 4th. Price Talk and Good Governance. Then it's Malfail, half mile in 49-3. Malfail a bit tough to handle there. To his outside is Emirati. Then Danny California, and Acker continues to trail. They head for the far turn. Winter's Back is holding on to the lead here. Leads by a length and a half. Bodie Cream in 2nd. Now Good Governance is asked to pick it up and is moving up on the outside. Emirati is running in 4th. Price Talk down towards the rail in 5th. 3/4 in 1:13-2. There in the stretch, it is Winter's Back, Bodie Cream, Good Governance, then Price Talk and Emirati. Winter's Back trying to go wire to wire here. It is Winter's Back with a 2-length lead as they come on for the finish, and he's going to do it on the front end. Winter's Back over Bodie Cream. The entry runs 3-4. Emirati will complete the superfecta.
Winter's Back, Kendrick Carmouche to perfection on this horse who goes gate to wire.
Well, he went and the others didn't. I'm not really sure why Charlie McCarthy was a little more aggressive with a 5. Perhaps it wouldn't have mattered, but Kendrick rode him to a T, and he turned out to be best in here, taking advantage of his pace advantage. Manny Franco was trying to tuck the number 1A in Good Governance early, and Nick Juarez in the 6 sort of jumped inside of him and took that position. So he ended up with a 3-wide out in the clear chasing trip the whole way, which is a nightmare kind of trip for turf horses. So you can give him a mild excuse, especially off the layoff. But the winner got the right ride, the right trip, and he proved to be much the best as the Pletcher machine keeps rolling along.
A couple of wins on the grass today for the barn. Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche, gate to wire, Mig at 2-1 on Winner's Back.
Yeah, no surprise he went gate to wire, but if you want to show young riders how to ride a front runner, this was textbook. Just show them this video. He's comfortable, he's relaxed, his ears are up, he's setting slow fractions. Watch at the 3/8 pole. He just pulls everybody off the bridle because he lets this horse start striding out. The race quickened up from there. I enjoy watching someone use a horse's speed properly. That was picture perfect.
Professional from Kendrick Carmouche. Winner's Back at 2-1. You beat an even money favorite again as we go to the late pick 5 final leg coming up with already a 15-1 shot and a 4-1 shot beating a close to even money favorite.
Yeah, except judging by the multi-race bets, I'm not sure there's that big a difference between the 1 and 2 in the pick 5. I could be wrong, but these horses were almost exactly the same prices in the pick 4, the pick 3, and the double. It's kind of odd. It's amazing he ended up as big a price as he did, all things considered.
All right, we're back at Oaklawn. Late pick 5, and Hot Springs begins here, and it's been gate to wider favoritism for this horse here, Jack Van Berg, the 4.
Yeah, this is another one that's very strange, and I do think there's a chance the odds will change significantly as we get when the gate opens.
This was back on his most recent effort for Jack Van Berg. It was a win. He was close to the pace throughout, and he took over in the stretch.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find the race somewhere among my PPs. He ran fine last time, and if he runs the Beyer speed figure in last time, he's going to be reasonably tough in here. I feel like he was the last time was the time. I think this is a much tougher spot. And you're asking a horse to win back-to-back races that only won his second start in 25 career starts last time.
And his best, you look at his races that show up on sloppy racetracks, they have not been great.
That's another very good point in here. He's probably better on a dry track. Even though he has won on a wet track before, but I don't know what it was, what kind of wet track it was.
The last couple that show up on the sloppy track, they were not good at all. I was being kind. Meanwhile, on the outside, he's no bull. Diodoro, 5-1.
I mean, he's obviously too slow. He'd have to improve immeasurably off the claim. But as I was saying before, Diodoro, here are his numbers off the claim in dirt sprints at Oaklawn Park over the last 5 years. He's 39 for 128. That's 30% with an ROI of 253. And that's for a trainer whose horses generally get overbet. And he still has that's a huge ROI, 128 starters, 253 ROI. So that means they are improving. Can he improve enough? As I said, I like the 6, Believe in Holidays. I love the turn back for this horse. I know he's been a horse who's been a router, but he has a very good race going 6 furlongs, 3 races back. I don't love the way the track has been playing for his running style. I think that could compromise him. But Believe in Holidays, I'll stick with the stats that say that Carl Broberg is excellent, cutting back from a route to a sprint off the claim.
He is 5-1 on the board. 7-year-old son of Harlan's Holiday. Set for the 6th from Oaklawn, Vic Stauffer with the call.
Believe in Holidays. Last to load, he's no bull. They're at the post. They're off. Terrible start for He's No Bull. He jumped straight in the air. Basic Chance and I Belong to Becky with Jack Van Berg and He's Meant to Be. These are the 4 quickest. Then Something Super and a recovering He's No Bull. And the trailer is Believe in Holidays. Basic Chance quicker than JVB up the backstretch. Basic Chance a length and a half. Jack Van Berg is second 3/4 of a length to I Belong to Becky. Then it's 2.5 to Believe in Holidays and He's Meant to Be. He's No Bull is second last now, and the trailer is Something Super, and the leader is Basic Chance. Basic Chance around the far turn, a length and a quarter in front of Jack Van Berg in second, and now Jack Van Berg draws within 3/4 of a length of the lead. I Belong to Becky is next, then 3 back to Believe in Holidays, He's No Bull, and He's Meant to Be. Something Super is the trailer, and Basic Chance is the leader. Basic Chance off the top of the turn, a length in front of Jack Van Berg in second. I Belong to Becky is third. Something Super just moved into fourth, but Basic Chance is clear now, a 16th out, and he is 3.5 lengths in front. I Belong to Becky has moved into second. Jack Van Berg is third. It's Basic Chance in front. Basic Chance won by 4. I Belong to Becky was second. Jack Van Berg third. Something Super finished fourth.
That's a 12-time winner, now 13-time winner. Basic Chance, who got to the front and then just opens up in the stretch.
Give John Court credit. He's not faster than I Belong to Becky. He's not faster than Jack Van Berg. But Court wanted the lead. He got it. Speed's been good. And he controlled and dominated the front end. And as we predicted, the late money eventually came in.
3-1, co-favorite with the victory here. Again, 13th time in his career he has done it. He's gone back to the William Martin Barney, reclaim this horse and gets him back in the winner's circle. 7-year-old, son of Yes It's True.
Very tough to have seen this horse on the front end of this race.
Really?
Good ride, but yeah, the 2 and 4 are both considerably faster horses.
21 and change last start on the lead.
2 and 4 are faster horses. 21 and change. Went 21 and 4. Didn't the 2 go? Didn't the 2 go 21 and 3? I don't know.
Back at Aqueduct, winners back: Kendrick Carmouche, Todd Pletcher, Waterford Stable, and textbook here from Carmouche going gate to wire for the win.
Great job by Kendrick. You ride him the way you're supposed to, and he gets it done. Good Governance has a legit excuse. I think all three of them ran very well in here. It's just you're not going to win these races sitting 3 wide on slow paces, especially with horses that are effectively closers.
It's Good Governance. Bodie, Cream the 5, both give a chase to no avail.
Yeah. This was, listen, you got the speed in the inside. We saw Kendrick win the 7th race at 10-1 yesterday by sending a horse that didn't appear to have speed to the front end. He knows what he's doing on a speed horse.
And Price Talk out finishing Good Governance, by the way.
Because he saved ground on the rail every step of the way.
Winners back with a win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
I'm here with Kendrick Carmouche, who's just been riding in career form. Kendrick, you're making all the right moves. You put this horse in the lead, got comfortable, but you won the race at the 3/8 pole. Talk me through, or walk us through, what it's like to ride a front runner and when you make that decision to seize a race.
You know, Richie, going down the backside, you got to feel what your horse is giving you. And you got to know if he can explode when he hits the turn, to open up, to get away from those horses, to give him a breather before they come back and tackle you. Because if you can get a breather before they come back and tackle you at the quarter pole, it's going to be a race home, because my horse caught his breath and the other one's still trying to catch theirs. So that's what I have in my mind about things, you know. Other jockeys might not, but we are on the inner track. You can't forget. Those turns, you got to cut them. You can't go out or they take you out. So, you know, I still love my inner track. It's turf now, but you got to have the horse. But you got to sneak away whenever you can when you're on the lead like that, because if they got good grass horses behind you, like I was thinking of Chad, 2 horses behind me, and I'm saying I'm not going to give them a chance to get closer to me at the 3/8 pole or the half. I'm going to make them run into it, then slow down, then take off again. You know, that's my concept of things. And, you know, you got to have the horse, first of all. You ain't got the horse, you can't do these tricky things, you know. But it's good to see an older rider do it if they want to learn from it.
Well, they can learn from this guy, a guy that's so versatile, came from way back to win the Wood Memorial, got a Derby mount, and rode a textbook race just now.
Good for Kendrick. What a last 5-6 months he's been having. As we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, winners back, beating an even money favorite in here as we go into this final leg of the sequence coming up.
Good luck if you're alive. I haven't seen the payoffs, but I'm sure they're pretty generous. Lowest pick 4 with the 3 is $751. And it's a wide open last race. I mean, I hope you're alive. I hope you have a few.
Here's a look at the field for the nightcap. To the favorite right now, pick 5, just over $1,500 and much, much bigger the rest of the way. I think 16 tons, perhaps, second choice in the pick 5. This one, 40 maiden claiming sprint on the outer turf. 7-2 on the muscle, is the one to beat, but is 0 for 10 on the grass to this point. We're going to say goodbye to Andy Serling. You are back with us tomorrow. Keisha Courtney stepping in right after a timeout.
All right. Been fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. We're going to have a lot more coming up. Stay with us, including the connection out in Hot Springs between Major League Baseball and some of the best in the game in Hot Springs. That story next when we return on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, new for 2021, standing at Gainesway.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all Major League teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. This winter is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s, most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their Major League squads for decades to come.
Such a cool history out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Baseball, a big part of it as well. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by America's Best Racing. Rotating analysts continue. Acacia Courtney, you've done it all this afternoon.
Yeah, I haven't been out reporting today, but I guess we'll be doing that tomorrow as well. But in the host chair now, happy to be back in the analyst chair this afternoon, and some good racing still to come, particularly with the feature at Oaklawn.
You're our Mrs. Versatile on the program.
Yeah,
you can do it all.
I try to be.
Back at Oaklawn in the 6th race, it was a horse who late in the wagering was bet down to favoritism, Basic Chance, who got the win. William Martin reclaimed this one. John Court still visiting the winner's circle at his advanced age.
Yeah, and he's been continuing to do well. This is the 10th or 11th win at the meet. This horse was second off the layoff, second off the claim. The blinkers coming off as well, and no doubt about the winner here either. And good to see John Court once again heading back to the winner's circle with the 2. I Belong to Becky first off the claim as the barn runs 1-2 in here.
3-2-4 finish. Gene Burkholder, your winning order. Yes, it's true. 7-year-old who is now a 13-time winner. This horse loves to cross the wire first. Get his picture taken. Wins and pays $8.60 for the victory in that 6th from Oaklawn. Late pick 4 coming up next. If you're just tuning in, it is a sloppy racetrack. It had been wet fast. Now sloppy in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We have a maiden special weight coming up next at 6 furlongs in Music App. Don Von Hemel, start number 2, showed speed and a distant second in that debut effort, the favorite.
And I do think that she is the worthy favorite in this spot. She showed speed, as you mentioned. She broke out a little bit in the beginning of the race. Then she looked really green to me in the stretch. She was kind of chasing then after that as the winner took over and was much the best. But I think that that race will really be beneficial for her now moving to her second start.
Well, that race about 18 minutes away. Back in New York, we have the finale coming up. And Kendrick Carmouche, he's going to try and take the late double on that horse right there. 5-year-old On the Muscle, who is 0 for 10 on the turf, but is a deserving favorite. Only 7-2 on the board right now. We'll talk more about it when we return. Stay with us.
The Run Happy rally continues. With more and more winners each week, Run Happy now ranks among the top of his crop. Already with multiple stakes horses this year, including the sensational Nicky the Vest, winner of the Gander Stakes at Aqueduct by an amazing 11 lengths. From coast to coast, the more they run, the more they win. In a lifetime of chance, this is a chance of a lifetime. Priced for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams right now and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Coming on strong. Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you. Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong? Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and a beautiful view of lower Manhattan and the Freedom Tower, covered in the clouds right now on this Friday afternoon. I believe we're supposed to have a sunny Saturday, I think.
I think there's a little bit of rain in the forecast in the morning, not much, but then it's supposed to clear up. That's what we hope.
Here's today's weather again. We were talking about Saturday. Pick 5 World pays to the favor right now.
Mitch wanted to show today.
Thank you, though. It's a beautiful. I could look at that all day long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over $1,500 to On the Muscle right now, who, was 7-2 when we went to break, 5-2 favorite. Now, for more, let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, let's start with the one horse. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Was claimed last time by trainer Bob Coceres. Talked to Bob about him. You know, they had the idea, wanted to try this horse on the turf, and he does have a turf sprinter type build. Very strong hind end. Does have the right kind of foot and pastern to him. They said that they wanted to go forward, get their position going forward. That doesn't mean be on the lead, but definitely from the rail to try to get him up into the race. And, they were very optimistic about the grass. One of the reasons they claimed the horse. The 8-horse Centurion, Jimmy Jerkins, he just looks fabulous in the paddock. He tried turf sprinting back in November of 19, and I thought he ran really well that day, made an allowance, came back long on the turf, and now he's been off a while, but making a spectacular appearance in the paddock, the 8 Centurion from Jimmy Jerkins. And then the 11, 16 tons, looks terrific. Another horse coming out off of an elongated layoff, but certainly looks like he'd handle the turf. Definitely more of a turf foot on him, turf look to him. So those are the ones that kind of really caught my attention here in the paddock, and check them out on the racetrack and see if any more horses kind of stand out when they warm up.
All right, Mick, thanks. Yeah, we'll get back to you for that. Here's our favorite. 3-1 On the Muscle. Has had a lot of opportunities to try and get it done in dropping into 30 maiden claiming last time out. Still couldn't get it done. Did have a bit of a wide trip as well, though, into the lane. That was at the fairgrounds we're showing you.
Yeah, and that was the first time with Mike Stidham as well, or first time back with Mike Stidham, I should say. But second, off of a layoff, I guess that you could kind of be a little bit forgiving about that. My biggest concern with him is that even towards the start of his career when he was with Mike Stidham, he had been exposed already for 30 and 40,000, hadn't been able to win there. He was just second best last time out. He ran fine. Maybe he just meets the right field today. And he does have a little bit of natural speed. I would hope that he would be forwardly placed as he was closing last time. Sometimes, Greg, horses like this, and I'm not saying that the goal with him would be to try to wire the field in here, but he can be forwardly placed, and you don't want to rely on horses at this level to pass horses late, because clearly that's not something he does well.
And that's the man who's going to be aboard. Kendrick Carmouche looking to take the late double. We know how dangerous he is on the front end. I don't know. Last couple of starts from this horse has been nowhere near the lead. He used to have speed, but in the last couple of starts, that has not been the case. Finale of the popular Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder promotion this Saturday, where you can earn a $20 bonus for the Kentucky Derby. To qualify, bet $50 to win on any horse in the Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn through the NyraBets app, and you'll score a $20 bonus. Win or lose, does not matter. Go to NyraBets.com for all the details. That, of course, coming up tomorrow. We're going to have live coverage, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see if Concert Tour can get to Kentucky undefeated for Bob Baffert.
And I think that would be a really just extra interesting layer to the Kentucky Derby scene, because then both he and Essential Quality will head to the Derby starting gate, both undefeated. Obviously, with Essential Quality being the juvenile champion, he overall has the stronger resume and has had a few more races. But it would be interesting to have the two of them undefeated heading into the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, not nowhere near the kind of hype with those two horses, but you have the Rock Your World, who's perfect so far too, but only the one start on dirt, but it was a pretty good win of that Santa Anita Derby. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Bob Glaceris kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, this one is by Arch. There is a little bit of turf influence in there, first off the claim, and I liked hearing what Richie said, that they claimed this horse with the intention of trying him on the grass.
Kendrick looking for the late double on the muscle.
He's second off the layoff today, second time back with these connections. I think that this could potentially be a good spot with him. I'd like to see him a little bit more forward.
I like this horse a lot today. Confectioner's only turf start way back June of last year. He had a horrible break, and he made up a lot of ground.
Yeah, he's going to be another one that needs to break sharply in here. Hey, he's a long shot, and he hasn't had many turf tries.
Bourbon Rising, first time on the grass.
Yeah, this one is by Uncle Mo, which is versatile, but he's out of a mare who did finish once in the money on the grass. Let's see how that transfers.
Maddie's Marauder 15-1, Louis Cardenas.
Well beaten last time, his first time in a claiming race, but that was he's off a layoff now, comes back as a gelding.
This one could be forwardly placed. Blinkers come off Kentucky Knight, new gelding.
Yeah, blinkers do come off, but looking at the type of warm-up that he's getting and just how he's run before, I'd imagine he'll be the main speed.
Centurion at 10-1, blinkers off as well.
The barn does not have good numbers off of the layoff, but he is dropping in class, and he's going back to the turf. His two turf tries were, again, significantly tougher.
Tom Albertrani sending out Thruster with Trevor McCarthy.
I know he's a long shot, but I've always liked this horse on the turf. In fact, he was running against a little bit tougher two-back and then going longer as well.
Ratchet, he debuted on grass against Better.
Against Much Better. He's by American. I think he'll appreciate getting back to the turf, and this could be a good spot to see what they have.
16 tons first on grass. The dam did produce 3 turf winners.
And there's some pedigree in there as well. He's the half to Grade 1 winner, Sippican Harbor, who won the Spinaway. Let's see how he handles the turf and off a layoff. A lot of changes today, but he does have Linda Rice at the helm.
Camouflaged Kisser 0 for 10 on the turf, like the favorite.
He's had a lot of chances as well. He has run some races, though, that would suggest that he could grab a share in here.
Can you make a case for this also eligible, Loaded Joe?
I don't think so, but I think anything can happen. I mean, back in November, he did run second at this condition, sprinting on turf. Let's see what happens. Today, he does get in on just 7 days rest.
3 minutes from this nightcap on our Friday card here at Aqueduct. Let's check in again with Mig.
Yeah, Greg, just kind of interesting. The one, ouch, ouch, ouch. It's a little bit of a different warm-up for the 6 furlongs on the turf. They go back up towards the quarter pole, and then they come back this way. Nick Juarez on ouch, ouch, ouch. A little bit confused, turned to go off the right way. Kind of made a little bit of a wrong turn there. Hopefully he won't make any wrong turns in the race. Big price for Ouch, 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 who I do think is going to run better than his odds. But my pick is going to be the 8. Couldn't get past how well turned out this horse was on the racetrack for Jimmy Jerkins. Just making a really nice impression. Looks very fit. His one turf sprint against Better, albeit a long time ago, was very good. So number 8, Centurion for me. And I am going to say goodbye as it starts to kind of drizzle here. I'm going to get some cover, guys.
All right, Mig, stay dry. So he's going to see how this one plays out. And he is going to go with Centurion, who, from the outset, he loved to look at this horse in the paddock.
And I think that really speaks volumes about him. And like I said, his 2 turf tries were both, again, significantly tougher. He didn't run the step in his own dirt try down at Gulfstream. He drops in class coming back. And just looking at him here, I mean, looking back at my notes from start of 2020, he's really grown up a lot, which you like to see as well. But I think that he's interesting. He's definitely sharp on track. He comes back. He could be very fresh and taking that significant drop.
But 5-2 on the favorite, and you can make the argument all On the Muscle has to do is repeat what he did in his last race, and maybe with a little bit better racing luck and trip, he wins this race.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely the horse to beat by far. I just think that this is a nice race because, look, you're going to get a price on pretty much anybody else. So I took a shot once again with Thruster. He's on the smaller side. I've always thought he looks physically like a turf horse. He's out of a multiple stakes winning mare who won on grass. He's the Have to Fear No Evil, who is a 3-time turf winner himself. And I just think given his physicality, he'll appreciate going a little bit shorter.
11-1 on Miggs' selection there. Centurion for Jimmy Jerkins for Centennial Farms. Yeah, I thought this race was one of the reasons to play this late pick 5 today because I thought there were so many options at prices in here.
And even the 11, 16 tons, I mean, both Richie and I like 10-1 shots on there, and 16 tons is taking some attention at 7-2, but I think that he's a big player. You mentioned the pedigree. The dam's been a good producer. You've got Bodacious Babe in the family, Sippican Harbor, and yes, it's been a long time since he's raced, last February, but he has the benefit, like some of the others in here don't, of never having been exposed for maiden 40 on the turf. It's first time on the grass. He hasn't proved yet that he can't succeed at this level, where a lot of them have had a lot of excuses and a lot of chances.
Yeah, including your favorite, who's had almost as many, or at least as many chances as anybody in here. 0 for 10 on the grass. Was at an easier 30 maiden claiming level Fairgrounds last start. It was, to be fair, off the bench, off about a 7-month layoff. Did not get it done. And now the 2-1 favorite here on the finale of this Friday card as you look at the 4 Confectioner. Waited a long time to get him back on the grass.
Yeah, they certainly did. And he ran on the turf at Laurel, too, for $25,000 and with previous connections. So I'm sure that it might have had several in Maryland and New York that were rained off. Let's see how he handles it today. But he, too, has had a lot of tries.
He got slammed and sandwiched out of the gate in that turf debut, I should say. And he really started to run late in the race.
And he was 3-1 that day, too.
32-1 on him right now for his second turf start. We'll see how it plays out. Nightcap here at Aqueduct. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Kentucky Knight and Loaded Joe. They're all in. And they're off. Loaded Joe from the extreme outside. Kentucky Knight now moves up. And Ratchet is there. Ratchet, Kentucky Knight right together. Loaded Joe is running in third. And Centurion is next in fourth. Camouflage Kisser on the outside is next in fifth. Moving up in between horses, Confectioner. Down at the rail is Ouch, Ouch, Ouch. Then it is Bourbon Rising. Alongside is Maddie's Marauder. 1.5 lengths to On the Muscle and Thruster. And then it's a break of 5 or 6 lengths. Back to 16 Tons, who trails the field. The quarter went in 21-3. It is Ratchet the leader here by 1.5 lengths. Loaded Joe runs in second. Kentucky Knight is down towards the rail. Camouflage Kisser on the outside. Then Confectioner. Ouch, Ouch, Ouch is down at the rail. Followed by Centurion and Bourbon Rising. Far outside, On the Muscle is coming on now. Here's Loaded Joe to challenge Kentucky Knight. On the Muscle continues to gain, and Thruster is coming on late. They come down for the finish. On the Muscle and Thruster, and a photo finish to wrap up the day. We've had a few of them on this Friday. Another photo, this one in the finale, between Thruster and On the Muscle.
Photo finish to close out this Friday card. Kendrick Carmouche on the 3 on the Muscle. Trevor McCarthy on the 9 Thruster. I initially thought it was the 3. I'm terrible calling this.
Well, I hope you're wrong because I picked the 9, and I think he was 10 or 11 to 1. 15 to 1 he went off at, and I just have liked this horse on the turf his last couple starts, and I stuck with him. So if he gets beat on the wire, which I think he might have, I think that just kind of sums up my relationship with this horse.
Wow, 5 to 2 or 15 to 1. And it's just who got the better of the bob, and it looks like it may have been On the Muscle and Kendrick Carmouche, but let's wait and make it official. Wow. Big effort from both these two.
Yeah. There have been a lot of photo finishes today. Johnny I is right. I certainly don't envy him, but making that earlier move was the number 3 On the Muscle, and he had plenty of pace to run at today. Very quick up front early on. There was a lot of pace to close into. Thruster was closing wide and running late under Trevor McCarthy, who's continued to ride well throughout here in New York. And they've got the camera on the 9, so I like it, 15 to 1. Well, we're going to show the 3 also. I got excited. Never mind.
Yeah, we cut that right before the finish. We'll see if we can get another look at it, but not that that's going to determine it for us. Tough angle to make that call from. There's Kendrick. If it is a win for him, he takes the late double. He has been riding just lights out ever since the winter meet at Aqueduct that he won. He got that first grade 1 win of his career.
Yeah, and I think the 3 got it in the photo. But regardless, I think hats off to Kendrick. And we heard Richie interviewing him earlier. And just the confidence level you can see is up right now. When the wins are coming. And obviously, Barnes are having faith in riding him. And he rides hard no matter the level of the race. And that's tight on the wire.
I believe you see that nostril of the 3 in front.
Yep.
And it is unofficially posted On the Muscle. 5 to 2 favorite. Big run from Thruster. Ran too good to lose. That's this game.
Yes, it is. That's this game in a nutshell.
3, 9, 13, 7, 3-win afternoon for Kendrick Carmouche. You taking a look at the odds for the 7th at Oaklawn. Maiden special weight. 6 furlongs coming up. Music app been favored throughout for Donnie Von Hemel. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Donnie Von Hemel searching for his first win of this Oaklawn meet, trying to get it done in the penultimate week here as Music App doing very well behind a talented Joyful Cadence who came back last weekend and actually split Whitmore and Abrogate in the Purple Martin. So she's a credible runner, to say the least. And she ran well. She was quick out of the gate, Music App. The winner came up the rail going into the first turn. So look for her to be on the front end. I was a little unimpressed with what I saw from her physically. She's just smaller, but she's athletic. She's light on her feet, and that right there suggests that she should be able to handle this sloppy racetrack in her second start. And I will say it was a quick, hard rain for the majority of the rain that we got, so most of it has come off the track. There's really not that much lying water on it. As we'll move on to some first-time starters, number 5, What's News for Steve Asmussen, daughter of Bernardini. The Dam was a graded stakes winner, going long on the dirt, won the grade 2 forward gal. And ran well in synthetic, too. And the siblings were actually better longer. So I'm not sure about her going 6 furlongs first time out. I know she's taking money. I think that's based on connections. She lacks a bit of muscle mass, especially across that hind end, where she looks very, very fit. But number 5, What's the News? I worry that this might be a little bit on the shorter side, as number 6, Bayshore Foxes came in very, very fit for Phil Bauer. Really well prepared in all aspects, has been professional, too. Nicely on the bridle, big, strong hind end to her. And we'll see what she does as far as pedigree. But the interesting pedigree is number 7, Silver's York, by Arch. The full sibling was a 7-time winner in dirt sprints. Half to Camille Claudel, who's a better runner going a bit longer. But I didn't love Confirmation, but this horse warmed up really well on the racetrack, Greg.
All right, a price right now, 15 to 1, as Maggie mentioned. Silver's York jinx fires. The daughter of Arch, the favorite, the 2, Music App. Vic Stauffer with the call to kick off the late pick 4.
And every other one. They're at the post. They're off. Music App broke beautifully, and so does What's News. These two are quick. Golden Eyed Queen is at the rail. Then comes Bayshore Foxes. Every other one's in the center. Silver's York is also close up. Brame the Red Cat is next, and the trailer is Eden. It is Golden Eyed Queen and Music App to match strides down the backstretch. Golden Eyed Queen and Rocco Bowen ahead in front. Music App is second by a length and a half to Bayshore Foxes and a 3 wide every other one. What's News is fifth now and about 4 from the front, with Silver's York just outside of her. 3 back to Blame the Red Cat. Eden is the trailer, and the leader is Music App. Music App has taken over a clear lead to the quarter pole, a length in front of Golden Eyed Queen and Bayshore Foxes. Every other one is now under the whip from Christian Torres, and 4 from the front, Music App and Bayshore Foxes. And here comes Bayshore Foxes outside of Music App, and Bayshore Foxes has the lead, but Silver's York is beginning to close in, and What's News has got a chance. Bayshore Foxes a length in front of Music App in a second. Eden is emerging from the back of the pack, but Bayshore Foxes is 2 in front. Silver's York and Eden. Bayshore Foxes in front. 2 wins for Phil Bauer. Bayshore Foxes won a length and a half from Silver's York and Eden. Music App finished 4th.
2 first-time starters run 1-2 in here. Bayshore Foxes, Silver's York, and then Eden completes the trifecta.
Yeah, nice performance from Bayshore Foxes, and it was interesting. I mean, this one, looking at pedigrees earlier, the dam's a sister to a Canadian champion grass horse in Riding the River, but then hearing comments from Maggie about how fit and professional she looked, she definitely ran from that. Some greenness with Silver's York, who finished up on that left lead, but really nice performance from the winner at first asking.
Daughter of Mine Shaft. A couple of wins, as you heard from Big Stauffer, for Phil Bauer this afternoon. Rigney Racing with another nice one. Fernando de la Cruz in the irons for the victory. And the one Maggie mentioned, pedigree-wise, it was interesting. At a price, Silver's York, that's 7. Getting in for second there. Nice call, Maggie, but Bayshore Fox is your winner.
Yeah, and Phil Bauer, actually, for a guy that maybe going back a couple years wasn't as well known with his first-time starters, has really picked things up with his debuters in the last few years and seasons. And this one took money. I mean, 7-2, that's taking money in the face of the 7-5 favorite in here. So well done to him. And you could tell that Fernando de la Cruz was loaded because he wasn't moving. He was waiting for room at the top of the lane. And once he got this filly outside, asked her to accelerate, and she did just that. They did go fairly quick up front, to be fair. Maybe a slight excuse for your heavy favorite in Music App, but still, I think the 2 first-time starters did run best here, Greg.
7-2 over 16-1 in the end on Silver's York. And yeah, the 7-5 favorite checks in 4th in here, Music App, for Donnie Von Hemel. Back to New York. It was a photo finish in the finale on the muscle thruster, and it goes to Kendra Carmouche, the favorite for Mike Stidham.
Got the job done in start number 13. It was lucky number 13 indeed. And yeah, you see him coming from pretty far off of it. He had plenty of pace to run at. They went quick up front, but props to Kendrick Carmouche, 3 wins today, and he rode this horse right and got the perfect trip there to get him his maiden win.
Wow, was this tight. Thruster running too good to lose, but coming up short. That's how close it was.
Very. Big performance from both of these horses, and to be fair, they had pace to run at. They got the setup, both of them closing from off of it. But once again, Trevor McCarthy, I think, riding really well since bringing his tack here to New York. Got to know Trevor a bit in covering Laurel Park over the years too. I think a talented rider, and he gave this horse every chance, just missed there.
And I know you're probably going to play Thruster again next time out. He's probably going to be 3-1.
Yeah, and then he's probably going to get beat again.
Late pick 5 follow-on comes back $1,525 and 2 quarters. You had Ashtar, that big price at 15-1, Mandate at 4-1 for Pletcher. Pletcher with a couple of wins on the turf in that sequence with Mandate and with our King for a Day. In the 7th, our King for a Day, it's brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo and Winters, back showing he has a ton of talent, especially when he's loose on the lead.
Yeah, big performance from this horse today, and it was nice to see him get back to the winner's circle and do things the way that he wanted to. To be fair, there were a couple of no-shows in here, good governance, not perhaps the punch that we would have liked to see, but Winter's back is a talented horse, always thought that, and I think that he really appreciated getting to be on the front end like he was today.
Wins for Waterford Stable, trained by Todd Pletcher. Kendrick Carmouche, as we told you, aboard for that win. King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York. So congratulations. That was a big performance. That was a good field. I think it was a little disappointing from Good Governance, but we'll see. That was a starting point back for him. You usually expect these Chad Brown runners like that to be ready to fire right off the bench, but second time out, maybe we'll see a better effort.
It's true, and he's a tough gauge. I mean, he is a horse that's only run 4 times. He would run 2 races and then have a significant layoff, and he's kept some really good company. So I think it's tough to be too hard on him today. However, he does come from a barn in the likes of Chad Brown that can really have them ready to go off a bench. But I think watching him next time will really be the telltale sign as to what the year might offer.
We just expect too much out of that barn because
true.
he's been so good.
That's true. He set the standard too high.
Impossibly high.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up. We're going to talk final major prep on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and Bob Baffert got 2 shots in the Arkansas Derby. The undefeated concert tour. He will be a heavy favorite, and he has Hosier as well. He's going to take a 3rd crack at his stablemate. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
There's a new leader at the top of the stretch. It's American Pharoah, putting away Bridget's Big Levy. Mr. Z moves into second. On the outside, Win the Space and the Truth or Else. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and American Pharoah is putting on a show. He has not been asked the question, but everyone knows the answer. He is indeed the ruler. American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
I love that call from Frank Miramati. American Pharoah, he was just dominant. Bob Baffert going into this race, he was concerned that this American Pharoah would be able to rate it all. He had new tactics in here. it was not a problem. 1-9, and of course he'd go on to win the Triple Crown.
I know, nothing was a problem for him, and it's fun watching that back. And indeed, the ruler he was, it just wrapped up so easily the way that he did it. And I love how he finishes up with his ears pricked like that, just enjoying his job, just much the best ahead of everybody else. And I remember standing at the top of the stretch on that Belmont Stakes day and just hearing the roar in the grandstand. You felt like it was going to fall down, watching him become the first Triple Crown winner since the 1970s. 1978, I think, was the last one before, right?
Yeah, Victor, 76.
76. You know, we knew everything about it at that time when talking about the drought, and now we've had 2 Triple Crown winners since then.
Nadal, American Pharaoh,
78.
Bodemeister, the Arkansas Derby winners for Baffert, and he'll have 2 shots at it coming up on Saturday, and all the talk is centered around Concert Tour. He's handled his stablemate Hosier on a couple of occasions. He's handled everybody he's met so far, but he has been asked to do a lot in a short amount of time.
He certainly has. I mean, he didn't race as a 2-year-old. That was a conversation we heard a lot about a couple years ago with Justify, who didn't race as a 2-year-old. But look, he's done everything so easily, and he's handled everything that's been thrown at him. 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs in the San Vicente, then last time going a distance of ground with the mile and a 16th. So now he'll stretch out even more to the mile and an 8th, but he'll face a similar cast of characters as to what he did last time. I have no concerns about the distance for him. And yes, the question is going to be what happens as far as Caddo River, who may be more aggressively handled today, but Concert Tour undefeated as of yet, prancing around there. Typical kind of Bob Baffert on his toes, ready to roll appearance there.
Yeah, wow. He ran them off their feet in the Rebel. We'll see if he could do it again at a mile and an 8th. The way he finished in that Rebel Stakes, it did not appear like this extra distance is going to be a problem, but you don't know until they do it. We will see. But right now, to this point, he's been absolutely rolling along. And again, with Baffert losing his main player for the Derby, life is good. Just like we saw last year with him losing a couple of horses along the way. He still wins the Derby, still wins the Classic with Authentic, and now this horse is main hope.
Yeah, it's good to be Bob Baffert and have that deep bench when it comes to 3-year-old colts here. And Concert Tour, again, he's handled everything nicely. And talking about the tactics potentially of the race going the mile and an 8th, I thought Andy brought up an interesting point that if they are aggressive with Caddo River, then Concert Tour will have to rate. He rated, I know it was going 7 furlongs in the San Vicente, but it also teach him an educational type of race, and I think be beneficial for him going into the Kentucky Derby.
God, what's wrong? God, it's been a long day. What's wrong? Slew 77, affirmed 78.
Yes.
It's been a long afternoon.
78.
So that's the field. Even money on Concert Tour. He's probably going to be 4, maybe even 3 to 5 in this spot. Bob Baffert's top assistant, Jimmy Barnes. Here's what he had to say.
Smaller field than I expected, but we'll take it however it is. Concert Tour, both horses ran so well over this track. I really see them, like even Hosier should improve off the last race. And, just everything's going perfect. It's a small field, 6-horse field, so there's really no bad spots. Speed to the inside of us, that's always good. With a 6-horse field, both horses should have get a good trip. There are high expectations of us. Bob stocks the pond with some wonderful racehorses, and I'm so privileged to be blessed to work with them. But, we're used to it. We've been doing it for years, so it's our job, and just roll out of bed and just go with it.
Jimmy Barnes, he has been such an important part of what Bob Baffert has done over his Hall of Fame career and those 6 Kentucky Derby wins.
Yeah, just incredible what they've accomplished, and Jimmy a huge piece of that. You'll never see Jimmy Barnes far away. Of course, he was holding 3 rings in the paddock before the Kentucky Derby when he did end up flipping over and had to have some surgery after that. But I know he was right back at the barn the next day or a couple days thereafter.
Concert Tour, those 50 points, likely good enough to get him in already, but he'd like to go to Kentucky the right way. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale now, and Maggie, it's not Bob Baffert who's the only Grade 1 winner in this field.
No, it's actually a stake named after one of Bob Baffert's horses, the American Pharaoh. That Get Her Number was victorious in as a 2-year-old. Now the Rebel, in which 5 of the 6 horses in this Arkansas Derby do come out of, He, I think, arguably had the most troubled trip. He was a horse that dominated toward the front end in that American Pharoah. He found himself much further off the pace going back to the two-turn Rebel, and therefore got a little headstrong, never looked entirely comfortable, kind of running with his head up in the air, getting that kickback, something that he hasn't really experienced previously. And considering he was coming off a near 6-month layoff, still turned for home with a little bit left in the tank until he got hit once from the inside or outside, then hit once from the inside. And when he did that, he really got knocked off stride, went back to his inside lead. Trainer Peter Miller stating that he actually cut his front ankle with that contact that was made. So it was a rough trip. You would hope that he comes out of it well. Peter said that he had to have a little bit of time away from training, but that he has been training very forwardly back at San Luis Rey Downs, and comes into this race expecting a big performance. And I know he has been successful, Greg, on the turf, but he feels like a horse that has run 2 very good dirt races. I mean, the horse that finished second to him in that American Pharoah ran a credible third, albeit a little distant behind Essential Quality and Highly Motivated in the Bluegrass. But Rombauer, I know he's a horse that's kind of on the wise guys people's radar. So I think Get Her Number deserves a second look here for sure in this short field for the Arkansas Derby.
Well, he'll need to step forward. We'll see if he can make that jump in the second start of his 3-year-old campaign. Maggie, thank you for that. We look forward to it. It's going to be a fun Saturday afternoon. See if Concert Tour can get there undefeated. If he's going to run the way he has in the past, it seems like there's going to be company up front with him. Caddo River, connections have said, as they tried to sit off the pace in that Rebel last time out, that's not the way this horse wants to run.
No, and you could see it too. I mean, this is his win 2 starts back in the Smarty Jones, going a mile, but last time he just looked so uncomfortable, and he was fighting with Florent Giroux early on. He was throwing his head up. That's what we call being rank, being keen, and he doesn't seem like he's necessarily the easiest horse either, too. You know, he kind of runs with a little bit more of that higher head carriage in general, but he was so impressive. 10 1/4 lengths in the Smarty Jones, and Brad Cox on record saying that he would expect to be a little bit more aggressive with him out of the gate, as that just is his running style. You can't take a horse out of their comfort zone and expect for different results.
So American Pharoah had to prove he could rate in this race. Concert Tour, he did rate in the San Vicente. Do you think not an issue for him to be able to sit off Caddo River?
No, I don't think it is. I think Joel Rosario is going to break sharply with Concert Tour, see what Caddo River does, and I wouldn't be surprised because Florent Giroux is a strong gate rider to take him forward and end up sending him early on, but Concert Tour sits just in that stalking spot. It looked to me last time out like he would have plenty left in the tank for the 9 furlongs.
Final stop in the Midwest of the road to the Kentucky Derby, and the final 100-point race to the winner to qualify for that first Saturday in May, and it's coming up tomorrow. You'll see it live on America's Day at the races. We hope you join us. It is going to be fun. Bob Baffert trying to win this race for the 4th time in his career. Our program, of course, brought to you in part by Run Happy, champion sprinter, never lost in his career while sprinting, and did it all while racing. Medication-free and off to a outstanding year as a second crop sire. Back at Oaklawn. Seems like an hour ago.
Yes, it does.
This was in the 7th. Bayshore Foxes, Phil Bauer, Fernando de la Cruz for Rigney Racing, and a daughter of Mineshaft.
And this filly at first asking did it nicely, didn't seem to mind the moisture in the track. She showed up ready to go, and Maggie's right, Phil Bauer can have them ready to go at first asking. He's batting about 27% with his first-time starter. Silver's York, another firster. A little bit green hanging on that left lead late there, but also made a good account of herself in her debut, but a $9.60 winner.
And 16-1 with the horse the Maggie gave out as well. That exact $131 for $2. 8th race coming up next, a claiming race. It's for non-winners of 2 lifetime sprinting, 6 furlongs. Ms. Falsetto, Carl Broberg.
Yeah, she ran last time out first off the claim. Now, I think that she's in large part taking some more attention because she does pick up Ricardo Santana Jr. She was beaten by Just a Tappin, who's also in this field. I think it's a little bit more wide open. I think that those two certainly are players, but kind of the board tells the story right now that anybody could take a step forward in this spot.
Team Serengeti Empress, Tom Amos, Joel Politti, between the hedges, big drop from 30 non-winners of 2 down to 12-5 and 2L. They're certainly going to take some money with that 5-year-old mare. As we get a look at Collude, another contender. We'll have the post parade from the 8th at Oaklawn when we come back here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races with racing here from Oaklawn Park, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere with your Naira Bets account. Well, horses hitting the track for this race, as we'll take a look at the 2 for our good friend Tom Amos, as Joe Politti owns this one, Between the Hedges, and she is a drop down, second off of a layoff. And last time watching that race, you know, she kind of was chasing outside, then she dropped back to the fence around the turn, and she just never really picked up the bit. She just looked like she was struggling a bit too over the surface. Maybe she needed one. She is a big, heavier type of mare, and she does seem to carry her weight well, though she does look very fit and defined this time around. And I did a little eavesdropping as Tom Amos's assistant was legging up David Cabrera. She said, just send her. Just get it out, get her out of there running, because it does seem as though she isn't one that necessarily likes being around or behind horses. So she is on her toes here in on the track. Is number 6, Sing Along Susie. She's the one off of a layoff, first time out here for Federico Villafranco. First time with him off of a layoff. Not great numbers, only 2 for 18 lifetime, low ROI, decent looking filly as she comes back, looks pretty fit, but also this kind of feels like a prep race for maybe longer distances. As I get it back to you, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. I just love the name, Between the Hedges, out of Gwinnett County in Georgia, of course, and Stanford Stadium. Undecided Certainty, the 3, Robert Klein.
Did have a win last time out, stepping up to face tougher now in that next condition.
Kalaniki, Phil Diamato.
Turning back in distance, third time back with this barn and off the layoff. Hasn't shown much in the last 2.
Here's the one who was favored before we went to break, Miss Falsetto.
Does pick up Ricardo Santana, second off the claim for Carl Broberg. I thought kept on fine closing wide last time.
New barn for Sing Along Susie.
Has only ever raced at Laurel before, off a layoff, turning back in distance. It will be interesting to see what she does here.
Collude at 12-1 for Kim Poole.
Just seems sluggish out of the gate in her last couple. Hope she breaks a bit sharper today.
just a tap and actually finished ahead of Miss Falsetto last start.
And I thought she actually ran well. She was second best to Flatoya, but she ran well to be second in that spot.
And Dixieland Dream, who was behind Collude last out.
Just seemed to kind of idle in the stretch last time out, but did run third, obviously took a step forward. These horses are kind of familiar facing each other in this condition.
And again, sloppy racetrack is the condition we have. It kind of changed mid-afternoon with the sloppy going here. Well, right now, the favorite Between the Hedges, who was one on the off track, but does anybody move way up in this group?
I don't know about that. I guess that you could kind of look through and see horses that have maybe struggled over a wet track or have maybe just had a lot of wins. Nobody immediately jumps out as far as saying, oh, this is a horse that loves going on a wet track. But I think that anybody in here could certainly handle it, especially Between the Hedges, given the fact that she is now the favorite and taking that big drop in class. The fact that she did win on a muddy track, I think, is encouraging. That was also for $25,000. So she's dropping now to the 12.5. It's a significant drop, but she hasn't shown much in her last couple. So it just seems logical.
5-2 favorite Between the Hedges for the team that brought you Serengeti Empress, multiple Grade 1 winner in her career, Kentucky Oaks, among them. And, of course, over the weekend, Tom Amos going to send out the incredibly speedy No Parole in the Grade 3 Count Fleet. Going to try and get the best of Whitmore. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing No Parole tomorrow, but a deep and contentious field that he will have to face, including Whitmore and CZ Rocket. I mean, that's shaping up to be quite the matchup, and between the two, they've gotten the better of each other in their last two starts. But No Parole, he has that inside post. The turf experiment didn't go well in the Louisiana bred stake race last time out on Louisiana Derby Day. But before that, he came back to the races with a dominant performance, albeit at 1-9 against state bred competition. But his hand is forced from that inside post position, and despite this being a sprint race full of very talented sprinters, there isn't that much other really quick speed. I mean, we'll see what Empire of Gold does, we'll see what Strike Power does, but for me, it does feel as though that No Parole is the quickest of them. As Whitmore, he'll be hoping somebody does go with No Parole. But last time out, you could make the argument, and I'm not blaming Ricardo Santana, that maybe he did move a little bit early. Maybe Ricardo thought that he didn't want those horses to get away from him. And with CZ Rocket just sitting back and saying, all right, with Florent Drew, say, you go ahead. And he was the one who made that last and winning move to pick them all up. But Whitmore, he is the hometown hero, to say the least, here at Oaklawn, as Rob Moquette has just done a masterful job in preparing him and bringing him through 6 racing seasons. We are so lucky to still have a champion like Whitmore still running, and get to see him again tomorrow, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. It's going to be fun. I mean, he's just incredible. He's a champion, in history on the line for him tomorrow. He has a chance, if he wins this race, to become the all-time winningest stakes horse in the history of this racetrack.
That's amazing. And, you know, I know it's the Arkansas Derby tomorrow, and I'm excited about that, but I think I'm most looking forward to seeing Whitmore tomorrow. Like Maggie said, we're lucky to have him now as an 8-year-old, still running and still competing and winning at the highest level. That's not an easy task to do, to keep a horse sound that long and keep him happy in his training and just to manage him in the right way, and that's certainly what Ron Moquette and his team have done. But I do enjoy the kind of rivalry that's blossomed with CZ Rocket. It makes for a fun storyline too, and it's been fun watching the two of them throw it down on the racetrack.
Whitmore got the one you want in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but I know how much getting that record would mean to Ron Moquette and company with Whitmore. They badly want that Count Fleet and that stakes record at the racetrack. That'd be pretty special to have. So it's going to be a fun showdown. Race 11 on the card in that Grade 3 in the Count Fleet. And by the way, that's, of course, where Whitmore resides, in Count Fleet's barn. As we're a minute to post, and there is another look at Between the Hedges. Tom Amos, Joel Politti, And a big drop down in class for this horse, and as a result of that's why he's favored, deserves to be with who she's faced.
And she is a mare by Union Rags. You heard Maggie mentioning that she's a big, heavier type. That's just a typical of the stallion. And sometimes you wonder with those bigger-bodied horses if they're going to handle a wet track. So the fact that she has won in the mud before, I think, is definitely a positive. The drop in class makes her a huge player, getting a good warm-up out there. And I liked what Maggie had to say about Tom's assistant saying just send her, because in the last couple of races recently towards the spring of 2020, she had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. So taking that away, just be sharp out of there, send her early on. I didn't think that there was a ton of kind of clear pace in here, so might as well just run away from everybody else at this level.
She ran huge in the mud, very different from a sloppy racetrack, but she does have that on the resume. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, just as far as the track condition, this isn't that sloppy. This is more like muddy sealed. There isn't that much line. So I'm not going to, split hairs about the track condition with her. And it's interesting what Acacia said, because watching that last race too, if you watch it very carefully, she looks uncomfortable behind. I don't know what other way to say it, but she kind of she was holding her tail kind of close to her, and she just never looked like she was fully extending and pushing off. And that also means a horse that struggles with getting out of the gate because they can't push off that well. I do not see anything whatsoever physically with her that prohibits her today from possibly being stronger behind there, moving better, because she warmed up nicely. She looks very strong. I like her. She's much the horse to beat. As number 5, Miss Falsetto, second time for the Carl Broberg barn. I thought she just kind of picked up the pieces, going the 5.5 first off the claim. She looks okay here on the track. Number 7, Collude, really fired up. Big long shot, but she was fired up throughout the entire preliminaries here.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, Collude the 7, 13-1 on the board. Walter De La Cruz as they load up in here. 9-5 now, lowest price we've seen on the 2 Between the Hedges for our colleague Tom Amos. We're set for the 8th. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Last to load, Dixieland Dream. They're at the post. They're off. Between the Hedges shows speed, so does Whoville at the rail, and these two are quick. Then comes Ms. Falsetto. Sing Along Susie's in a tight spot between horses. Dixieland Dream is in the mix as well. So is Kalaniki. Now Kalaniki drops back, passed by Undecided Certainty. So they run up the backstretch, and Whoville has the lead from Between the Hedges. Ms. Falsetto just a tappin', and a 5 wide Dixieland Dream. These 5 across the track. Undecided Certainty is moving up. For Kelsey Haar, she's at the rail in less than 2 from the front, could need racing room. 2 back to Sing Along Susie. Then comes Collude, and the trailer is Kalaniki, and the leader is Between the Hedges. Between the Hedges, just in front of Ms. Falsetto in second. Now Undecided Certainty has split horses, and she's coming on third in the White Blaze face, and has a good chance at the top of the stretch. Here comes Undecided Certainty to take the lead, and now she's a length and a half in front. Kalaniki has moved into second, then to the outside in Collude. Ms. Falsetto is next. Undecided Certainty has the lead, and she's 2.5 in front of Kalaniki in second. Undecided Certainty in front. Undecided Certainty won by 2. Kalaniki was second, Ms. Falsetto third. Maybe Sing Along Susie for fourth.
This filly, at least at this lower level, getting good right now and appreciating some off tracks as well. Finally broke her maiden. Career start number 8, last time out on a track labeled good, and now backs it up at her first try against winners on an off track.
And it doesn't always happen, but sometimes when horses do take a while to break their maiden, and we've seen it happen, that a horse will win and then come back and run well the next time. It could always be behind the scenes that something's been addressed or fixed, or they've just kind of found a situation that a horse likes. No denying this filly, by just a coincidence, is in very good form right now. I thought that she was a little bit of an outsider coming into this race, but she was much the best in here, with the number 4, Kalinki, turning back in distance, getting up for second.
Speed certainly backed up in this race, and Maggie 17-1 on Undecided Certainty.
Well, it's a feel-good type of win here, as this is a bit of a family affair. Robert Klein and Kelsey Haar, partners, they have a daughter together, and from all reports, every time I'm here, all I hear is how hard of a worker that Kelsey Haar is, getting on Robert's horses in the morning, getting on other people's horses, and she is, for what I can observe, she is very hardworking and loves the horses and is very passionate about the game. So she gave a little fist pump at the end here. So good for her and the family.
Yeah, I love to hear that. It's a good story. 17-1 over 6-1 over 9-2. 3-4-5 finish. Back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old filly by just a coincidence.
Yeah, you love to see that hard work paying off. And Robert owns and trains this horse as well. So keeping the check for the win there. And she's easy to spot with that big white face. A nice victory today for the team.
Big number in the 8th at Oaklawn. We have the 9th still coming up. We'll set the stage for that when we return. And we have the story of the leading ladies for Frank Fletcher Racing and Kathy Howard and what she has meant to this sport. It has been a lifelong journey in the sport of horse racing. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
Caraconte, a leading sire amongst his crop by percentage of stakes horses. Caraconte is off to a strong start at stud. Top runners include graded stakes winners Kenzai Warrior and Sol Volante, plus 2-year-old stakes winner Spanish Love Affair and dual surface dynamo Princess Grace.
To Princess Grace,
a rising star with graded stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vest won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all drive happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be drive happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back at America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Programs brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Good to have you with us as we come to the final few segments here of our Friday program. We still have another one coming up at Oaklawn, and this was a tough one to come up with in the 8th out of Hot Springs. Undecided Certainty at 17-1.
A big price on this horse, but she was much the best. She's in good form right now, kind of zipping through her conditions. Broke her maiden last time out. Comes right back to get the non-winners of 2 condition today. And a feel-good win here for owner-trainer Robert Klein and Kelsey Haar aboard. In the second place was the number 4, Kalaniki, who was turning back in distance, but no doubt about the winner, Undecided Certainty.
$36 return as she puts together back-to-back wins. 3-4-5 finish. Let's set the stage for race 9. Their feature on this Friday card, allowance optional claiming field. 2-turn mile and a 16th. Exotic West, Wayne Catalano. You're going to stretch out for the first time.
And it's funny that she is 9-5 right now, and I get it. She's ran well last time out. I thought it was actually just an okay performance, but I'll be curious to see what Maggie has to say about her as far as physically stretching out for the first time, but she's got to go the 2 turns, and she's a short price in doing that.
Gary and Mary West, their big weekend starts early. Of course, they have concert tour. They'll see if they can get a little momentum with this filly coming up in the next race. Let's take a look at the stakes schedule for this weekend coming up in Hot Springs. They are loaded with action. Carousel with Frank's Rocket, Oaklawn Mile, By My Standards, Whitmore in that Count Fleet in the rematch with CZ Rocket, and the Arkansas Derby and the undefeated concert tour for Bob Baffert, the final major stop on the road to Kentucky. And that Carousel, that's going to go as race 6 tomorrow. And Frank's Rocket, she was so good last year. She took a ton of money in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against the boys.
Yeah, she was kind of a wise guy horse that day. Was only 5-1 behind Whitmore and CZ Rocket. Then she came back at Oaklawn in the American Beauty to kick off 2021 with this victory. It was really cool seeing her kind of develop then as a 3-year-old, because I remember her winning down at Gulfstream and asking Bill Mott if they might stretch her out again. And he said, you know, she's just really wanting to stick with sprinting, and this is the right spot for her. But they've done a great job managing her, and she's been very fun to watch on the racetrack.
She's going to be a heavy favorite in this race. Got to deal with Edgeway, though, who's talented as well. Is not going to be too far behind on the board. Edgeway for John Sadler. Joel Rosario will be aboard, but Frank's Rocket race goes through her, certainly, and she'll wear the silks of Frank Fletcher Racing. Important part of that team, of course, is someone who has done it all in this sport, from racing official to managing a major racing operation, to being a jockey at a time when it was not easy to get mounts or any kind of respect in this game as a female rider in horse racing. Kathy Howard, known in her jockey days as Kathy Moore, set history along the way in Hot Springs.
In horse racing, Kathy Howard is a lifer. She's worked as a paddock judge, placing judge, stakes coordinator, even a stint as a trainer following the death of her husband, Tom Howard. And she's been racing manager for Frank Fletcher Racing Operations for over 20 years.
It is true.
But many don't know about her trailblazing days when she was known as Kathy Moore, a promising female jockey making a name for herself in a world foreign to women.
Seems like horse racing is still a man's sport. Is it any easier for you being a female jockey?
Well, from what I can tell, it's pretty rough. I don't know if it was any harder, 5 or 6 years ago, because I wasn't in the position I'm in now.
But yeah, it was tough. I was so shy. I wasn't shy when I was on a horse, but I was so shy growing up.
See,
And I'd be at somebody's stable to work a horse, and if I was a few minutes early, I was too shy to even go into the office or the tack room. If there was more than 2 people in there, I would just stand out there by the door until they came out. Look at this, was my grandmother. That was my grandmother. Isn't that something? My grandmother and grandfather, they were Russian, Babadito. They were the first ones that ever took me to the racetrack. That was a big deal.
In 1980, at the age of 23, Kathy became more than the first woman to win a stakes race at Oaklawn.
Despite becoming the first female jockey to post an Oaklawn handicap victory, Moore didn't say anything about women's liberation and equal rights amended. I never said anything like that. It's just 41 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. The Gallant Serenade, right here at Oaklawn. I had a speed horse, and so I think I did set the fractions. He was all speed. There's an old gentleman named Jim Hughes that trained, and he rode me. I remember his barn was over there by the gap. He was kind of jumping up and down, and when I was galloping back, he said, "You're a real juryman now. You did it, Kathy, you did it." There's Jim Hughes. That's the guy that was saying, "You made it as a juryman." And he's long been passed, but I'll never forget that. It's just a tough game. I've never really thought about it, except it's kind of like I know what I did, and I know the trails that I've hopefully blazed for some other females. I'm a very humble, quiet person, so, it makes me feel good. It was almost like a past world. And then when I was married to Tom Howard until he died, whenever we won a race, and it was always we, because we would work together, it was a really big, it gave me like almost the same rush, exciting. And now with Mr. Fletcher, and we win a race with a homebred, especially Frank's Rocket, it's almost the same. He's my boss, but he's also my friend. And we have the common interest, the love of horses.
Kathy Howard, forever a part of the history of this racetrack, and we're going to see again those Silks, Frank Fletcher Racing, and she's the racing manager for that operation on the favorite in the carousel tomorrow. That'll be fun to watch.
And I think that was fitting that we got to show that feature just after Kelsey Haar won a race at Oaklawn Park, and seeing how she really did blaze so many trails there. And she had to kind of push those doors open. They weren't open for her, but great to see how she is still involved in the sport and offering so much. Now, obviously, as the racing manager with Frank Fletcher.
Oaklawn Mile happens tomorrow as well, and by my standards, he had such a brilliant beginning to his 4-year-old campaign. This is going to be the start of the 5-year-old campaign for him. Been first or second in 10 of his 14 lifetime starts for Brett Calhoun. What do you think about by my standards at a mile?
You know, I think it might be a little short for him, and it's curious. I mean, we were kind of talking about earlier, next week there is an opportunity to run a longer race for $1 million at Oaklawn. Instead, they opt for this spot. So I'd imagine this is just kind of a stepping stone type of race for him. He has been successful going longer in his previous races. He's had such a good 2020. I think with the Breeders' Cup and the Clark, those were poor performances, almost seemed out of character for how consistent he had been all year. So curious to see how things might set up for him as he comes back now as a 5-year-old.
He seems to be really good at a mile and 16th, and just maybe he's still really good at a mile and 8th, but he's not elite.
I agree. I think that's a good way to put it. 1.25 miles, I think, is too far for him. So kind of finding that sweet spot, like we say, the Goldilocks effect. So this could be a real stepping stone race for him onto bigger and better.
He's got to deal with Rushy in this race, or maybe it's the other way around. Rushy, 4-year-old for Michael McCarthy. He was big in the Pat Day Mile on Derby Day last year.
Yeah, but this is a horse I like. I know he's off of a layoff, but he's been training really sharply at Santa Anita, coming back off the bench for Mike McCarthy. And Joel Rosario going to ride, who did win aboard him in an allowance at Oaklawn last year. But I thought that his Pat Day Mile, sometimes you see this when horses turn back. You just see them really flourish when they get to do what they've really wanted to do all along. Pulled away nicely in this performance. He's the one that I think is really the tried and true miler. Had to run behind Nick's Go last time out in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, that did not go as planned for him. So this is the starting back point now, beginning of his 4-year-old campaign. Could be big things ahead for him. We'll have Joel Rosario on board, part of that loaded stakes lineup we have for you tomorrow from Hot Springs, Arkansas, which includes, of course, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and the dominant duo in Hot Springs at it again, potentially. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. teaming up with Super Stock. Can he shock everybody in the Arkansas Derby? We'll talk about it when we come back.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
the stretch now of the Arkansas Derby, and the leader is still Gettysburg. 3/4, 1:10.3. Gettysburg has the lead. Creator will not get the job done. On the outside, here's Whitmore coming on. Big Changes is next, and Creator is flying. Creator now strikes to the lead. Down the outside, Sudden Breaking News is coming late. Creator of Sudden Breaking News. Creator's almost there. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. It's Creator to win the Arkansas Derby.
That was Creator, 2016 Arkansas Derby. He was the last at 12 of the backstretch, 15 1/4 lengths behind. Third in that race, you heard the call, Whitmore, unbelievably, when it was on the Derby Trail. This was the first horse that WinStar ever sent to Steve Asmussen.
Isn't that kind of crazy? And then we saw, of course, Creator go on to win the Belmont Stakes, and you see Whitmore third in there. He's still running as an 8-year-old now, but obviously I'm sure a strong relationship cemented with Steve Asmussen, and he knows how to win this race.
Basin, Creator, Curlin, Private Emblem. Last couple, Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard, and they're hoping they can make that 3 times. The case with Superstock. He's got a lot to prove. It'll be his second start back. He was no match for Concert Tour in the Rebel, but he ended his 2-year-old campaign on a high note.
Yeah, he did, absolutely. I mean, he finished second by just half a length. Yes, as the favorite in the street sense. He was third behind Essential Quality in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. He's multiple graded stakes placed. He does have to take a step forward today. Finished fourth at a big price last time out behind a Concert Tour. He's an interesting outsider for sure, but one thing I've learned is even when you think they don't have a chance, you can never really throw out a Steve Asmussen horse.
No question. Third to Essential Quality in the Breeders' Futurity. He's got ability. In that race we showed you, we know he can run on that track at Churchill Downs, so they'd love to try and get him to Kentucky and at least have a shot. 6-1 morning line on Superstock, son of Dialed In. Meanwhile, look at the odds for this 9th coming up at Oaklawn. Mile and a 16th, allowance to optional claiming field, Exotic West, one of 3 on the board at 5-2 as we go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, in regards to Superstock, too, Greg, I saw him schooling here in the paddock for Steve Asmussen, and he looked phenomenal. He's a big, good-looking colt, and certainly a family affair, as his son, Steve's son Keith, rode him in his first several races, and he's also partly owned by Steve's dad and also raised and broke by him, too. So a little bit of a family Asmussen push behind Superstock tomorrow, as we'll check in with the horse stretching out and taking all the money. That's number 2, Exotic West, a daughter of Hard Spun. And while the dam won her lone start sprinting, the siblings actually have one going long, and she looks like a filly who should relish the added distance here, as she will stretch out from the 6 furlongs to the mile and a 16th for Wayne Catalano. Big, scopy, has this massive neck on her and shoulder. I'm impressed, as you might be able to tell. Last time out, not the greatest of beginnings. She kind of had to be hurried towards the leader, saved ground, but she still stayed on nicely and just kind of ran that even type of race that suggests that she should have no problem getting more distance today. And I think the money that she had been taking earlier is meaningful. Is number 4, Soraya, private purchase for Joe Politti and Tom Amos out of her last start, which was won by Joe Politti, Tom Amos horse, and little Tootsie down there at the fairgrounds in the slap. She was really far back in that race. We'll see where she's placed today. I mean, I don't know why she was so far back in that running of that race on February 12th. And then she followed the winner up the rail, had to check, go back around the 3rd place finisher. So she ran very well. And with every Tom Amos horse, they always look good. So, you know, I'm always going to like them. They always have this great hydrated coat to them, carry their weight well. She looks very good. And I think she does come out of a race which contain some decent and talented fillies. Number 6, Trumpet Lily. She broke her maiden last time, and I know she is facing winners for the first time here today, but she's run some fast numbers, and she's this big, leggy filly that was a little obstreperous to get the tack on, but once they did, she came alive. I mean, she is sharp. She does look as though she might be one of the speeds in here. We'll see what kind of trip she works out from the more outside post position in the gate, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. That was the call to post you heard there as well, at least the tail end of it. Our post break here coming up. We're going to start off in a moment with Willful Woman. You go through this field, and again, Maggie said the track not truly sloppy, but we are dealing still with an off track. But a lot of these runners have already proven not necessarily they can win over, but they've run well over it.
It's that time of year, especially if you are locally based at Oaklawn Park. Odds are you're going to have encountered a wet track either in morning training or in the afternoon through the races. So Willful Woman did actually break her maiden on a sealed muddy track at Oaklawn 2 starts back and then went right into Graded Stakes Company last time out in the Honeybee.
Yeah, that was tough company, no question. So a little bit easier spot here for Willful Woman. That was her first try against winners going into that Kentucky Oaks prep. She'll have the inside slot, Asmussen Santana, daughter of Nyquist, and she was impressive in the mud when she broke her maiden. She did so beating, among others, Trumpet Lily that day.
And I think the key about Trumpet Lily, what Maggie had said with how she ran last time out, watching back in that replay, is that she was very keen early on. I think Trumpet Lily needs to be on the lead.
Here she is. So 9-5 on the daughter of Nyquist, with Santana Jr. for the Hall of Fame barn. Next door, we'll see Exotic West, Wayne Catalano coming off that second to Southern Grace sprinting.
Yeah, and Willful Woman just prancing out there on track. But I liked hearing what Maggie had to say about Exotic West stretching out in distance as she will go longer today. The dam won her only start. She just raced once for Bob Baffert, but did so impressively.
Shasta, she had to drop down in for a maiden claiming tag to get a win, but she did it in a big way.
And she's first off the claim for Robertino Diodoro, half to a stakes winner named Blue Harbor, who I knew quite well on turf and dirt down in Florida.
Here's the Tom Amos filly.
Finished second last time out in the slop at Fairgrounds. Obviously can handle a distance.
Looks like more pace with Sister Annie.
Yeah, she's definitely the other speed in here. Finished third in her last couple of tries, both at 1:16.
Trumpet Lily, she was beat by Willful Woman, and then 2 starts later went gate to wire to break her maiden.
I think she found the running style that she wants last time out. Will she have too much company, though, from Sister Annie as far as the pace today?
Jerry Hollendorfer sends out Absolute Anna. Blinkers on.
Blinkers go on today, and I think that should help her. She broke back a little bit last time out. Maybe this will get her into the race a little bit more.
That is your field for this 9th here at Oaklawn. Competitive group, 9-5 favorite, though. The meets leaders. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr. We're going to take a break. We'll have this one for you live when we come back. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Graded Stakes winner Plum Ali.
But it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the 20 cents minimum bet with a 100% net pool payout every day at Aqueduct. The sequence is the last 6 races on the card with a 20% takeout each day at Aqueduct. Win big with 20 cents on the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6, visit nyra.com/Empire 6.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, and I think I could say this as a guarantee. This show's so much more interesting when you play along with Naira Bets.
Absolutely. You have some stock in the game. You feel like you're really a part of the action.
Get signed up, started, see how much more you'll enjoy the program. Go to NairaBets.com. You can download the app as well. 100% deposit match of up to $200 when you use that promo code. Match 200. That's for new members only. Great time to get signed up and started with the Kentucky Derby, Triple Crown. coming up. 9th at Oaklawn. On the way, we're 4 minutes to post. It is still the rail runner, Willful Woman, for Steve Asmussen, who's favored. Let's go back to Maggie.
And taking a look at Willful Woman, I was suspect of her last performance. And I don't want to make too much of the Lasix argument, but her lone win and by far her fastest run came while racing on Lasix, as she does go back on it today. She's not facing quite the caliber of horse that she was in the Honeymee. But, too, I thought she had a little bit of trouble in that last race, going back to her maiden score where she just dominated over such horses as Trumpet Lily, who she'll face here again. But her last race in the Honeybee, she broke about 2 lengths slow, and then Ricardo Santana, wanting to get her in the game, kind of rushed up around the turn. She got slightly headstrong behind the early leaders and then was just absolutely done going around the far turn. So sometimes inexperienced fillies like that, they just react negatively when things don't necessarily go their way. And I wanted to see how she warmed up. She's moving absolutely perfect over this surface. So I like that about her. She's this tall, leggy filly. She definitely wants to run a distance of ground. So I don't love taking the short price of 8-5 on her that she is currently. I'd rather go with a horse like Exotic West, but I can't fault her in any way. As number 7, Absolute Anna, lost a ton of ground in her first start going around 2 turns. There's pedigree that suggests that she wants to go long. She's built a little bit more like a sprinty type. She's very stocky. I mean, she's about as robust as you can get and ask a 3-year-old filly to be. Blinkers do go on. I'm wondering if she got a little lost in that last race, as she did lose so much ground going wide, and Connections just want to focus her in, get her a little bit more attentive, as it is just a shortcut blinker. But she made a great impression, as she currently sits at a big price of 10-1, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, big number up there. Biggest price on the board on Absolute Anna for Jerry Hollendorfer.
10-1 right now, and I think what Maggie was saying about adding the blinkers for focus really could help her. It's not always just to add some speed.
Here's a look at Shasta Lou, daughter of Claiborne Stallion Algorithms. She is coming off, it's going to be a much tougher spot, obviously. Dropped in for maiden 30. It did win, but she won by 11.5 so impressively. Robertino Diodoro, he claimed her that day and immediately having her face tougher.
On Algorithms, they love a wet track, so any moisture in the track today I think should be no problem for her. She did win really impressively last time out. Yes, she will be tested for class this afternoon. And it's interesting, I mentioned the horse that she's half to stakes winner, Blue Harbor. He ran on turf, he ran on dirt, and he was just this big, solid type of horse. David Fox had him for the majority of his career down in Florida, and he was just kind of a horse that showed up every time type of individual. So let's see if little sister Shasta Lou can live up to that, as she will try to make it 2 wins in a row.
Meanwhile, here's a look at Trumpet Lily, gate to wire score. That was a mile last time out. She's the one who was beat by Willful Woman a few starts before that on that muddy track, but then rebounded in this spot with an 80 Beyer speed figure.
And again, they sent her to the lead early on, and even though she was forward, you could tell all along she wanted to do more, and Francisco Arrieta did a good job in kind of rationing her speed, and actually the 6-5 favorite came and headed her, and she switched leads and pulled away and was able to hold off another closer. So I thought that was a big performance from her. Again, I think just tactically speaking, the presence of Sister Annie in here is going to make things interesting, because both of them look like they want to be on the front end.
I'm going to try and go an extra 16th of a mile this afternoon. That win coming at a mile last time out at Oaklawn for Trumpet Lily. She is 6-1 on the board. But, wow, that is a lot of money on Willful Woman.
Well, you do have the Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana factor. You also have the point that she comes out of a grade 3 try. Last time out was facing significantly tougher. Will Secret came back and was 3rd in the grade 1 Ashland. We saw Pauline's Pearl also for Steve Asmussen come back and win the Fantasy at Oaklawn last weekend with an 89 Beyer speed figure. So she was facing so much tougher than what she's going to find today. She's also one who maybe she didn't win going the mile and a 16th, but she won by open lengths to break her maiden, and she did finish a good 3rd at the distance a couple starts back at Churchill Downs.
It was bizarre. Yesterday, it's something we never see at Oaklawn, but we saw Steve Asmussen and Santana Jr. win at big prices with horses that were legitimate, could have been, first or second choices on the board and were being ignored for some reason.
Well, maybe the betting public saw that yesterday and said, well, I'm not going to let them get away today with Willful Woman. I mean, look, I think given her class and all the points Maggie brought up about her and her maiden win and back on lane 6 today and just what she's done over this track so far, she is the one to beat. But that's a very short price on her. I think Exotic West is a big player, as she certainly has a lot to work with here. And she, too, has faced Graded Stakes company out in California.
Loading up. Last live action we're going to bring you on this Friday afternoon. Willful Woman for the Hall of Fame bonus. Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr. in the irons. The one to beat from the rail. Vic Stauffer with the call.
To load Absolute Anna. They're at the post. They're off. Trumpet Lily broke well, so did Exotic West and Willful Woman. These three are quick. Sister Annie and Shasta Lou are just in behind those two. Pace is fast early. Soraya second to last, and the early trailer is Absolute Anna. It's Exotic West to the backstretch, and she's cleared off now. Exotic West, a 2-length lead on Sister Annie and Willful Woman. Now moving up on the outside is Trumpet Lily, and she takes second, a length and a half behind the front-running Exotic West. Then comes Willful Woman at the rail. Shasta Lou's in a tight spot between horses and a 3-wide Sister Annie. Soraya is second to last in the red and white. She's about 6 from the front, and she's 2.5 in front of the gray Absolute Anna as Exotic West heads up the backstretch, the boss. Exotic West to the half-mile pole with a 2.5-length lead over Trumpet Lily and Willful Woman. Soraya rides the rail up into 4th inside of Shasta Lou and Sister Annie, and the trailer is still Absolute Anna, and the leader is still Exotic West. Exotic West just a length in front of Trumpet Lily, who comes after her in second. And here's Trumpet Lily within a half length of the lead. Willful Woman is next. Then comes the Sister Annie. Soraya still has 5 lengths to make up. She's 2 in front of Absolute Anna. And they run to the top of the stretch. And Trumpet Lily is at the throat latch of Exotic West. New leader. Trumpet Lily puts a head in front. Exotic West is second, 2.5 lengths to Willful Woman, who's in the center of the racetrack and on the move. Trumpet Lily, Willful Woman, Exotic West, and Willful Woman storms to the front, and she's gone. Trumpet Lily and Exotic West, Willful Woman in front. Willful Woman won by 2. Trumpet Lily second, Exotic West third. Soraya finished 4th.
Willful Woman, she was just kind of grinding away, and then all of a sudden late in the race turned on the jets.
She really did. She just swept by the top 2 horses there as Exotic West tried to take them wire to wire, just didn't have anything to offer in the stretch. She tried holding on gamely down inside, but Trumpet Lily took over from her from a horse that set the pace last time. She was not on the lead, nor was Sister Annie. I thought Trumpet Lily ran very well, changing tactics today, but nobody was beating Willful Woman, who just exploded by those 2 in the stretch.
8-5 in the end. For the second win of her career, Dara Nyquist. She's now won 2 of her last 3, Maggie.
Just chatting here with Eric Asmussen, who was very excited to get the win with his dad. I love watching the Asmussens root their horses home. I mean, they're like the Europeans that run with their horses down the stretch, just cheering them on and cheering on Ricardo. They call him Ricky, he's kind of an adopted member of the family. But she did need every bit of this mile and a 16th. She's such a big, long, leggy type of filly where I think it takes her a while to really get into her stride and feel comfortable, and I don't think she was capable of doing that last time, never in a comfortable position. And today saved ground, swung out top of the lane, and just ran them down in the latter stages. A great effort, though, by Trumpet Lily, who was attending that pace. Looked like she might get the job done, but just came up a touch short in the end, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, man. I think Trumpet Lily has seen enough of Willful Woman.
I think she's had it with her at this point. Can't say I blame her.
Gets her again. Willful Woman now won 2 of her last 3. Only defeat, of course, that grade 3 Honeybee, but eventually maybe she's starting to come around, get another test in Stakes Company down the line. And the connections that seemingly win almost every race in Hot Springs. They do it again here in the 9th.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the barn, they, like Maggie said, Ricardo, just an adopted member of the family. They have so much success together, and gets another win on this one. She's clearly a quality filly. I guess the question is going to be, what do you do with her at this point? Where do you spot her? But obviously, she wants to go the distance, so that they know about her. And now you'll be able to make a plan. And here's another filly by Nyquist, who has just continued to be so impressive as a freshman stallion.
It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. You got to join us. It's going to be a terrific program, including that action from Oaklawn. We have the champion sprinter back again, looking to avenge a loss in his season opener as an 8-year-old. Easy Rock at Whitmore, trying to set the all-time stakes record at this track in the Arkansas Derby, of course, with Bob Baffert's duo of Concert Tour and Hosier. But Whitmore getting another crack at CZ Rocket. It's been fun to see these two go at each other.
Yeah, it has. And now Whitmore, an 8-year-old, of course, as we know, he won the Breeders' Cup Sprint over CZ Rocket, who turned the tables last time out. Whitmore did make that earlier move, and CZ Rocket ran him down. He kind of beat him at his own game, so to speak. But I think that they're going to be pretty focused on CZ Rocket. What does No Parole or Strike Power do in that race as well? I think it's a really interesting rendition, and looking forward to seeing that rivalry renewed.
We got some good races too. That carousel is going to be fun with French Roquette and Edgeway in there. What race, maybe what horse you most looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to seeing Whitmore. I think he's so cool. I didn't use him at all in the Breeders' Cup. I know it's bringing up bad memories for you, Greg, but I was cheering him home, jumping up and down on the stretch there at Keeneland, so looking forward to seeing him back.
I had CZ Rocket in the wrong race, but I was still, even though, I was so happy for the connections and for Ron Moquette to get that victory with him. The champ back tomorrow. We will have it for you here on America's Day at the Races. And, of course, final stop on the road to the Derby. Bob Baffert looking for a 7th Derby win. He's won with Nadal, American Pharoah, and Bodemeister in the Arkansas Derby. Can he get another one with Concert Tour trying to remain perfect? Brad Cox, he's never been to the Derby. He'll be there this year. Can he get a little more ammunition and get Caddo River back on track? Grade 1 Arkansas Derby tomorrow. We'll see you at 1 Eastern on FS1.